Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil evening where imagination takes flight. After a delightful spring day filled with sunshine and blooms, it's time to unwind. Let the soothing sounds of our story guide you into whimsical worlds where dreams are woven with the gentle thread of springtime magic. Cozy up, feel the warmth of relaxation, and let our gentle narration carry you away into the sweet embrace of bedtime dreams. Story 1. Leo lived in a cottage nestled between the roots of ancient oaks, where sunlight dappled the mossy stones in patterns that shifted like liquid gold. His grandmother often spoke of the whispering woods, a place where trees hummed lullabies and the wind carried secrets. But Leo, with his restless feet and curious heart, longed for proof. One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves pirouetted from branches, he discovered a curious object half buried beneath a gnarled willow root, a compass forged of warm, honey-colored wood, its needle shaped like a spiraling fern frond. When Leo touched it, the needle glowed softly, not pointing north, but toward the heart of the woods. That night the compass hummed against his palm, pulsing like a sleepy heartbeat. It tugged him past moonlit ferns and silver-trunked birches, deeper than he'd ever ventured. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and wild mint, and the trees leaned closer, their leaves rustling in hushed, melodic sighs. Suddenly the ground beneath him shimmered. A hidden doorway of intertwined roots yawned open, revealing a path paved with luminous blue mushrooms. Leo stepped through, and the forest transformed. He stood in the valley of echoing light, a place where waterfalls sang in harmonies and stones glowed like captured starlight. But the valley was fading. Colors bled into gray, flowers drooped, and the waterfall's songs cracked into sorrowful whispers. A small, trembling creature darted from behind a petrified oak, a being woven from shifting light and shadow, with eyes like molten silver. "I am Lumen," it murmured, its voice a chime in the quiet. "The valley's heart is sickening, the Heartwood Compass chose you. Only a human who listens can heal us." Leo learned the compass was no ordinary guide. It attuned to kindness, its needle shifting when he spoke words of comfort or offered patience. Together, he and Lumen journeyed through forests of crystal trees that chimed in the breeze and crossed rivers where fish sparkled like living jewels. Yet shadows slithered at the edges, gloom sprites born of the valley's decay, feeding on fear. When Leo stumbled into a thicket of thorns that tightened like snares, panic seized him. The compass dimmed. But Lumen wove strands of light around the thorns, singing softly until they loosened. "Your heart steers the compass," Lumen said. "Courage feeds it, fear dims it." The deeper they traveled, the clearer the mystery became. The valley's lifeblood was a great, crystalline heartstone hidden in a cavern behind the tallest waterfall. Long ago, humans had visited to share laughter and stories, their joy nourishing the stone. But as they forgot the hidden world, the heartstone weakened. Gloom sprites multiplied, draining its light. Leo's task was to reignite it, not with magic, but with the very essence the valley craved, selfless friendship. In the cavern, the heartstone flickered faintly, cracked and dull. Gloom sprites swarmed, hissing like frostbitten wind. Leo's hands shook, but he remembered Lumen's lessons, how stillness could be strength, how listening could be a beacon. He placed the compass against the stone and whispered not of his own fears, but of Lumen's bravery, of the valley's songs, of his grandmother's tales. He spoke of fireflies that remembered the sun and roots that dreamed of sky. The compass blazed, its light spiraling into the stone. One by one, the gloom sprites dissolved. The heartstone pulsed, warm and golden, rays bursting through cracks like liquid dawn. Colors surged back into the valley. Flowers bloomed violet and crimson. Waterfalls laughed in clear, high notes, and the very air tasted of rain and honey. Lumen glowed, solid and bright, no longer trembling. "You gave your voice to the voiceless," it chimed. "That is the truest magic." The compass guided Leo home, its needle fading as he crossed back into his world. Dawn painted the sky peach and lavender as he reached his cottage. His grandmother found him curled in his bed, the wooden compass resting innocently on his windowsill. "You slept deeply, little wanderer," she smiled, smoothing his hair. Leo simply hugged her, his heart full of unspoken wonders. Years later, when Leo walked in the whispering woods, he'd pause where the air hummed sweetest. He'd place his palm on an oak's bark and feel a familiar, warm pulse echo back, a silent thank you from a world healing in the light. And on quiet nights, he'd tell his own children of valleys hidden in plain sight, of compasses that charted kindness, and of friends who taught him that the bravest journeys begin not with footsteps, but with an open heart. They'd drift to sleep dreaming of starlit rivers and silver-eyed guides, wrapped in the certainty that magic thrived where love was offered freely, a gentle, glowing truth as constant as the northern star. Story 2. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane of the little bookshop tucked away on Elm Street. Inside, surrounded by towering stacks of leather-bound volumes and the comforting scent of old paper and dust, young Leo traced a finger along a shelf labeled Curiosities. He wasn't looking for a book today, not really. He was looking for something else. A feeling, perhaps. A sense that the world held more wonder than the gray drizzle outside suggested. His gaze snagged on a small, tarnished brass object nestled between a dusty globe and a chipped porcelain owl. It looked like a pocket watch, but instead of numbers, its face was etched with strange, swirling symbols that seemed to shift slightly when he blinked. A single worn arrow sat motionless beneath a cloudy crystal. "Ah, the compass," murmured Mr. Thistleberry, the elderly shopkeeper, appearing beside Leo as quietly as a drifting cobweb. His eyes, magnified by thick spectacles, twinkled. "Found its way here last Tuesday, carried in on the east wind, I believe. Doesn't tell the time, you know." "What does it tell?" Leo asked, picking up the cool, surprisingly heavy object. It hummed faintly against his palm. "Directions, Mr. Thistleberry said with a soft smile. "But not the kind found on maps. It points towards what truly matters. Though," he added, polishing his spectacles, "it seems to have gotten itself a little lost lately. Needs a steady hand and an open heart to find its way again. Perhaps yours." Leo felt a jolt of excitement, warm as hot chocolate. He carefully paid for the compass with his saved pocket money, the brass warming quickly in his grasp. As he stepped back out into the misty afternoon, the arrow gave a sudden, decisive twitch. Not towards his house, but deeper into the town, towards the whispering woods that bordered it. This, Leo realized, was the beginning of a journey. The compass wasn't pointing him home, it was pointing him somewhere. The woods were hushed and damp, smelling of earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered weakly through the canopy, dappling the mossy path. The compass arrow trembled, then steadied, pointing unwaveringly deeper into the forest. Leo followed, his ordinary sneakers crunching softly on the forest floor, his heart beating a rhythm of anticipation. He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from a thicket of ferns. A small, rather round badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout peered out. "Lost young traveler," he inquired in a voice like gravel tumbling in a gentle stream. He introduced himself as Barnaby. "Not lost," Leo explained, showing him the compass. "Following this, it points towards what matters." Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, peering closely. "Fascinating, a resonant compass, rare indeed. It senses deep connections, the true north of the heart. But—" he tapped the cloudy crystal. "Its sight is dimmed, something vital is obscured." Barnaby decided to accompany Leo, his sturdy paws surprisingly quiet on the path. "I know these woods," he declared, "and I know a thing or two about finding what's hidden." As twilight began to paint the sky in soft purples and oranges, they reached a clearing dominated by an ancient, gnarled oak tree. High in its branches, perched like a feathered sentinel, sat a magnificent tawny owl. Her large, golden eyes observed them calmly. "Who seeks the heart's true bearing under the twilight sky?" she asked, her voice a low, resonant hoot that vibrated in Leo's chest. This was Seraphina. Leo explained his quest with the compass. Seraphina glided down silently, landing on a low branch. She studied the compass with intense, unblinking eyes. "The fog upon its sight," she murmured, "speaks of a sorrow unshared, a connection strained. The compass seeks not a place, young Leo, but a resonance, a harmony disrupted." She tilted her head. "I see further than most. The path winds towards the whispering peaks. Something there cries out, muffling the compass's song. I shall guide you when the moon rises." With Barnaby padding beside him and Seraphina occasionally gliding overhead like a silent, feathered moonbeam, Leo felt a growing sense of companionship. The forest deepened, the trees becoming taller and stranger, their bark etched with patterns that looked almost like the symbols on the compass. Fireflies blinked like tiny, wandering stars in the gathering gloom. They crossed a brook singing over smooth stones and climbed a rise where the air grew cooler, thinner. The compass hummed more insistently now, the arrow trembling as if eager, yet the crystal remained stubbornly cloudy. Finally, under the silver light of a full moon, they reached the foot of the whispering peak's jagged spires of dark rock that seemed to lean inwards, murmuring secrets on the wind. The sound wasn't words exactly, but a low, melancholic thrumming that vibrated through the soles of Leo's shoes and settled uneasily in his chest. The compass arrow spun wildly for a moment, then pointed straight towards the tallest peak. "The heart song is here," Seraphina confirmed, landing on a mossy boulder. "But it is choked with sadness." Barnaby sniffed the air. "Old magic, deep and heavy, like a stone on the chest." The climb was steep and treacherous, the whispering growing louder, more insistent, almost mournful. Moonlight cast long, eerie shadows. Halfway up, they encountered the source of the sorrow. Not a monster, not a beast, but a figure woven from moonlight and shadow, draped over a large, smooth stone at the peak's entrance like a discarded cloak. It shimmered faintly, and the air around it pulsed with the deep, resonant thrumming that was the whispering of the peaks. It was the mountain spirit, guardian of this place, and it radiated profound loneliness and grief. The compass in Leo's hand vibrated violently, the arrow straining towards the spirit, yet the crystal clouded over completely, turning milky white. The spirit didn't attack, it simply wept soundlessly, its sorrow thickening the air, making it hard to breathe. Barnaby shuffled nervously. "Big sadness, very big. Not sure badger wisdom fixes this." Seraphina ruffled her feathers. "Force would only wound it further. Its grief is its shield." Leo remembered Mr. Thistleberry's words, "Needs a steady hand and an open heart." He looked at the weeping spirit, not with fear, but with the same curiosity that had drawn him to the compass. The challenge wasn't to fight or flee, it was to understand, to offer wisdom born of kindness. He took a deep breath, steadying his own heart. He thought about the comfort of the bookshop, the kindness of Mr. Thistleberry, the loyalty of Barnaby, the guidance of Seraphina. He thought about connection. Slowly, carefully, he approached the shimmering figure. He didn't speak at first. He simply sat down on the cool rock nearby, holding the humming compass in his lap, its cloudy face reflecting the moonlight. He opened his heart, letting his own quiet feelings of companionship and the warmth he'd found on his journey radiate outwards, a gentle counterpoint to the spirit's sorrow. He remembered a lullaby his grandmother used to sing, a simple tune about the moon watching over the sleeping world. Softly, almost under his breath, he began to hum it. It wasn't magic, not really. Just a human sound offered in kindness. The mountain spirit's shimmering form flickered. The oppressive thrumming faltered. A single silvery tear, like liquid moonlight, rolled down its indistinct face and landed on the compass in Leo's lap. Plink. The sound was impossibly clear in the hushed night. Where the tear touched the cloudy crystal, it cleared instantly, like fog burned away by sunlight. A warm, golden light blossomed from the compass, spreading across the crystal, illuminating the swirling symbols. The arrow spun once, then settled, pointing not at the spirit, but directly at Leo's own heart. The spirit lifted its head. The sorrowful thrumming softened, transformed into a gentler, questioning hum. Leo stopped humming and spoke, his voice quiet but steady in the vastness of the peak. "You were lonely," he said. It wasn't an accusation, just an understanding. "You missed the connection." The spirit seemed to sigh, a sound like wind sighing through ancient pines. An image formed in Leo's mind, not with words but with feelings. An age of guarding the mountains, watching life flourish below, but always separate, unseen, forgotten. The deep connection it guarded, the heart song of the land, had become a burden of isolation. "You don't have to be alone," Leo said gently, thinking of Barnaby's sturdy presence and Seraphina's watchful eyes. "The world notices, we noticed." He gestured to his friends. "The heart song, maybe it's meant to be shared, not just guarded." The mountain spirit shifted. The oppressive weight of sadness lifted, replaced by a tentative warmth, like the first rays of dawn. It reached out a shimmering tendril, not towards Leo, but towards the compass. It touched the now clear crystal. The golden light pulsed, bathing the spirit, the rock, Leo, Barnaby, and Seraphina in its comforting glow. The spirit's form solidified slightly, gaining a gentle, ethereal beauty. The mournful thrumming ceased entirely. In its place was a soft, harmonious chime, like tiny bells echoing through the peaks, a sound of peace, of connection restored. The whispering peaks no longer whispered sorrow, they sang a quiet, contented lullaby. The arrow on the compass, still pointing at Leo's heart, glowed steadily. He understood now. The true direction wasn't outwards to a distant place, but inwards to the connections he carried within him. The compass had led him not just to help the mountain spirit, but to discover the strength and kindness in his own heart, fostered by the friendships he'd made. The journey back through the moonlit woods felt different. Lighter. The air was sweet with the scent of night-blooming flowers. Seraphina flew ahead, her wings catching the silver light. Barnaby chattered happily about geological formations, his spectacles gleaming. The compass in Leo's pocket was quiet now, the crystal perfectly clear, the symbols no longer shifting. Its job for him was done. When Leo finally pushed open the door of the little bookshop on Elm Street, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. Mr. Thistleberry looked up from polishing a magnifying glass, his spectacles glinting. "Find what you were looking for, lad?" he asked, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Leo placed the brass compass gently on the counter. It looked utterly ordinary now, just a tarnished relic. "I found out that home isn't just a place," Leo said, his voice thick with tiredness and contentment. "It's the feeling you carry, the connections." Mr. Thistleberry picked up the compass. It didn't hum. The arrow didn't move. "Ah," he said softly, turning it over in his hands. "It remembers the journey, though, and so do you. The compass showed you the direction, but you walked the path with an open heart. That's the true magic." He placed the compass back in its spot between the globe and the owl. Sometimes the most extraordinary secrets are unlocked not by force, but by kindness and a willingness to listen. Leo walked home as the town began to wake. The drizzle had stopped, leaving the air clean and fresh. He thought of the mountain spirit, no longer weeping, but singing. He thought of Barnaby and Seraphina. He thought of the warm light of the compass pointing steadily at his own heart. The world still held its gray days, he knew, but now he also knew it thrummed with unseen connections, with quiet magic waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen with kindness. He carried the warmth of the journey, the gentle wisdom learned, and the comforting hum of true connection deep inside him, a cozy secret to hold onto, a peaceful certainty that even ordinary things could hold extraordinary wonder. And as he drifted off to sleep later that morning, the memory of the mountain's peaceful chime was the sweetest lullaby, whispering that home indeed is where your heart feels still. Story 3. Leela had always loved the familiar rhythms of Willow Brook. Each morning she'd watch dew-kissed spiderwebs glisten between the lavender bushes, trace the same mossy path to the village well, and listen for Old Man Hemlock's whistling kettle at precisely 9 o'clock. But lately whispers of change rustled through the cobblestone lanes. Her hands felt too big for her favorite teacups. Her laughter sounded strange in her own ears. Even the ancient oak outside her window seemed to stretch its branches higher overnight, as if urging her toward a sky she wasn't ready to touch. Her grandmother noticed. "Come, little sparrow," she said one crisp autumn afternoon, her voice soft as carded wool. She led Leela to her sunlit workshop, where jars of dried petals lined the shelves like captured rainbows. The wandering woods call to those feeling adrift. There's a grove where moon petals bloom, silver flowers that shift shape with your thoughts. Perhaps they'll help untangle what troubles you. Leela hesitated. The woods were unpredictable, paths changed, streams sang lullabies, and shadows held more than darkness. Yet the ache in her chest, that sense of being a puzzle piece forced into the wrong space, drew her toward the tree line at twilight. As she stepped beneath the canopy, the air hummed. Ferns unfurled velvet fronds where none grew yesterday, and a brook bubbled a new melody just for her. But when she reached the moonpetal grove, her breath caught. The flowers were shriveled, petals brittle and gray as forgotten ashes. A small whimper escaped her. "Lost things find their way back, given patience," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. A creature no taller than Leela's knee emerged, a moss-draped spriggan with eyes like liquid amber. His name was Thistle, guardian of the grove. He patted a withered bloom. "Moon petals reflect the heart. Yours feels stuck." Leela sank onto a tree root. "Everything's changing, Thistle, even me. I don't know who I'm becoming." She described her clumsy hands, the way her old blue dress pinched at the shoulders, how the village children's games now felt childish, yet grown-up games felt like wearing someone else's shoes. Thistle nodded solemnly. "Change is the forest's oldest magic. Watch." He breathed upon a gray petal. It shimmered, softening into pearly white before crumbling again. "See, it remembers light even when buried, but it needs help to hold the shape." He placed a tiny acorn cup in Leila's palm. "Dew from the whispering falls at dawn. It helps memories breathe." For 3 mornings, Leela journeyed deeper into the woods. Each dawn she collected dewdrops where the falls sighed secrets against mossy stones. Thistle guided her, showing her how squirrel tracks wrote poems in the mud, and how spiderwebs strung between birches caught not flies, but stray sunbeams. Slowly, Leela noticed shifts within herself too. Her footsteps grew surer on unfamiliar trails. She learned to distinguish the scent of rain-promising clouds from snow-bearing ones. Once, when a thicket of thorn vines blocked her path, she didn't panic. Instead, she hummed the brook's melody, and the vines shivered aside like courtiers. Yet the moon petals remained stubbornly gray. Frustration prickled Leela's eyes. "Why won't they bloom? I'm trying." "Trying isn't feeling, little sapling," Thistle chided gently. He pointed to a towering sycamore split by lightning long ago. New branches sprouted from its scarred trunk, cradling nests filled with chirping fledglings. The tree didn't try to grow anew, it simply let life flow through its wounds. That night Leela sat alone in the grove, moonlight dappling the lifeless blooms. She stopped fighting the ache inside. Instead, she poured her dew onto the nearest flower and whispered not of fear, but of small, hard-won truths, the satisfaction of scaling the rocky outcrop near the falls, the joy in identifying bird calls with thistle, the warmth of grandmother's smile when she'd returned muddy but bright-eyed each morning. She spoke of the sadness too, the lavender bushes seeming smaller, the ache for simpler days. Tears mingled with dew on the petals. A gasp escaped her. Where her tears fell, silver veins pulsed through the gray. One petal lifted, fragile as moth wings, glowing with captured moonlight. Then another. And another. Soon the entire grove shimmered, flowers transforming into luminous, ever-shifting shapes, one moment like unfurling ferns, the next like spiraling galaxies, mirroring Leela's newfound acceptance of her own unfolding self. They emitted a fragrance like rain on warm earth and crushed pine needles, the scent of possibility. Thistle danced on a toadstool, his mossy cloak glinting. You see, you weren't broken, little sapling, you were becoming, and becoming requires both roots and reaching. Leela returned to Willowbrook changed, yet more herself than ever. She still visited the lavender bushes, but now she planted new seeds, dreamer's thyme and starflowers, beside them. Her laughter, deeper and richer, no longer startled her. She helped old man Hemlock plant his winter garden, her once clumsy hands now deft with seedlings. When village children asked wide-eyed about the woods, she spoke not of fears, but of dewdrop jewels and flowers that bloomed with courage. Years later, Leela would lead her own granddaughter to the Moon-Petal Grove. The flowers would shimmer silver, reflecting countless stories of growth. And as twilight painted the sky in peach and lavender, she'd whisper, "The greatest magic isn't in staying the same, little sparrow. It's in learning to dance with the changes, trusting that every tender, uncertain step is part of your own beautiful unfolding. Just listen," and together they'd hear the forest hum its ancient, comforting lullaby, a song of roots deepening, branches reaching, and hearts forever blooming under the gentle moon. Story 4. The velvet curtain of twilight settled over the village of Willow Creek, painting the sky in soft strokes of lavender and peach. Inside his snug cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, young Leo carefully placed his worn gardening gloves on a hook. His grandfather, a gentle man with hands like gnarled roots, had always said, "The earth remembers kindness, Leo." Tonight Leo felt a peculiar pull towards the cluttered potting shed, a place filled with the comforting sense of damp earth, old wood, and forgotten things. Amongst the trowels and terracotta pots, tucked away on a dusty shelf behind a coil of rope, something caught the faint moonlight filtering through the grimy window. It was an old watering can, made of tarnished copper, its spout shaped like a gently curving swan's neck. Leo had seen it 100 times, but tonight it seemed to hum with a quiet energy. He lifted it down, surprised by its cool, smooth weight. As his fingers brushed the intricate pattern of leaves etched onto its side, a tiny, shimmering droplet of water not from the can, but seemingly from the air itself, condensed on the spout and fell with a soft plink onto the shed's wooden floor. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect, luminescent blue forget-me-not bloomed instantly, glowing with a soft inner light before fading back into the wood grain. Leo gasped. This was no ordinary watering can. This was magic. His heart hammered with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. He filled it carefully from the rain barrel outside, the water sloshing with an unusually musical sound. Tentatively, he aimed the swan-neck spout at a wilting spider plant grandfather had fretted over. A single drop fell. Immediately, the limp leaves straightened, deepening to a vibrant emerald green. New shoots unfurled, strong and healthy. Leo's eyes widened. This was wondrous. But then, a troubling thought bloomed. The small, cherished patch of moon petals in grandfather's garden, rare, silvery flowers that only bloomed under starlight, had been fading inexplicably for weeks. Grandfather's face grew sadder each day he checked them. Could the watering can help? This began Leo's quiet journey. Not a grand trek across mountains, but a nightly pilgrimage to the moon petal patch, guided by the soft glow of fireflies and the luminous watering can. He discovered its magic wasn't just about growth, it revealed secrets. Watering the soil around the struggling moon petals, the droplets didn't just sink in. They shimmered, and where they touched the earth, tiny, ghostly images flickered, the delicate network of roots below, pale and weak, and a subtle, sickly gray shadow leaching into them from deeper underground. Leo needed help. He needed understanding. His first helper arrived on silent paws. Bartholomew was a wise old badger, his fur striped silver and black like moonlight on bark, who often watched Leo from the edge of the woods. Bartholomew had a low, rumbling voice and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. "Trouble in the roots, young sprout," he murmured, sniffing the damp earth Leo pointed to. "The earth speaks of sickness deep below, but badgers dig, not interpret whispers of soil." Then came Pip, a whirlwind of feathers and chatter. A tiny wren with a chestnut-brown breast and eyes like polished jet beads, she darted down from the old oak. "Ooh, shiny water, sick flowers," Badger grumbles, she chirped, landing precariously on the watering can's handle. "Pip knows roots, Pip listens to worms. Worms talk a lot, mostly about dirt, but sometimes about other dirt." Pip, it turned out, was friends with every earthworm in the garden and understood their simple, earthy language. Together, this unlikely trio formed a fellowship of the moon petals. Leo with his magical watering can that revealed hidden ailments. Bartholomew with his deep knowledge of the woods and the creatures that burrowed within. And Pip, the tiny translator, who flitted down burrows to converse with the worms. The challenge was clear: discover what poison seeped into the roots, and more importantly, how to heal it without force, without disturbing the delicate balance of the garden. Night after night they worked. Leo watered specific spots, the shimmering droplets revealing the gray shadow's path. It seemed to be flowing from a seemingly innocuous pile of old, moss-covered stones near the garden wall. Bartholomew carefully excavated around the stones, his powerful claws moving with surprising delicacy. Pip relayed frantic messages from the earthworms below. "Cold gray water, not rain, tastes bad, makes roots sleepy." Under the largest stone, Bartholomew uncovered not poison, but sadness. An old, cracked ceramic pipe, long forgotten, buried decades ago when the cottage had different plumbing. It wasn't leaking anything harmful now, but its presence, its cold, unnatural shape pressed against the living earth, was stifling the flow of vital energies. The gray shadow was the earth's sorrow, a stagnation caused by this buried relic of the past. Force wouldn't help here. Digging it out roughly might damage more roots. Anger wouldn't mend the earth's spirit. Wisdom was needed. Understanding. Kindness. "Grandfather always says the earth remembers kindness," Leo whispered, looking at the sad, cracked pipe revealed by Bartholomew's careful digging. An idea sparked. He filled the enchanted watering can not from the rain barrel, but from the small, clear spring Bartholomew knew about deep in the wood's water that sang with pure, ancient life. Holding the can over the exposed pipe and the grieving earth around it, Leo didn't pour. He simply let the magic flow. Gentle, glowing droplets fell like liquid starlight, soaking into the soil and the old ceramic. As the luminous water touched the pipe, the cracked ceramic didn't mend, but it seemed to soften, to lose its cold hostility. The gray shadow in the earth, revealed again by a droplet Leo let fall nearby, began to shimmer and dissolve, replaced by threads of warm, golden light weaving through the soil. The earthworms, reported Pip with excited chirps, were singing a different tune, Warm, happy, good water, roots waking up. Over the next few nights, Leo continued. He watered not just the moon petals, but the earth where the pipe lay, pouring kindness and pure spring water onto the memory of hurt. Bartholomew carefully filled the hole back in, whispering reassurances to the soil. Pip flitted about, singing encouraging worm songs. The moon petals, their roots finally free of the gray sorrow, began to strengthen. Pale silver buds, tightly furled, appeared amongst their leaves. One clear, star-drenched night, the transformation was complete. Leo, Bartholomew watching solemnly from the shadows, and Pip perched on his shoulder, held their breath. Under the full moon's silvery gaze, the moon petals unfurled. Not just a few, but a whole constellation of them, their petals glowing with a soft, ethereal light, shimmering like captured moonlight and smelling of cool night air and distant dreams. They were more beautiful, more vibrant than Leo or his grandfather had ever seen. Grandfather found Leo asleep the next morning, curled on a soft rug near the garden door, a faint smile on his face. When he saw the radiant moon petals, his eyes, old but bright, filled with tears of joy. He didn't ask how, he simply knelt, breathing in their cool fragrance, his gnarled hand resting gently on the soil. The earth remembers kindness, he whispered, echoing his own words, his voice thick with emotion. Leo kept the copper watering can. He used it sparingly, reverently, understanding now that its true magic wasn't just in making things grow, but in revealing the hidden needs, the quiet sorrows, and the deep connections that bound all living things. It taught him to see with more than his eyes, to listen to the whispers of the earth and its creatures, and that the greatest challenges were often overcome not by force, but by patience, friendship, and a gentle, understanding heart. The enchanted watering can remained an ordinary object on the outside, holding its extraordinary secret close, a constant reminder that wonder and wisdom often bloom in the quietest corners, waiting only for a kind hand and an open heart to discover them. And as Leo drifted to sleep each night, the scent of healthy earth and the memory of glowing moon petals filled his dreams with peaceful, shimmering light, knowing that even the smallest kindness could heal the deepest hidden hurt. Story 5. The worn velvet armchair in the corner of Mr. Pemberton's dusty bookshop wasn't just comfortable, it was Theo's favorite place in the world. 10 years old, with eyes like curious saucers and a heart that beat a little faster at the scent of old paper, Theo spent every Saturday afternoon lost within the shop's towering shelves. He wasn't searching for grand adventures in far-off lands, though. Theo loved the ordinary books, the ones about mushroom identification, cloud formations, and the history of shoelaces. He believed the most extraordinary secrets were hidden in the everyday. One drizzly October afternoon, tucked deep in the miscellaneous and unsorted section, a dimly lit alcove smelling of damp wool and forgotten promises, Theo pulled out a particularly unassuming book. Its cover was plain brown cardboard, frayed at the edges with no title, only a small, faded symbol that looked like a compass rose drawn with overlapping leaves. Inside, instead of printed words, were handwritten notes in faded ink, sketches of peculiar plants, star charts with unfamiliar constellations, and maps of places that didn't exist on any globe Theo knew. It wasn't a book at all, it was a journal. As Theo carefully turned the fragile pages, a loose, folded sheet of thick, creamy paper slipped out and fluttered to the floor. Unfolding it, Theo's breath hitched. It was a map. Not of a country, but of his own town, Port Willoughby. Yet it was utterly transformed. Familiar streets like Oak Lane and Market Square were there, but drawn over them, shimmering with faint, silvery ink only visible when the light hit just right, was another layer. It showed paths winding through Mrs. Higgins' prize-winning rose garden, a tunnel beneath the old stone bridge by the river, and a staircase sketched right through the floor of the town library, leading down into swirling, ink-eyed depths labeled the Whispering Rootways. The most captivating feature was a star-shaped pool drawn deep within the woods bordering the town, marked simply, the star pool, where forgotten things remember their shine. Theo's fingers tingled. This wasn't just a map, it was an invitation to a hidden world layered over his own. The journal's owner, someone who signed pages only with a looping M, had seen the magic in the mundane. Theo knew with a certainty that warmed him from his toes to the tips of his ears that he had to find the star pool. His journey began the very next Saturday, the secret map safely tucked inside his favorite notebook. His first helper appeared almost immediately, though not in a form he expected. As Theo stood hesitantly at the edge of Whisperwood, the ancient forest that guarded the town's northern border, a small, russet-colored squirrel with unusually bright, intelligent eyes scampered down an oak tree and landed squarely on his boot. "Lost the nut, did you?" Theo murmured, expecting the squirrel to dart away. Instead it chittered, a complex series of clicks and whistles, then pointed a tiny paw decisively down a narrow, moss-draped path that Theo hadn't even noticed before, a path that shimmered faintly on his map. The squirrel, whom Theo mentally named Bramble, became his unexpected guide. Bramble didn't speak words, but communicated through urgent gestures, expressive chitters, and an uncanny ability to find the hidden trails marked in silver. He seemed to understand the map implicitly, leading Theo confidently away from the well-trodden paths. The woods transformed around them. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled gold coins, illuminating carpets of emerald moss that felt like velvet underfoot. Giant gnarled roots formed archways dripping with fragrant ferns. The air hummed with the drowsy buzz of bees and the sweet scent of unseen blossoms. It was a world within a world, hushed and ancient. Deep within this hidden wood, where the map indicated a fork beside a waterfall that sang in tiny, tinkling voices, Theo encountered his second helper. Perched precariously on a shelf of wet rock beside the cascading water was a small, grumpy-looking toad. He was a mottled green and brown, with wise, golden eyes that seemed far too old for his size. He croaked, a sound like a rusty hinge. "You're off the beaten track, youngling," the toad rumbled, his voice surprisingly deep and gravelly. Even for one following M's scribbles. Theo gasped. "You know about M and the map." The toad, who introduced himself as Thistle, though he insisted on being addressed as Master Thistle, puffed out his chest. "Knew M, fine fellow, bit too curious for his own good, like someone else I see." He eyed Theo shrewdly. "Looking for the pool, a tricky business, paths shift. The woods remember, and sometimes they forget kindly." Thistle, despite his gruff exterior, possessed a deep knowledge of the Whisperwood's secret rhythms and the language of the stones and streams. He could interpret the map's more cryptic symbols. A cluster of dots meant beware of drowsy badgers. A wavy line indicated follow the scent of moon mint. He became Theo's interpreter and cautious advisor, often reminding him to listen with his feet, not just his ears. Their journey wasn't without challenges. Bramble led them through thickets woven like thorny puzzles. Thistle navigated them across stepping stones that appeared only when the moonlight touched the water at a certain angle. They encountered a field of luminous mushrooms that sang lullabies, tempting them to sleep, and a grove where the trees whispered confusing riddles. Theo learned to move slowly, to observe the subtle signs, the way certain moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific song of a hidden bird that meant clear path ahead. One challenge, however, loomed larger than the others. According to the map and Thistle's grim nod, the final approach to the star pool was guarded by the veil of mist and memory. It wasn't a physical barrier one could push through. As they reached a serene, fern-filled clearing bathed in late afternoon light, a wall of soft, pearlescent mist shimmered into existence before them, blocking the path marked clearly on Theo's map. It pulsed with a gentle light, and within its depths, fleeting images flickered: a lost toy boat, a forgotten birthday cake, a whispered secret, a moment of sadness. Wisdom, not force, youngling, Thistle croaked softly, settling onto a cool stone. This mist isn't hostile, it's remembering, and it asks you to remember too. Force will only scatter it, and you along with it. You must find the key within. Bramble chittered anxiously, scampering up Theo's leg to perch on his shoulder. Theo stood before the shifting wall of light and memory, his heart pounding. He thought of the journal's author, who saw magic in the ordinary. He thought of his own love for the dusty bookshop, the quiet joy of discovery. The mist wasn't just guarding the pool, it was a reflection. Closing his eyes for a moment, Theo didn't try to push. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his most treasured ordinary object, a smooth, worry-worn stone he'd found on the beach years ago, gray with a single, perfect white stripe. He held it out towards the mist, not as a weapon, but as an offering. A memory. He thought of the day he'd found it, the smell of salt and seaweed, the sound of gulls, the feeling of pure, simple happiness. "See," he whispered to the mist. "It's just a stone, but it's my stone. It remembers the sea for me." The mist pulsed. The image of a crashing wave flickered within it, matching the memory Theo held in his heart. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, not trying to part the mist, but simply walking into it, holding his stone and his memory. The mist enveloped him, cool and damp. Images swirled, not frightening, but poignant. A lost mitten. A first day of school. A shared smile. He felt a pang for each one, a gentle ache of remembrance. He didn't fight it, he acknowledged it, whispering, "I see you." As he walked, holding his ordinary stone and his ordinary precious memories, the mist began to thin. It wasn't retreating, it was welcoming. It swirled around him like a gentle embrace, the fleeting images softening into warm, golden light. Bramble clung tightly, Thistle hopped steadily beside his foot, and step by step, they walked through the veil. On the other side, the world opened into breathtaking beauty. They stood on the edge of a small, perfectly circular pool. Its water wasn't blue or green, but a deep, velvety black, like the night sky. And scattered across its surface, shimmering with an inner light, were countless points of silvery white light, not reflections of stars, but stars within the water itself. It was like looking into a mirror of the cosmos. The air hummed with a deep, peaceful silence, broken only by the soft, crystalline plink as a droplet fell from an overhanging fern leaf into the pool, sending ripples of light dancing across the starry surface. "This is it," Thistle breathed, his grumpiness replaced with awe. "The star pool, where forgotten things remember they were once loved." Theo knelt at the water's edge. He saw his reflection, wide-eyed and wonderstruck, superimposed over the starry depths. Then other shapes began to form in the water, not reflections, but memories made visible. He saw a kind-faced man with spectacles, carefully sketching the map. He saw a child's lost balloon, bobbing happily amongst the stars. He saw a faded photograph, a soldier's smile, glowing softly. He saw his own worry stone, shining brighter than any star in the pool. Each forgotten thing, big or small, held its own gentle light, remembered and cherished in this hidden place. Theo didn't take anything. He didn't need to. He simply sat, Bramble curled in his lap, Thistle silent beside him, watching the forgotten shine. He understood M's quest and the map's true purpose. It wasn't just about finding a magical place. It was about learning to see the magic already woven into the fabric of the ordinary world, in a dusty bookshop, in a simple stone, in the kindness of a squirrel or the wisdom of a toad. The magic was in paying attention, in cherishing the small moments, and in understanding that even forgotten things hold light. The journey back through the Whisperwood felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Bramble scampered ahead, occasionally darting back to nudge Theo's hand. Thistle offered gruff but fond commentary on the best slugs for supper. Theo carried the quiet luminescence of the star pool within him, a warm, starry light nestled beside his heart. He returned the journal and the map to their alcove in Mr. Pemberton's shop, carefully placing them back where he'd found them. He didn't need the map anymore. He had learned its true lesson. Port Willoughby hadn't changed, yet everything felt different. The cobblestones seemed to hum faintly beneath his feet. The rusted weather vane on the bakery roof spun with a secret grace. The scent of old books in the shop was no longer just dust, but the fragrance of countless stories waiting to be remembered. That night, as Theo lay in bed, the soft glow of his nightlight mimicking the star pool's gentle radiance, he held his ordinary gray stone. It felt warm. He thought of bramble, thistle, the singing waterfall, and the shimmering mist. He thought of forgotten smiles shining like stars in dark water. The extraordinary secret wasn't locked away in a distant pool. It was everywhere, waiting patiently in the quiet corners, the overlooked moments, and the simple, kind hearts of unexpected friends. It was the magic of seeing, truly seeing, the world not just as it was, but as it could be when remembered with love. And with that warm, starry light glowing softly within him, Theo drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of gentle woods, wise toads, and a universe of forgotten things, all shining brightly, just beneath the surface of the everyday world. Story 6. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled gold upon moss-cushioned stones, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth, and the very trees seemed to breathe in time with the seasons. Among the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a young hedgehog named Bramble blinked awake to the soft chime of dew dripping from fern fronds. His nose twitched at the aroma of wild thyme carried on the dawn breeze, a signal that the turning festival was near, when forest folk celebrated the shift from summer's warmth to autumn's crisp embrace. Bramble's grandmother, Elder Moss, stirred nearby, her quills silvered with age and wisdom. "Listen," she murmured, her voice like rustling parchment. "Hear how the stream sings lower today, the earth whispers of imbalance." True enough, the brook's usual lively babble had faded to a tired trickle, and the ferns lining its banks hung limp and yellowed. Worse still, the moonpetal flowers, whose silvery blooms usually glowed like captured starlight to guide night travelers, remained tightly furled, though the full moon had waxed and waned twice. Without their light, the firefly sentinels grew weary, and shadows deepened where they shouldn't. The forest's harmony was fraying, and Bramble's heart prickled with worry. Generations of hedgehogs had tended the whispering stones, mossy monoliths that thrummed with seasonal magic. When touched by the first autumn fog, they hummed a low, resonant note that coaxed roots to deepen and seeds to sleep. But this year the stones stayed silent and cold. "Magic ebbs when the land suffers," Elder Moss explained, tracing a withered leaf with her claw. "The stream's thirst dries the stones' voices. We must seek the cloud spinners." And so Bramble embarked on a journey, his tiny paws sinking into velvet moss as he followed the ailing stream uphill. He passed families of field mice weaving tapestries from fallen leaves, their needles clicking like raindrops. "The air tastes of dust," fretted a mouse elder, offering Bramble a thimble of honeysuckle nectar. "Even the wind avoids the high meadows now." Higher still, Bramble met Luna, a silver-winged moth whose ancestors had danced with northern lights. She fluttered anxiously above shriveled clover patches. "The soil forgets how to dream," Luna sighed, her wings casting frail shadows. "Without dreams, the seasons blur." Together they climbed to the cloud spinner's eyrie, a meadow where spider-weavers strung dewdrop threads between thistledown. But the spiders crouched listlessly, their looms empty. "The sky mist avoids us," whispered Ariadne, their eldest, her 8 eyes dull with sorrow. No dew means no rain songs to weave. Bramble watched a lone cloud drift overhead, pale and thin as old lace. He remembered Elder Moss's teaching, all things breathe together. A stream's sigh becomes a cloud's tear. Inspired, Luna gathered the fireflies to mimic the lost moon petals, their bodies pulsing like tiny lanterns. The field mice wove nets from willow reeds, while Bramble gently nudged pebbles to divert the stream's last trickle toward the whispering stones. As water kissed the nearest stone, a faint vibration shivered through the earth. Hope sparked when Ariadne's kin began spinning threads from the firefly's light and the Micah's woven nets, casting them skyward like glistening fishing lines. For 3 days and nights they worked. Luna's wings grew dusty, Bramble's paws ached, and the Micah's thimbles ran dry. But slowly, miraculously, the clouds thickened. The spider silk threads grew heavy with captured starlight and moth dust, pulling the clouds lower, lower, until the first raindrop fell. It struck the whispering stones with a clear ping, like a bell rung after centuries of silence. One by one, the stones awoke. Their hum built into a deep, resonant chorus that echoed through roots and branches. Rain poured sweet and cool, filling the stream until it laughed over rocks again. Moon petals unfurled, painting the night in liquid silver. As fog rose with dawn, Bramble watched the forest drink deeply. Ferns uncurled emerald fists, soil darkened with dreams, and spiders wove rainbows from retreating storm clouds. At the turning festival, fireflies spiraled in joy above the healed meadow. Elder Moss pressed a paw to the now vibrant stones. "You see, little one, wisdom isn't knowing all answers. It's listening to the questions whispered in rustling leaves and parched earth." Bramble snuffled the rain-fresh air, tasting time and promise. He understood now the forest was a great, breathing tapestry. Every creature, from the tiniest spider to the oldest oak, was a thread in its weave. That night, as Bramble curled beneath the oak's roots, the stones hummed a lullaby of balance restored, a melody of trickling streams, rustling seeds, and clouds adrift on benevolent winds. And deep in the whispering woods, magic bloomed softly once more, cradled in the quiet harmony of shared guardianship and the eternal, gentle turn of the seasons. Story 7. In the quiet village of Glimmerdale, nestled between whispering pines and a river that hummed lullabies, odd little disturbances began to unfold. It started one misty morning when young Milo opened his grandmother's oak cupboard. Her favorite honey jar, always full of golden sweetness that tasted of summer clover, was empty. Not a drop remained, though the lid sat perfectly sealed. Then Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses lost every petal overnight, leaving bare stems under the moonlight. Worst of all, the village clock tower's chimes fell silent, though its gears still turned smoothly. No one could explain it, and a murmur of puzzled concern rustled through the cobblestone lanes. Milo, a boy with a curious heart and hair the color of walnut shells, decided to investigate. With his patchwork satchel and a lantern that cast buttery light, he visited the wise old stone tortoise, Jasper, who dozed by the mossy well. Jasper's shell was etched with ancient runes, and his voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Seek patterns, little one," he advised, blinking amber eyes. "Magic often hides in what's overlooked, like the space between raindrops or the hush before dawn." Milo nodded, noticing honeybee tracks near the empty jar and rose petals scattered toward the northern woods. The clues glimmered like breadcrumbs. That evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, Milo followed the petal trail. Deep in the elderberry thickets, he met a family of luminescent moths, Opal, Azure, and their tiny daughter, Lumen. Their wings shimmered like stained glass, and they fluttered anxiously around Milo's lantern. "Forgive us," whispered Opal, her voice a chime of regret. "We borrowed the honey to mend Lumen's torn wing. Its stickiness binds better than spider silk. The petals, a blanket for our chrysalis cousins, shivering in last week's frost, and the clock's chime." She drooped her antennae. "We muffled it with velvet moss. The sound vibrations were cracking our egg sacs in the tower rafters. Milo's eyes widened, not in anger but wonder. He gently gathered the moths in his cupped hands, feeling their wings brush his palms like whispers. Together they devised a solution. Villagers would leave offerings of honey-dipped petals in hollow stumps. The clock would chime only at noon, when eggs were sturdiest, and Lumen's wing healed with Milo's grandmother's special salve. At the next twilight, the whole village feasted under the stars, sharing stories as moths danced overhead, weaving light into crowns for every child. The mystery hadn't been theft, just a quiet plea for kindness, waiting to be heard. And as Milo drifted to sleep that night, the river's lullaby sounded sweeter, woven with the soft hum of grateful wings. Story 8. In the sleepy village of Glimmerbrook, where chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke and cobblestones sparkled with embedded moon quartz, young Theo noticed something peculiar. Each morning the villagers discovered their freshly baked berry tarts, set to cool on windowsills overnight, had vanished without a crumb. Only tiny, shimmering paw prints remained on the dukest sills. "Polite thieves," chuckled Elder Marigold, her silver braids catching the firelight as Theo shared his worries by her hearth. But thieves all the same. The mystery deepened when Mrs. Bramble's prize-winning roses began blooming in midnight blue instead of crimson. Theo, whose quiet curiosity matched the gentle hum of Glimmerbrook's enchanted brook, decided to investigate. With Elder Marigold's advice, "Listen to the wind, child. It carries more than songs," he spent evenings watching the village square. One moonlit night, he glimpsed a small, furry creature with moth-like wings darting between flower beds. It nudged a tart with its velvety nose, then vanished into the weeping willow's shadow. Following the creature's path, Theo discovered a hidden burrow beneath the willow's roots. Inside, a family of star-nosed glimmerkins trembled, tiny beings who fed on moonlight and kindness. Their eldest, Pip, explained in soft, chiming whispers. A careless spell from a passing wizard had dimmed their moon lamp, leaving them cold and hungry. Unable to absorb moonlight, they'd nibbled berry tarts for warmth and shifted rose colors by accident while seeking nectar to survive. "We never meant to trouble anyone," Pip sighed, their star-shaped nose flickering weakly. Theo's heart swelled. He remembered Elder Marigold's words about the Windsinger stones, ancient rocks that amplified starlight when arranged just so. With Pip guiding him, Theo gathered 7 smooth stones from the brook and placed them in a spiral beneath the willow. As the first stars blinked awake, the stones began to glow, weaving threads of silver light into a radiant canopy above the Glimmerkin's burrow. Warmth flooded the den, and Pip's star nose brightened like a captured constellation. Come morning, Theo led the villagers to the willow. Instead of anger, they brought honey cakes and woven blankets. Mrs. Bramble gifted the Glimmerkin's seeds for moon petals, flowers that bloomed in starlight. Pip, now glowing with health, revealed their true talent, guiding lost things home. Ever after, misplaced mittens or wandering chickens returned with a trail of stardust. The berry tarts remained untouched, but new pastries appeared, moonbeam muffins shared at twilight feasts under the willow. And so, Glimmerbrook learned that even the strangest occurrences often bloomed from simple needs. Theo drifted to sleep each night to the chime of Glimmerkin laughter, knowing that kindness, like starlight, could unravel the deepest mysteries and turn them into friendship's gentle glow. Story 9. The little village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. "That old thing belonged to my great-aunt," grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. Never could get it to whistle properly. One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones, an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler, and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. Listen, she urged. Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel. Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, he reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. Old tree sleeps deep, she whispered. Very deep. Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, maps show the way, but not the why. The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand. The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken. It was waiting. Waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why." Together they planted the seed of stillness in grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys he knew weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. Story 10. On the fog-shrouded trading moon of Sulfara, where starlight dripped like liquid silver through atmospheric filters, two beings huddled in adjoining escape pods. One was Pip, a flutterkin from the emerald canopy world of Viridia, barely knee-high to most species, with moth-like wings of iridescent velvet and antennae that shimmered with nervous energy. The other was Gorlak, a stone singer from the gravity-crushed core planet of Gehenna Prime, a hulking figure of living granite, joints grinding softly like tectonic plates settling, with eyes like cooled lava pits glowing beneath a craggy brow. Neither spoke as their crippled freighter, the Whispering Star, plummeted toward the uncharted jungle planet below. Pip trembled, wings folded tight. Gorlak remained statue still, radiating disapproval. Their first misunderstanding bloomed like toxic fungi in the humid wreckage. When Pip fluttered anxiously near Gorlak's moss-dappled shoulder, offering a salvaged hydration tablet, the stone singer recoiled. "Your dust clogs my vents," Gorlak rumbled, voice like boulders tumbling down a ravine. Pip's antennae drooped. On Viridia, sharing resources was sacred. To Gorlak, the flutterkin's pollen-light touch felt invasive, a violation of Gehennan boundaries. For days they navigated serpentine rivers and bioluminescent forests in frosty silence. Pip wept dewdrop tears when Gorlak accidentally crushed a nest of singing glow beetles, precious to flutterkin as kin. Gorlak mistook the sorrow for weakness, grumbling, "Sentiment slows survival." The jungle tested them. Carnivorous vines lashed at Pip's wings, forcing Gorlak to shield the tiny being with his own unyielding body. When acidic rain dissolved Gorlak's outer mineral layer, Pip gathered resin from weeping trees, patching the stone singer's wounds with trembling care. "Why?" Gorlak rasped, watching Pip's delicate claws smear sticky balm over his cracks. "Your song," Pip whispered. During the storm, Gorlak had absent-mindedly hummed, a low, resonant vibration that calmed Pip's terror. Stone singers communed through seismic hymns. Pip heard it as comfort. Gorlak's lava eyes softened. "You listen to stone songs." A shared challenge forged their truce. They discovered a crashed escape pod beacon, but it lay guarded by spinebacks, armored reptilians whose shrieks shattered glass. Pip's wings could scout paths invisible to Gorlak's ground-bound sight, yet the spineback's sonic cries paralyzed the flutterkin. "I cannot fight sound," Gorlak admitted, fist clenching. "But you can change it," Pip realized. On Viridia, Flutterkin redirected predator calls with harmonic frequencies. Together they devised a plan. Pip would lure the spinebacks into a narrow canyon while Gorlak sang a deep, pulsing counter-rhythm into the rock walls. The stones amplified his song, bending the shrieks into harmless echoes. As the baffled spinebacks scattered, Gorlak lifted Pip onto his shoulder, a perch no Gehenna had ever offered another species. One twilight, beneath a double moon casting pearlescent light, Pip noticed Gorlak's glow dimming. "You hunger," Pip murmured, recognizing the lethargy. Stone singers consumed rare minerals, scarce in the organic jungle. Desperate, Pip ventured into a crystal cave glittering with amethyst teeth, but the cavern's guardian, a quartz-scaled serpent, struck. Pip's wing tore. Hearing the flutterkin's distress chirp, Gorlak did the unthinkable. He ran, igniting dormant geothermal veins in his legs, shattering stalagmites in his haste. He shielded Pip, taking the serpent's fangs on his chest plate. As Pip bound Gorlak's fractures with vine lashings, the stone singer gently placed a chunk of amethyst in Pip's palm. "For your courage," he said. Pip pressed it back. "Eat, your song keeps the dark away." Rescue came when Gorlak pounded a harmonic SOS into a mountain's heart, while Pip signaled with wing-reflected moonlight. Aboard the rescue ship, medics marveled. Pip's pollen now coated Gorlak's healed seams like golden filigree, and Gorlak's stone shards hung around Pip's neck as a protective amulet. Back on Silphara, under the same silver starlight, they lingered at the docking bay. "I return to Gehenna Prime," Gorlak said, the grind in his voice now warm as a hearthstone. Pip's wings fluttered, casting prism shadows. Viridia's forests await. For a moment the void between them ached, until Pip landed on Gorlak's open palm. "Your song lives in my antennae," Pip hummed, matching Gorlak's seismic frequency. "And your dust," Gorlak chuckled, "polishes my soul." Years later, traders tell of a crystalline garden on Viridia's highest bough, tended by a flutterkin, where geodes sing Gehennan lullabies at dusk. And deep in Gehenna's obsidian citadels, a stone singer teaches hatchlings to listen for wing beats in the silence. Their friendship became a quiet revolution, a reminder that understanding is not the absence of difference, but the gentle art of turning fractures into bridges. In the vast, cold tapestry of space, two hearts had learned, kindness needs no translation. So rest now, little dreamer, wrapped in starlight and certainty. For even across galaxies, friendship's gravity holds firm, an unbreakable thread woven through the dark. Sleep deep and know you are never alone. Story 11. Oliver had always been the quiet boy in the village of Willowbrook. While others chased butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, he preferred sitting beneath the ancient oak at the forest's edge, tracing patterns in the moss with his fingertips. His grandmother called him a root child happiest when still, listening to whispers only the earth could share. But on the eve of the autumn equinox, as amber leaves spiraled through the crisp air, Oliver discovered something extraordinary beneath the oak's gnarled roots, a walnut-sized acorn glowing with soft, buttery light. When he held it, warmth spread through his palms like liquid sunlight, and the forest shadows rippled, revealing a hidden path veiled by ferns. That night the acorn pulsed beneath his pillow, casting dancing leaf shadows on the wall. It murmured in a voice like rustling parchment, "The veil thins, follow the moon path." Heart drumming, Oliver crept past sleeping cottages into the woods. Where moonlight touched the acorn, silver threads unspooled across the forest floor, guiding him through thickets that parted like curtains. Deeper he wandered, where trees wore beards of moss and foxfire mushrooms glimmered like fallen stars. There, beneath a weeping willow whose branches brushed a glass-still pond, he met Thistle, a badger whose fur shone like coal-dusted snow, and whose voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a brook. Lost root child. Thistle grunted, nudging a cluster of glowberries with his snout. The moon path doesn't lead wanderers without cause. Oliver showed him the acorn. Its light flared, illuminating Thistle's wise, weary eyes. "Ah," the badger sighed. "The heartseed, it's been centuries." He explained the veil, a boundary between the human world and Sylvan, the hidden forest realm where seasons danced to ancient rhythms. But Sylvan was fading. Colors bled from petals, streams ran silent, and the fireflies, guardians of starlight, had vanished. Without their glow, Thistle murmured, the veil will fray, both worlds will wither. Their quest began at dawn. The acorn's light guided them through valleys carpeted in luminescent clover, over hills where whispering grasses hummed harmonies to the wind. Oliver learned Sylvan's language, how honeybees buzzed secrets in pollen-scented code, how creek stones sang when struck by moonlight. Thistle, gruff yet patient, taught him to read bark scriptures and sip morning dew from tulip cups. But shadows deepened. In the crimson thicket, brambles lashed like scorpion tails, thirsty for warmth. Thistle shielded Oliver, taking scratches that matted his fur with crimson beads. "Why help me?" Oliver whispered, pressing cool moss to the wounds. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Because root children understand silence, and silence hears what noise cannot." Days blurred into weeks. They traversed the Mistfall River on lily pads that sank like sighing clouds, battled gale wraiths in the howling gorge by weaving lullabies from thistledown, and decoded riddles etched in spiderwebs. Oliver's shyness melted like frost in sunlight. He sang to frightened saplings, coaxing them through cracked earth, mended a robin's wing with river reeds, even convinced thorn vines to uncurl by sharing memories of sunrises. Thistle watched, pride warming his eyes. "Courage isn't roaring," he rumbled. "It's blooming where you're planted." The mystery unraveled in the starlight caverns, where crystals pulsed like frozen lightning. There, imprisoned in ice cages woven from stolen starlight, lay the fireflies, hundreds of them, their light dimming to faint embers. Before them loomed Umbra, a creature of shifting smoke and sorrow. "They abandoned me," it hissed, voice crackling like dead leaves. The light forgot the dark. Oliver trembled but stepped forward, Acorn blazing. He saw not a monster, but loneliness given form the shadow cast when light turns away. "You stole their glow," he said gently, "but light shared returns brighter." Holding the heartseed aloft, he offered not its brilliance, but its warmth. "Let them go. I'll stay with you till dawn." Umbra shuddered. The ice fractured. As fireflies streamed free, painting the cavern in gold, Oliver sat beside the creature, humming his grandmother's lullaby. Thistle joined him, fur pressed to smoky tendrils. Slowly Umbra's form softened, revealing eyes like liquid obsidian, reflecting the firefly's dance. "Forgotten," it whispered. "Always forgotten, never again," Oliver promised. He placed the acorn in Umbra's misty grasp. Instead of dimming, its light swelled, gentle as candle flame, wrapping them in radiance that held no fear. "Darkness cradles the stars," Thistle murmured. "Without it, light would blind us." At sunrise, Sylvan awoke. Vines unfurled emerald scrolls, rivers laughed over quartz, and fireflies wove constellations through dew-laden air. The veil shimmered, whole once more. Umbra, now a wisp of starlit smoke, brushed Oliver's cheek. "Guardians remember," it sighed, dissolving into the dawn. The heartseed, its light now a steady, comforting pulse, nestled back into Oliver's palm. Returning to Willowbrook, Oliver found his village unchanged, yet everything was different. He saw the baker's loneliness behind her smile, the blacksmith's hidden fear of thunder. Kneeling by the ancient oak, he pressed the acorn into the earth. It took root instantly, sprouting into a sapling whose leaves shimmered with captured moonlight. Thistle nudged him. "Stay, root child." Oliver smiled, watching fireflies blink like earthbound stars beyond the veil. "I'm already home." Years later, villagers spoke of the boy who conversed with badgers and grew trees from starlight. But Oliver, now a keeper of Sylvan's secrets, simply tended his moonlit sapling. On quiet nights when the veil thinned, he'd see Thistle watching from the ferns, fireflies garlanding his fur, and hear Umbra's contented sigh in the rustling leaves. And children drifting to sleep would catch the scent of petrichor and glowberries, dreaming of paths where kindness was the compass, and every shadow held the promise of light. Story 12. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dripped like honey through the canopy, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the boundary between earth and enchantment was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with secrets. In a burrow tucked beneath the gnarled roots of grandfather oak lived a young fox named Sorrel. Her coat was the russet of autumn leaves, and her eyes held the curious glint of starlight on water. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the air carried the scent of damp earth, decaying apples, and wood smoke from distant hearths, Sorrel noticed something peculiar. The stream that giggled over polished stones near her den flowed slower, its melody deepening. More startling were the frost moths. Tiny creatures no larger than Sorrel's paw, they usually emerged only on the first true frost, their wings like intricate panes of ice catching the pale winter sun. Yet here they were, fluttering weakly in the still warm amber light, their delicate wings shedding shimmering dust that smelled faintly of peppermint and melting snow. "They shouldn't be here," murmured Bramble, a wise old badger whose stripes were silvered with age, as he shuffled past, his claws clicking softly on the dry leaves. He paused, his nose twitching. "The earth sighs deeper today. The deep cold stirs too soon." Sorrel's whiskers trembled. The deep cold wasn't just winter, it was the ancient, slumbering magic that bound the seasons. Its early stirring meant imbalance. The frost moths, delicate harbingers of the frost, were appearing before their time, drawn out by the confused magic, only to weaken in the lingering warmth. If they faded before the true frost, the delicate transition into winter would falter. The deep roots might not sleep properly, the seeds wouldn't dream their necessary dreams beneath the snow, and spring's return could be sickly and slow. Driven by concern and the gentle, spicy scent of the distressed moths clinging to her fur, Sorrel decided to seek counsel. Her journey took her deeper into the Heartwood, where the air grew hushed and cathedral-like. Sunbeams slanted through the high canopy, illuminating galaxies of drifting dust motes. She padded past families of shy deer, their coats like dappled shadows, who dipped their heads in silent greeting. Squirrels chattered high above, their voices like dry leaves skittering on stone, busy storing nuts infused with the faint, sweet magic of preservation. A family of field mice, weaving tiny cloaks from thistledown and spider silk against the coming chill, paused to watch her pass, their tiny eyes wide and dark. Her destination was the moonlit glade, a clearing where silver birch trees stood like slender sentinels, their bark peeling in papery curls that glowed faintly in the twilight. Here resided Sylvanus, an ancient owl whose feathers held the patterns of constellations, and whose eyes were deep pools reflecting millennia of wisdom. He perched on a low, moss-covered branch, as still as the stone he resembled. "Greetings, little flame," Sylvanus rumbled, his voice a soft vibration in the velvet dark. "The forest breathes uneasily. You carry the scent of confusion and early frost." Sorrel sat, tucking her tail around her paws, the scent of crushed ferns rising around her. "The frost moths, Elder Sylvanus, they flutter weakly, called too soon. Bramble says the deep cold stirs early. What can be done?" Sylvanus closed his vast eyes for a moment, seeming to listen to the very pulse of the earth. "The balance trembles, child," he sighed, the sound like wind through dry reeds. "The great wheel of seasons turns, but a stone has lodged in its path. The whispers say the heart of the deep cold, deep within the crystal caverns beneath the whispering falls, is restless. Its dreams are troubled, pulling the frost magic prematurely." He opened his eyes, pinpoints of starlight in the gloom. Long ago, before even the oldest oak took root, the creatures learned that harmony is not passive. It requires tending like the finest garden. When the deep cold dreams fitfully, its chill escapes untethered. The frost moths feel its call before the earth is ready to receive it. They are drawn, yet weakened by the lingering sun. But how do we soothe a giant's dream? Sorrel asked, her breath misting slightly in the suddenly cooler air of the glade. With the song of the forest, Sylvanus replied. With the gathered warmth of shared purpose. The deep cold responds to the collective spirit of the wood. It needs to feel the steady rhythm of life preparing for its rest, not confusion. You must gather the voices, the hum of the bees drowsing in their hives, the deep thrum of the badgers in their sets, the rustle of leaves settling for sleep, the patient murmur of roots deep in the dark earth. Carry this symphony to the crystal caverns. Let it be a lullaby for the restless giant. The task felt immense, like gathering moonlight in her paws. Yet Sorrel felt a spark of determination ignite within her chest, warm against the growing chill. She set off, her mission clear. First she found Bramble deep in his set, the air thick with the comforting scent of dry earth and sleepy badger. She explained Sylvanus's words. Bramble nodded slowly, his heavy head dipping. The earth song, yes, we badgers know it well. We will add our deep grounding hum. He closed his eyes, and a low, resonant vibration began, barely audible, but Sorrel felt it through her paws, a steady thrum that seemed to travel through the roots. Next she sought the deer king, a majestic stag whose antlers seemed woven from moonlight and shadow. He listened, his large, liquid eyes reflecting the worry in the air. The rhythm of the herd, he mused, his voice like wind sighing through pines. Our steady tread upon the fallen leaves, the soft huff of our breath in the cold air, this is our part of the song. We shall walk the boundary paths with intention. He lowered his great head, and a deep, rhythmic snuffling sound began, joined by the soft, synchronized tread of many hooves on the forest floor. Sorrel visited the squirrel families high in the hickory trees. They paused in their frantic gathering, their tiny chests heaving. Our chattering piped up a young squirrel, her tail twitching nervously. But it's just noise. No, Sorrel reassured, remembering Sylvanus's words. It's the sound of preparation, of life making ready. Let it be steady, purposeful. The squirrels exchanged glances, then their usual frantic chatter softened, becoming a rhythmic, almost musical clicking and rustling as they deliberately tucked nuts into hollows, a cadence of busy preparation. She found the bees, drowsy in their hive tucked in a hollow elm, the air thick with the drowsy scent of honey and wax. Our hum is the warmth of summer stored, the queen bee buzzed softly, her voice a vibration in the wood. We shall dream it outwards. The familiar, comforting drone of the hive deepened, becoming a resonant, golden thrum that vibrated through the tree and into the soil. Even the field mice added their part. They gathered in a circle beneath a giant toadstool, weaving not just their cloaks now, but tiny patterns of dried grasses and berries. As their tiny claws worked, they sang a barely audible, high-pitched song, a counterpoint to the deeper sounds, like the tinkling of minuscule ice crystals, the sound of small creatures finding courage in community. Sorrel gathered these sounds not with her ears alone, but with her heart. She felt the deep thrum of the badgers vibrate up her legs. She heard the deer king's steady breath and the rhythmic rustle of lives under hooves. The purposeful clicking of the squirrels, the golden hum of the bees, and the tiny, brave song of the mice wove together in her mind. She carried them like a tangible warmth against the unnaturally sharp chill biting the air. The frost moths, drawn to the burgeoning harmony, fluttered around her, their wings brushing her fur with cool, minty sparks, strengthening slightly in the shared resonance. Guided by an inner pull and the increasingly frantic fluttering of the moths, Sorrel journeyed towards the whispering falls. The roar grew louder, a constant shushing sound that filled the air with cold spray that tasted of stone and secrets. Behind the curtain of falling water, hidden by rainbows spun from the mist, lay the entrance to the crystal caverns. Taking a deep breath, Sorrel plunged through the icy curtain. Inside, the world changed. the roar of the falls became a distant murmur. She stood in a cavern that took her breath away. Walls, floor, and ceiling were formed of pure, luminous crystal blues like glacial ice, greens like deep forest pools, and whites like driven snow. Light seemed to emanate from the stone itself, casting shimmering reflections that danced like spirits on the walls. The air was intensely cold, sharp and clean, smelling of ozone and ancient, undisturbed ice. In the very center of the cavern pulsed a heart of pure, swirling light deep blue shot through with veins of silver and white. This was the heart of the deep cold, and it pulsed erratically, flickering like a guttering candle, sending waves of unnatural chill that made the crystals groan softly. The frost moths swarmed towards it, but their light was dim, their flight faltering. Sorrel approached, the gathered song swelling within her. She closed her eyes, focusing not on singing, but on feeling the symphony of the forest she carried, the grounding thrum, the steady breath, the busy rhythm, the stored warmth, the tiny courage. She let it flow outwards from her heart, a silent wave of harmony, of readiness, of deep, abiding connection. She imagined the badgers safe in their earthy dens, the deer moving peacefully through frosted glades, the squirrels snug in their leafy drays, the bees dreaming of summer sun, the mice warm beneath their toadstool. As this wave of collective spirit touched the flickering heart, the erratic pulsing slowed. The chaotic swirl of light within began to steady, deepening to a calm, rhythmic blue. The groaning of the crystals ceased, replaced by a soft, resonant hum that harmonized with the forest song Sorrel projected. The unnatural biting chill softened, replaced by the clean, deep cold of true winter's approach. The frost moths hovering near the now calm heart suddenly glowed with renewed brilliance. Their wings, once shedding sad dust, now sparkled with vibrant icy light. As one they rose in a shimmering spiral, a vortex of living frost, and streamed out through the cavern entrance, passing through the waterfall like a river of stars. Outside, the first true frost of the season was finally settling, crisp and perfect. The moths danced upon it, their wings strengthening the delicate lattice of ice on every leaf and twig, their minty scent mingling with the clean smell of frozen earth. The balance was restored. Exhausted but filled with profound peace, Sorrel emerged from the cavern. The whispering woods lay transformed under a blanket of pristine white frost, glittering under a sky dusted with countless stars. The air was still, peaceful, and smelled deeply of winter clean, sharp, and promising rest. She saw the deer king and his herd standing sentinel near the falls, their breath pluming silver in the moonlight. A badger snout poked from a set entrance. Squirrels peered from drays, eyes wide with wonder at the timely frost. The song had worked. The journey back to her burrow beneath Grandfather Oak was quiet, the only sound the soft crunch of frost under her paws and the distant, contented hum of the sleeping bees. Bramble was waiting, a rare glint of approval in his dark eyes. The earth sighs peacefully now, little flame, you carried the forest's heart well. Sylvanus glided silently overhead, a shadow against the star-flecked sky. Remember this night, Sorrel, his voice drifted down, soft as snowfall. Harmony is a living thing, woven from countless threads, the deep roots and the high flight, the mighty stag and the smallest mouse. It requires listening, tending, and sometimes a brave heart to carry the song when the rhythm falters. This wisdom is your inheritance, passed down not in words alone, but in the quiet pulse of the woods themselves. Sorrel curled up in her burrow, the scent of dry earth, her own warm fur, and the lingering coolness of the frost moths a comforting embrace. She listened to the deep, steady rhythm of the sleeping forest, the sigh of the wind through frosted branches, the distant hoot of Sylvanus keeping watch, the gentle pulse of the deep cold, dreaming its proper, restful dreams deep within the earth. The whispering woods was safe, balanced, and peacefully asleep. The magic hadn't been broken, only reminded of its true song, a lullaby sung by every creature, great and small, under the watchful stars. And as sleep claimed her, Sorrel knew she was but one note in that eternal, harmonious melody, a note that had helped find the tune again. The frost glistened outside, perfect and right, and the promise of spring slept safely beneath its sparkling veil. Story 13. The worn velvet curtains in Oliver's attic bedroom always smelled faintly of dust and forgotten summers. One rainy Tuesday, while searching for a misplaced toy soldier, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked behind a box of his grandfather's old books. It was a teacup. Not fancy porcelain, but sturdy earthenware, the color of cinnamon, with a single, slightly chipped handle. No saucer accompanied it, just the plain cup, sitting alone in the dim light filtering through the dusty window pane. Oliver, a quiet boy with a head full of wondering thoughts, felt an unusual warmth emanating from the clay. Curious, he filled it with water from the wash basin. As the water settled, something extraordinary happened. Instead of reflecting the peeling ceiling, the water's surface shimmered, then cleared to show a path not the familiar lane outside his house, but a winding trail through a forest bathed in golden twilight, dappled with sunlight filtering through leaves the size of dinner plates. The air within the cup seemed to hum with the chirping of unseen crickets and the rustle of ferns. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the water's surface. It felt cool, but then whoosh. It wasn't like falling, more like stepping sideways. Suddenly, the dusty attic smell was replaced by the rich, damp scent of earth and growing things. He stood on the very path he'd seen, the cinnamon-colored teacup warm and solid in his hand. The trees towered overhead, their bark patterned like ancient maps. He was in the Whispering Woods, a place only spoken of in his grandmother's old tales. His journey began, guided by the cup. Whenever he poured a little water onto the path, it would shimmer and reveal the next step, a mossy stepping stone across a chuckling stream, a hidden archway woven from vines, a safe path around a thicket of thorny brambles that seemed to shift and groan. The cup didn't speak, but it felt encouraging, like a gentle nudge against his thoughts. He hadn't gone far when a gruff voice made him jump. "Lost, are ye, or just looking for trouble?" A large, sturdy badger, wearing a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout, peered at him from behind a giant toadstool. His name, he grumbled, was Thistleclaw, and he was the keeper of the quiet paths. "That cup," he sniffed, eyeing it shrewdly, "haven't seen its like since the Moonhair last danced. Holds the map of forgotten ways, it does, but the woods are restless today. The Bridge of Sighs is cracked." Oliver learned the Bridge of Sighs was the only safe crossing over the Singing Ravine, a deep gorge where the wind hummed mournful tunes through the rocks. Without it, he couldn't reach the Heartwood glade, the destination the cup seemed to be leading him towards. As they walked, Thistleclaw's gruffness softened. He shared stories of the woods where the best grubs hid, how to listen to the language of roots, and why moss always grew on the north side of stones. "Wisdom," he rumbled, "isn't just knowing things. It's knowing how to listen, even to the sighs." Their path took them upwards. High in the canopy, a flash of iridescent blue darted past. A small sparrow, her feathers shimmering like captured rainbows, landed lightly on Oliver's shoulder. "Ooh, a wayfinder," she chirped, her voice like tinkling bells. "And Thistleclaw, fancy meeting you above ground. I'm Pip, the sky scribe." Pip explained she charted the wind currents and cloud patterns. "The ravine winds are grumpy today," she twittered nervously. "They're pulling at the cracks in the bridge. It won't hold much longer." Finally, they reached the edge of the Singing Ravine. The Bridge of Sighs wasn't made of wood or stone, but of woven moonlight and spider silk, delicate and ethereal. A jagged crack ran through its center, widening slightly with each mournful gust of wind that sighed up from the depths. Trying to cross it would be disastrous. Oliver felt a pang of despair. He looked at the cup. Pouring water onto the ground showed only the image of the cracked bridge, shimmering sadly. Force wouldn't mend moonlight and spider silk. Thistleclaw scratched his chin with a claw. HMMPH needs a different kind of strength. Pip fluttered anxiously. The winds are upset, they feel forgotten, ignored. They sigh because no one listens to their stories anymore. Oliver thought hard. Wisdom, not force. Listening. The cup showed paths, it guided, but it also held. It held water, warmth, comfort. He remembered how it felt in his hands, solid, calming. An idea sparked. Pip, he asked gently, can you understand the winds? Can you tell them we hear their sighs? Pip's eyes brightened. I can try, they speak in whistles and moans. She darted into the air, a tiny blue streak against the vast gorge. She flew in intricate patterns, weaving through the updrafts, her chirps blending with the wind's moans, turning them into a strange, beautiful duet. She was translating, Oliver realized. She was listening. Thistleclaw nudged Oliver. The cup, lad, it holds more than water. Try holding it towards the bridge. Oliver lifted the warm earthenware cup. He didn't pour. He simply held it steady, focusing not on the crack, but on the bridge itself, its delicate beauty, its purpose, the moonlight it was woven from. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup, a wish born of understanding the wind's sadness and the bridge's fragility. He felt the cup hum softly in his hands. A gentle golden light, like liquid honey warmed by the sun, spilled from the rim of the cup. It didn't stream out, it flowed like mist, drifting across the ravine towards the Bridge of Sighs. Where the golden mist touched the fractured moonlight and spider silk, the crack began to shimmer. Not mending with force, but softening, realigning, as if the broken threads remembered how to be whole. The sighing wind, calmed by Pip's understanding song, now seemed to gently breathe the mist into the weave. Slowly, silently, the crack sealed. The Bridge of Sighs glowed with renewed luminescence, stronger now, humming with a peaceful resonance instead of a mournful sigh. Pip landed back on Oliver's shoulder, puffing slightly. They feel heard, she chirped softly. The sighs turned into lullabies. Crossing the bridge felt like walking on solidified starlight. On the other side, the path led straight into the Heartwood glade. It wasn't a grand palace or a treasure trove, but a small, sun-dappled clearing. In its center stood the oldest, kindest-looking tree Oliver had ever seen, its bark like folded velvet, its leaves shimmering with soft silver light. It was the grandmother tree, keeper of roots and remembering. You found the Wayfinder cup, her voice rustled like leaves in a gentle breeze, warm and deep. And you understood its true nature. It doesn't just show paths, it holds intention. It reminds us that kindness, listening, and a steady heart are the strongest magic for mending what's broken. She touched a low branch to the cup in Oliver's hands. A single perfect dewdrop, glowing with captured moonlight, fell into it. This is a remembering drop. When you feel lost or when things seem fractured, look into the cup. Remember the whispering woods, remember Thistleclaw's lessons, Pip's song, and the strength of quiet understanding. The journey back felt shorter, guided by the cup's gentle light. Thistleclaw grumbled a fond farewell, adjusting his spectacles. Mind the grubs back home, not as juicy as ours. Pip nuzzled his cheek. Listen to the breezes, Oliver, they whisper lovely things. Stepping back onto the path shown in the cup's water, Oliver felt the familiar whoosh. He was back in his attic, the rain still pattering against the window. The cinnamon-colored cup sat on his bedside table, cool now, but holding the dewdrop that shimmered like a tiny star. He wasn't just a boy who'd had an adventure. He was Oliver, who now knew the map to forgotten paths wasn't just outside, but inside too, in patience, in listening, in the quiet strength of a kind intention. He knew the world held extraordinary secrets in the most ordinary things, like a simple teacup, and that the greatest journeys often healed the traveler most of all. As he drifted to sleep, the cup on his table seemed to glow softly, filling the room with the comforting scent of damp earth, moonlit moss, and endless, gentle wonder. The rain outside sounded less like a storm, and more like a familiar, sighing lullaby finally heard. Story 14. The forest breathed. Not in the way you or I breathe, but in a slow, deep rhythm felt in the rustle of ancient leaves, the sigh of wind through towering pines, and the gentle pulse of sap deep within the oldest oaks. This was the Elder Grove, a place where time flowed like honey, and the veil between the ordinary and the magical shimmered like sunlight on a spider's web. Here, beneath the emerald canopy, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the seasons, guardians of a delicate, singing harmony. One such guardian was Pip, a young hedgehog whose prickles were still soft as moss at the tips. His home was a snug burrow beneath the sprawling roots of grandfather oak, lined with dried ferns that released a sweet, earthy perfume when he nestled in. Pip's world was a tapestry of sensations, the cool, damp kiss of dew on his nose at dawn, the velvety texture of moss beneath his paws, the dizzying sweetness of honeysuckle nectar on his tongue, and the comforting chorus of crickets and frogs that lulled him to sleep. He learned the forest's ways from old Badger, whose fur was silvered with age and whose eyes held the quiet depth of centuries. "Listen, Pip," old Badger would rumble, his voice a comforting vibration in the twilight air beside their shared fire pit, its embers glowing like captured fireflies. The Elder Grove doesn't just have seasons, it is the seasons. Each leaf, each drop of rain, each flake of snow is a note in a grand, ancient song, and we, the Whisperkin, are its singers. We tend the balance. Pip listened, wide-eyed, as old Badger spoke of the spring singers, tiny, iridescent beetles no bigger than a dewdrop whose hum coaxed seeds from slumber and painted the forest floor with carpets of bluebells and primroses. He learned of the summer weavers, spiders whose silken threads, spun under the full moon, captured the sunlight and stored its warmth for the darker days. He heard tales of the autumn drummers, woodpeckers whose rhythmic tapping released the stored energy of the trees, turning leaves into fiery tapestries of crimson and gold. And finally he learned of the winter whisperers, silent owls whose flight scattered seeds encased in frost, promising life beneath the slumbering snow. But Grandfather Badger, Pip had asked one crisp autumn evening, the air thick with the scent of decaying leaves and ripe blackberries, what happens if the song falters? Old Badger's gaze had grown distant, reflecting the flickering firelight. "Ah, young one, the song falters only when the harmony is broken, when the creatures forget their parts or when the deep magic is disturbed. Then the seasons may blight or freeze or fade. It has happened before long ago. A cold spring that lingered into summer, stealing the bloom from the orchards. A winter that forgot to end, silencing the streams. The balance must be kept, Pip. It is our oldest duty." Pip carried these stories in his heart as he explored his vibrant world. He watched the spring singers dance in shafts of golden light, their hum a tangible vibration in the air that made the wildflowers sway. He saw the summer weavers repair their intricate, sun-catching webs after gentle rain, the droplets clinging like diamonds. He felt the deep, resonant thrum of the autumn drummers echoing through the trees, a signal for squirrels to gather nuts and badgers to deepen their burrows. And he learned to recognize the silent, ghostly glide of the winter whisperers under the pale moon, their wings brushing the frost-laden branches. One year, however, a subtle unease crept into the Elder Grove. It began with the spring singers. Their hum, usually a vibrant chorus that shook the last of the winter chill from the air, sounded thin and hesitant. The bluebells bloomed, but their color was muted, a washed-out lavender instead of their usual vibrant indigo. The air, instead of carrying the fresh, green scent of new growth, held a lingering dampness like forgotten laundry. Pip noticed the summer weavers struggling. Their sun-catching webs seemed dull, gathering less warmth. The days felt lukewarm, neither truly spring nor summer, draped in a persistent gray mist that muffled sounds and blurred the edges of the world. Pip scurried to Old Badger's set, his small heart pounding with worry. He found the ancient badger sitting at his entrance, his snout lifted, tasting the stagnant air. His eyes, usually calm pools of wisdom, held a flicker of concern. "You feel it too, young Pip," Old Badger rumbled, his voice softer than usual. "The song," Pip whispered, his voice trembling. "It sounds wrong. The spring singers are weak. The mist won't lift. It feels like the seasons are stuck." Old Badger nodded slowly. "Yes, the harmony is faltering. The deep magic that binds the seasons is fraying. Something has disrupted the flow." He heaved a sigh that rustled the dry ferns nearby. Long ago, when the Whisperkin forgot the ritual of blooming, when they neglected to sing the waking song for the sleeping seeds, a similar stagnation occurred. The forest slept too long, and the magic grew thin. "But we haven't forgotten," Pip exclaimed. "The spring singers are singing, the weavers are weaving." "Are they truly?" Old Badger asked gently. "Or are they going through the motions, their hearts clouded by the unease? The magic requires more than action, Pip. It requires intention, joy, and the deep connection between all Whisperkin. Perhaps we have become too separate in our tasks. The singers sing, the weavers weave, but do they remember why? Do they feel the song in their bones, connecting them to the drummers and the whisperers yet to come?" Pip pondered this. He remembered the stories of the great blending, when all Whisperkin, regardless of their season, would gather under the hunter's moon to reaffirm their bond and strengthen the deep magic. It hadn't happened in many cycles. "What can we do, Grandfather?" Pip asked, a spark of determination igniting within him. "We must remind the forest of its song," Old Badger declared. "We must reweave the connection, but it will take all of us. It will take courage, and it will take venturing into the Heartwood Glade." The Heartwood Glade was the sacred center of the Elder Grove, a place Pip had only heard about in hushed tones. It was said to be where the first tree took root, where the deep magic pooled like liquid moonlight. Few ventured there, for its power was immense and required great respect. "You must go, Pip," Old Badger said, his voice firm yet kind. "You are young, your spirit is bright and unburdened. You carry the stories I have shared. Find the spring singers, the summer weavers, the autumn drummers, and the winter whisperers. Tell them Old Badger bids them remember the great blending. Tell them the Heartwood Glade calls for the ritual of blooming, not for spring, but for the balance itself. They must come, bringing the essence of their season." Pip felt a thrill of fear mixed with awe. "Me, but I'm just a little hedgehog." "You are a Whisperkin," Old Badger said, placing a heavy, reassuring paw on Pip's head. "Size matters not to the song. Go. Follow the scent of petrichor, the smell of rain on dry earth. It is the glade's breath. Listen for the sound of water singing over smooth stones. Be brave, be kind, and remember the harmony." And so Pip set out. The journey was a sensory odyssey through the muted forest. He navigated paths softened by the persistent mist, the damp air cool against his snout, smelling of wet earth and decaying leaves instead of fresh growth. He heard the weak, fragmented hum of the spring singers near a cluster of wan bluebells. Gently he approached their shimmering leader, a beetle named Cerulean. "Cerulean," Pip called softly, "Old Badger sends word. The song falters. The Heartwood Glade calls for the ritual of blooming. We must remember the great blending." Cerulean's wings flickered weakly. "The blending. But we are singing. We are trying." "The song needs more than notes," Pip said, echoing Old Badger's wisdom. "It needs the heart of the forest. It needs all of us together. Please come to the glade." A spark ignited in Cerulean's multifaceted eyes. "For the balance, we will come." The hum around him strengthened slightly, a note of hope weaving into the strain. Next, Pip sought the summer weavers. He found Luna, a large, patient spider whose web spanned between two hazel branches. its silk looking dull and listless in the weak light filtering through the mist. "Luna," Pip explained, the deep magic phrase. "The glade calls for the blending. Bring your sun-captured light." Luna paused in her meticulous repairs. "The light feels thin, little guardian, but if the glade calls and old Badger sends you, then we shall bring what warmth we hold." She gathered several strands of her strongest, faintly glowing silk. His journey led him deeper, towards the higher slopes where the autumn drummers worked. The air grew crisper, carrying the scent of pine resin and the first hint of frost. He found Rowan, a sturdy woodpecker, tapping half-heartedly on a beech trunk. The sound lacked its usual resonant power. "Rowan," Pip called up. "The seasons are stuck. The Heartwood glade needs the ritual. The blending must happen." Rowan cocked his head. "Stuck, aye, the rhythm feels off. The trees hold their breath. The blending, it has been too long. We will drum the call to the glade." He resumed his tapping, and this time the thrum 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 echoed with renewed purpose, shaking loose a shower of golden leaves. Finally, as dusk painted the misty sky in shades of lavender and gray, Pip sought the winter whisperers. He found Silas, a great gray owl perched high on a frost-touched fir branch, his feathers blending perfectly with the twilight. His presence was a silent chill. "Silas," Pip whispered, his breath puffing white in the cooling air. "Harmony breaks, the glade summons the blending. Bring the promise of renewal." Silas swiveled his head, his enormous, liquid eyes fixing on Pip. No sound escaped his beak, but Pip felt a wave of ancient understanding. Silas dipped his head once, a silent assent. He lifted a single, perfect pine cone dusted with frost from his talons, a seed vessel holding the promise of future forests. Guided by the strengthening scent of petrichor and the growing murmur of flowing water, Pip led the representatives of the seasons towards the Heartwood glade. Cerulean hovered near his head, her hum now a determined buzz. Luna moved gracefully through the undergrowth, her bundle of light silk pulsing softly. Rowan flew overhead, his drumming a steady heartbeat in the air. Silas glided silently above the trees, a shadow against the deepening dusk. As they neared the glade, the mist began to thin, replaced by a luminous, silvery light emanating from the center. The air hummed with unseen power, tasting crisp and electric, like the moment before a thunderstorm. The scent of petrichor was overwhelming now, clean and invigorating. They stepped into a circular clearing carpeted with impossibly soft moss that glowed with a faint internal light. At its center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, unlike any other the Heartwood tree. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its branches, bare yet vibrant, seemed to pulse with a soft, golden light. Crystal clear water bubbled from its roots, forming a small, singing stream that flowed out of the glade. One by one, the whisperkin approached the Heartwood tree. Cerulean landed on a low branch and began to hum, not just with her wings, but with her whole being. Her song was one of awakening, of pushing through darkness towards the sun. Luna carefully wove her strands of sun silk around a smooth stone near the base of the tree. As she did, the silk began to glow brighter, radiating a gentle, comforting warmth. Rowan landed on a thick root and began his drumming, a deep, resonant rhythm that spoke of release, of letting go, of transformation. Thrum, 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 the beat vibrated through the ground, up the tree, and into the air. Finally, Silas glided down, landing silently beside the singing stream. He placed the frost-dusted pine cone into the clear water. As it touched the surface, the water shimmered with 1,000 tiny ice crystals that instantly melted, releasing a wave of pure, cold air that smelled of snow and distant stars. Silas didn't make a sound, but his very presence radiated the profound quiet of deep winter and the unshakable promise of the returning sun. Pip stood among them, feeling the immense power swirling in the glade. He felt the spring's hopeful hum vibrate in his chest, the the summer's warmth soak into his fur, the autumn's rhythmic pulse in his paws, and the winter's cleansing chill on his snout. He understood old Badger's words now. He wasn't just watching, he was part of it. Closing his eyes, Pip poured his own love for the forest, the scent of moss, the taste of berries, the sound of wind in the leaves, the feel of cool earth into the circle. He added his small, bright note to the ancient song. The heartwood tree responded. Its pulsing light intensified, swirling like captured sunlight and moonlight. The golden glow spread outwards from its branches, flowing like liquid light down its shimmering bark and into the moss below. The light touched Cerulean, and her hum became a powerful, resonant chord. It touched Luna's silk, and it blazed like a miniature sun. It touched Rowan, and his drumming became a thunderous, joyous celebration. It touched Sila's, and the air around him shimmered with silent, crystalline energy. The light flowed over Pip, a warm, tingling sensation that filled him with peace and belonging. The swirling energies, spring's verdant green, summer's vibrant gold, autumn's fiery orange, and winter's cool silver, converged at the heartwood tree, swirling upwards into the sky like a luminous fountain. High above the clearing, they burst into a silent explosion of pure, white light. Not a blinding flash, but a soft, pervasive radiance that washed over the entire elder grove. Down in the forest, old Badger felt it. He lifted his head as the clinging mist dissolved like smoke. Above him the sky cleared, revealing a tapestry of stars brighter than diamonds. A clean, sharp wind, smelling of snow from distant mountains and the promise of rain, swept through the trees. He heard it, then the true song. The hesitant hum of the spring singers transformed into a powerful, vibrant chorus. The weak light in the webs flared brightly. The half-hearted drumming became a confident, rhythmic pulse. And high above, the silent glide of the winter whisperers carried a new sense of purpose. The stagnation broke. The very next morning the sun rose clear and strong, its warmth palpable, baking the lingering dampness from the earth. The muted bluebells deepened to their proper indigo, and new buds, fat and green, swelled on branches that had seemed hesitant. The air hummed with insects, and the streams chuckled with renewed energy. Summer arrived properly, lush and golden. When autumn came, the colors were breathtakingly vivid, and the harvest was bountiful. Winter descended crisp and clean, a time of deep, peaceful rest, not an endless gray chill. Pip returned to his burrow beneath Grandfather Oak, forever changed. He continued his explorations, but now he saw the connections everywhere, the way the fallen autumn leaves nourished the spring bulbs, how the winter snows fed the summer streams. He understood his place in the harmony, not just as a listener, but as a singer. Years later, when Pip's own prickles had silvered, and young hedgehogs gathered around his fire pit, he would tell the tale. He would describe the scent of petrichor guiding him, the feel of the luminous moss in the glade, the sound of the seasons blending into one magnificent chord, and the sight of the heartwood tree ablaze with ancient light. "And remember, little ones," Pip would murmur, his voice as comforting as the crackling flames, "the forest breathes. It sings a song older than the oldest oak. We are its notes, each of us, from the tiniest spring singer to the silent winter whisperer. Tend your part with joy and intention. Listen to the wind, taste the rain, feel the sun, keep the connections strong. For in the harmony of all seasons, in the balance of all things, lies the deep magic, the true heart of the elder grove, and the peace that sings us all to sleep." And as the firelight danced in the young one's eyes, reflecting the star-strewn sky above the whispering trees, the ancient forest breathed its deep, contented sigh, wrapped in the everlasting comfort of its restored song. Story 15. In the sleepy cobblestone village of Glimmerhaven, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons and garden gates sang when touched, lived a curious boy named Finn. Every evening, villagers gathered in the town square beneath lanterns that bloomed with enchanted light, soft golden orbs that hummed lullabies as dusk fell. But one autumn a peculiar thing happened. Each night at precisely 7 chimes of the clock tower, Every lantern flickered wildly and dimmed to a faint, trembling glow for exactly 10 minutes before reviving. No one could explain it, and a ripple of gentle worry spread through the cobbled streets. Finn, with his patchwork satchel and a pocket watch that chimed with tiny bells, decided to unravel the mystery. His wise grandmother, who could hear the whispers of wind through keyholes, gave him advice over steaming mugs of spiced cider. "Seek patterns, little sparrow," she murmured, her knitting needles clicking like cricket song. "Magic often hides in the spaces between breaths." The first clue came from Mrs. Thistlewick's bakery. Her famous moonbeam muffins, usually flaky and shimmering, emerged from the oven flat and dull only during those 10 dim minutes. "It's as if the oven forgets to be warm," she fretted, dusting flour from her apron. Finn noticed tiny, frosty footprints near the hearth, vanishing like melted snow. Next, he visited the garden of Old Man Hemlock, where sunflowers bowed to passers-by. His prize-winning glow roses wilted slightly each evening at 7, petals drooping as if sighing. "Even the dew freezes on their leaves," the gardener whispered, pointing to delicate icicle beads where none should form. Finn's fingers tingled with cold near the flower-bed, and he glimpsed a flurry of silver motes darting away, like minuscule winter spirits. Guided by his grandmother's words, Finn sought the counsel of the night-gazer owls in the whispering woods. Perched on gnarled oaks, their feathers gleamed like polished obsidian. "The cold comes not from malice but from longing," hooted Orion, the eldest owl, his voice like rustling parchment. "Follow the chill, child. It flees toward the Starfall caves at the edge of town." Inside the caves, Finn discovered walls glittering with frozen starlight and a subterranean stream that chimed like crystal bells. There, huddled in a mossy alcove, trembled a flock of frost sparrows, tiny birds with feathers like frosted glass, their breath puffing into icy mist. They chirped mournfully, fluffing against the cold. "We migrated too late," trilled their leader Pearl. "Our summer nests melted in the high peaks. Now we seek warmth, but bring only frost wherever we perch." Every evening, drawn by the lantern's comforting glow, the sparrows flew into Glimmerhaven. But their very presence chilled the air, dimming the lights and frosting the gardens. They never meant harm, only yearned for the heat they'd lost. Finn's solution bloomed with kindness. With help from the village blacksmith, he crafted delicate copper perches shaped like sunbursts, enchanted by the owl's starlight songs to radiate gentle, bird-sized warmth. He placed them in sheltered nooks around the square, away from lanterns and gardens. That evening, as the clock struck 7, the frost sparrows alighted on the sun perches instead, sighing as warmth seeped into their tiny bodies. The lanterns burned steady, muffins rose golden, and glow roses lifted their faces, beaming. The villagers rejoiced, leaving out thimblefuls of honeyed seeds for their new guests. Finn smiled, pocket watch chiming softly, as Pearl nestled on his shoulder, no longer shivering. "Sometimes," his grandmother said later, tucking him beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, "the deepest mysteries are just hearts needing a little light." And in Glimmerhaven, the lanterns hummed sweeter than ever, weaving the frost sparrows' grateful trills into their evening lullabies, a harmony of warmth found and kindness returned. Story 16. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight and sunbeams, the boundaries of the world felt softer. Here moss grew thick as velvet carpets, smelling of damp earth and secrets, and the air hummed with a quiet magic older than memory. This was a realm where the rustle of leaves carried messages, where dewdrops held miniature rainbows long after dawn, and where the hidden lives of the forest's small inhabitants were woven into the very fabric of its being. In a cozy hollow beneath the roots of a grandfather oak named Old Thrum lived Sorrel, a young pine marten with fur the color of polished chestnuts and eyes like bright, inquisitive amber. Her world was one of intricate balance. She knew that the busy beetles tunneling through fallen logs aerated the soil for the shy bluebell flowers. She understood that the patient spider's silken webs, glistening with morning dew, caught not just flies, but also the drifting seeds that would become tomorrow's saplings. She felt the forest breathe a slow, deep rhythm in the sighing branches and the gurgle of the hidden spring. Sorrel's greatest teacher was her grandmother, Willow, whose fur was frosted silver at the tips and whose gaze held the calm depth of the forest pool. Willow spoke in stories, her voice a low, soothing murmur that blended with the creak of branches. "Listen, little sprout," she would say, settling Sorrel beside the warm hearthstone they kept aglow with carefully tended embers. "The whispering woods doesn't shout its wisdom. It sings it on the breeze, murmurs it through the roots, and paints it in the colors of the turning leaves." One such lesson was tied to the Heartwood glade, a sacred clearing where a single, impossibly ancient tree stood, the Tree of Whispers. Its bark shimmered with faint, shifting patterns like captured moonlight, and its leaves changed not with the seasons outside, but with the inner weather of the forest. When harmony reigned, its leaves shone a vibrant, luminous green. When sorrow lingered, they turned deep indigo. When imbalance threatened, they flushed a warning russet red. It was the forest's barometer, its silent heart song. "The tree remembers," Willow explained, her claw tracing the whorls on a smooth river stone. "It remembers the great drought when the badgers dug deeper wells for all. It remembers the gentle rains that came after the fireflies danced their brightest. Its roots touch the dreams of every creature, from the tiniest shrew to the watching owls. Its magic is the balance." Summer was waning, painting the edges of leaves with gold and crimson. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of ripening blackberries and the distant rumble of thunder that never quite arrived. Sorrel noticed the subtle shifts. The stream near their hollow ran lower, its cheerful babble reduced to a worried trickle. The moss felt drier underfoot, crackling faintly. And most worryingly, the leaves of the Tree of Whispers began to show patches of that unsettling russet red, like dried blood against the green. "The balance is tilting, grandmother," Sorrel murmured one evening, watching fireflies weave their lanterns through the gathering dusk. The air tasted electric, promising a storm that refused to break. Willow nodded slowly, her ears twitching towards the restless wind. "The earth thirsts, little sprout, the rain sleeps too deeply. The tree feels the strain, we must listen to what it needs." That night the storm finally unleashed itself. Not with gentle rain, but with a furious torrent. Lightning split the sky like jagged silver claws, thunder boomed like giants rolling stones across the heavens, and wind shrieked through the canopy, tearing leaves and snapping twigs. Sorrel huddled close to Willow in their root hollow, the scent of ozone sharp and terrifying. The comforting glow of their hearthstone felt very small against the fury outside. When dawn finally crept in, gray and dripping, the forest was transformed. Puddles mirrored the bruised sky. Broken branches littered the mossy floor like fallen soldiers. The stream, once low, now roared, swollen and muddy, carving new, destructive paths. And worst of all, a jagged streak of lightning had struck the edge of the Heartwood glade. The Tree of Whispers itself was unharmed, miraculously, but a great old beech beside it had been shattered, its massive trunk split and smoldering, its roots torn violently from the earth. Water from the overflowing stream was now pooling dangerously close to the exposed, vulnerable roots of the ancient tree. Sorrel gasped, her heart clenching. The tree's leaves were a swirling chaos of deep indigo and angry red. The forest's silent heart was crying out in pain and imbalance. The delicate mosses protecting its roots were being washed away by the muddy flood. "We must help it," Sorrel cried, her voice trembling. "The water, it's hurting the roots." Willow placed a calming paw on her shoulder, though her own eyes were grave. "Force will not mend this, child. We need the wisdom of the whole glade. We need the harmony restored." Summoning her courage, Sorrel darted through the sodden forest. She found Cedric, the elderly badger, near his set, which was thankfully on higher ground but surrounded by new, treacherous rivulets. She explained the danger to the tree. Exposed roots. Cedric rumbled, his voice thick with concern. "Aye, that won't do. Water's good, but too much too fast in the wrong place. It drowns the breath of the earth." He began to dig, not downwards, but sideways, his powerful claws channeling the excess water away from the glade, creating gentle diversion ditches. Sorrel scurried to the fern grove where Pip, a quick-witted field mouse, lived with her large family. The tree's roots need covering, the moss is washing away. Pip's nose twitched rapidly. Moss, we know where the thickest, strongest patches grow." She whistled a high-pitched call, and dozens of mice emerged. They became a furry, determined army, carefully gnawing free large, resilient sections of moss from safe, sheltered rocks and logs, then dragging them, piece by arduous piece, towards the Heartwood glade. Next, Sorrel sought Luna, the great gray owl, perched high in a still-standing pine, her feathers ruffled from the storm. "The broken tree, Luna. Its roots are torn up, and the mud is choking everything." Luna swiveled her head, her enormous eyes taking in the devastation. "The earth needs binding. Strong roots hold the soil." She took silent flight, her wings whispering through the damp air. Soon she returned, not alone. With her came a family of patient, strong moles, guided by Luna's keen sight. The moles, masters of earth and tunnel, began their work. They didn't just burrow, they wove. With delicate precision, they nudged the torn roots of the fallen beech, intertwining them with the smaller, living roots of nearby saplings and shrubs. They created a living net beneath the mud, stabilizing the soil, preventing further erosion around the tree of Whisper's precious roots. Sorrel worked alongside them all, her small paws patting the thick moss pads brought by the mice into place over the exposed roots. She felt the cool, spongy texture, smelled its rich, earthy perfume. She helped guide the water along the gentle channels Cedric had dug, feeling the satisfying flow away from the sacred trunk. She watched the moles work their quiet magic, a testament to generations of understanding the soil's song. As the gray day softened into a lavender twilight, the frantic activity ceased. The diverted stream now flowed calmly along its new, respectful course. A thick, protective blanket of vibrant moss covered the tree's roots, held secure by the woven network of roots the moles had crafted. The mud settled. The air, thick with the scent of wet earth and crushed greenery, began to lose its sharp edge of panic. They gathered silently around the tree of Whisper's badger, mice, moles, owl, and pine marten. Exhausted but united. They waited, watching the ancient trunk. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the swirling indigo and angry red in the leaves began to soften. Like ink dissolving in clear water, the colors blended and shifted. The deep sorrow of indigo lightened to a peaceful violet. The warning red faded, warmed, and transformed into gentle streaks of sunset gold. Gradually, steadily, the luminous, harmonious green began to return, spreading through the leaves like a sigh of profound relief. It wasn't the vibrant green of high summer, but a deeper, wiser green, touched with the gold of autumn and the violet of twilight, a green that spoke of resilience, healing, and restored balance. A profound silence fell, deeper than the absence of sound. It was the silence of the forest breathing easily again. Then a gentle hum arose, not from any creature, but seemingly from the ground itself, from the roots of the tree, a low, comforting vibration that resonated in their chests. It was the tree's song, a song of gratitude and restored harmony. Fireflies, drawn by the peaceful energy, drifted into the glade, their soft lights mirroring the newly emerged stars above, casting a gentle, magical glow over the scene. Sorrel leaned against Willow, feeling the warmth of her grandmother's side and the deep, grounding hum of the tree. The scent of damp moss, fresh earth, and the faint, sweet fragrance of the tree's leaves filled her senses. The frantic energy of the storm and the rescue had melted away, replaced by a profound sense of peace, as deep and quiet as the forest pool. "You see, little sprout," Willow whispered, her voice blending with the tree's hum. "Harmony isn't a stillness, but a dance. Sometimes the wind howls, sometimes the earth cracks, but the wisdom lies in listening to the forest's needs, listening to each other's strengths. The old ways, passed root to root, paw to paw, wing to wing, show us how to mend, not master. The tree remembers the storm, but it also remembers the mending. That memory is the balance." As the fireflies danced their silent ballet above the moss-covered roots, and the tree of whispers sang its low, contented song into the starlit night, Sorrel understood. The magic of the whispering woods wasn't just in the shimmering bark or the talking leaves. It lived in the quiet cooperation of the badger's dig, the mouse's moss-carrying determination, the mole's patient weaving, the owl's guiding sight, and the shared purpose that had flowed between them all. It lived in the deep, ancient wisdom that whispered through roots and generations, teaching that true strength lay in unity, respect, and listening to the gentle, guiding heart song of the world. And with that understanding cradling her like the softest moss, the gentle hum of the tree and the rustling lullaby of the recovering forest lulled her into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe in the knowledge that balance, though delicate, was lovingly, wisely guarded. Story 17. The salty breeze carried whispers through the village of Seabrook, a place where cottages clung like barnacles to the cliffs, and the rhythm of the waves was the town's steady heartbeat. Young Eris, with hair the color of sun-bleached driftwood and eyes the deep green of the sea kelp forests, often felt a quiet restlessness stir within him. He loved his home, the comforting scent of baking bread from Mrs. Thistle's hearth, the cry of the gulls at dawn, and the stories spun by old Captain Finn by the harbor. Yet a sense of something deeper, something older than the weathered stones of the lighthouse, tugged at his heart, especially under the vast, star-strewn night sky. One crisp autumn afternoon, while helping his grandmother Nessa clear the dusty, cobweb-draped attic of their creaking, Seaview cottage, Eris stumbled upon more than forgotten furniture. Behind an old sea chest smelling of cedar and brine, he found a small, intricately carved wooden box, almost hidden. Its surface was worn smooth by time, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to mimic ocean currents and constellations. It felt warm beneath his fingers. "Grandmother," Eris called, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" Nessa, her face a map of kind wrinkles and eyes as bright as polished sea glass, shuffled over. A soft sigh, like the wind catching a sail, escaped her lips. "Ah, the Tide Watcher's box," she murmured, her voice thick with memory. "I thought it might be lost for good. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Maris. She was said to be a keeper of the old ways, a listener to the sea's deeper songs." With gentle reverence, Nessa showed Eris how to press the hidden catches shaped like tiny seashells. The box opened with a soft click. Inside, nestled in faded blue velvet, lay three objects: a smooth, perfectly oval moonstone that glowed faintly with an inner light, a small, tarnished silver compass, its needle still and silent, and a slender, leather-bound journal, its pages fragile as butterfly wings. "This," Nessa said, tracing the moonstone with a calloused finger, "is the tide stone. They say it holds the memory of the moon's first pull on the ocean. This compass," she tapped the silver casing, "is the heart's needle. It doesn't point north, Eris, it points home, but only for those who truly understand where home lies. And this journal," she carefully lifted it, "holds Maris's wisdom, the legacy of the Tide Watchers." That night, by the crackling warmth of the hearth, its light painting dancing shadows on the walls like shy sea creatures, Eris began to read. The ink was faded, the script elegant and flowing. Maris wrote not just of weather and tides, but of the village soul, the ancient festivals honoring the solstices, the whispered gratitude offered to the sea before a catch, the quiet songs sung to soothe restless waves. She wrote of the Tide Watchers not as rulers, but as guardians. Their magic wasn't flashy, it was the deep magic of understanding, of harmony. They read the language of the clouds, the color of the water, the behavior of the birds, not to command the sea, but to live respectfully with it. The greatest storm. Maris wrote on one fragile page, often bruise not on the horizon, but within a heart that has forgotten its connection. The heart's needle stirs only when the inner compass finds its true north: kindness, patience, and the quiet strength of belonging. Eris felt a shiver that wasn't from the autumn chill. He understood his restlessness. He'd felt disconnected, like a boat adrift, not truly knowing the currents beneath him. He began spending hours on the windswept cliffs, the tide stone cool in his palm, Maris's journal open on his lap. He learned to watch the gulls not just as birds, but as messengers, their frantic cries signaling a coming squall, their serene gliding meaning calm seas. He observed how the seaweed changed color with the seasons, how the crabs scuttled differently before the tide turned. He started helping Captain Finn mend nets, listening intently to the old man's tales, recognizing echoes of Maris's wisdom in his practical knowledge. One evening, as a bruised purple dusk settled over the sea, a fierce storm began to gather. Dark clouds rolled in like angry giants, swallowing the stars. The wind howled, tearing at the thatched roofs, and the waves crashed against the cliffs with terrifying fury. Panic flickered in the village. Fishermen rushed to secure their boats, families huddled nervously indoors. Eris stood on the cliff path, the wind whipping his hair. Fear tightened his chest. He clutched the silver compass. It remained stubbornly still. Remembering Maris's words, the inner compass finds its true north, he closed his eyes against the chaos. He took deep breaths, smelling the salt and the ozone, feeling the ancient stone of the cliff beneath his boots. He thought of Seabrook, the smell of misses, Thistle's bread, Captain Finn's laugh, his grandmother's warm hand on his shoulder, the steady rhythm of the waves on a calm day. He thought of the generations who had lived here, watched this sea, weathered these storms. A profound sense of belonging, of being a small but vital part of this enduring tapestry, washed over him. He wasn't alone, he was anchored. As this deep calm settled within him, a faint warmth spread from his palm. He opened his eyes. The heart's needle was trembling, not pointing towards the village, nor away from the storm, but vibrating gently, aligning itself with him. It wasn't pointing to a place on a map, but resonating with the peace and connection he felt right here, standing firm on his ancestral ground. Suddenly, he knew. It wasn't about stopping the storm, it was about remembering the rhythm beneath the rage. He ran down to the harbor, shouting above the wind, not in panic, but with calm certainty. Secure the east pier first, the surge will hit there hardest. Captain Finn, move the starfish further back, the high tide mark shifts here in a southwesterly. His voice, surprisingly steady, carried an authority born not of arrogance, but of deep-rooted knowledge and newfound confidence. The villagers, seeing his calm and hearing the sense in his words born from days of quiet observation and Maris's teachings, moved swiftly. They worked together, a community drawing on shared strength and remembered wisdom. Inside, Eris placed the tide stone on the windowsill. In its soft, pearlescent glow, his grandmother joined him. They watched the storm rage, but now it felt different. It was powerful, yes, but it was also part of the sea's ancient song, a song their family had listened to for generations. The stone seemed to hum softly, a counterpoint to the wind's howl, a reminder of the enduring calm beneath the surface chaos. By dawn, the storm had blown itself out, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. Sunlight, honeyed and gentle, streamed through the cottage window, gilding the dust motes dancing in the air. The sea, exhausted but peaceful, lapped gently at the shore. The village was safe, the boat secure. On the cliff later that morning, Eris stood with his grandmother. He held the tide stone and the now quiet heart's needle. He no longer felt restless. He felt rooted, like the ancient hawthorn tree clinging to the cliff edge, strong against the wind. He understood the legacy now. It wasn't about wielding great magic. It was about listening deeply, understanding the connections to the land, the sea, the community, and the whispers of those who came before. It was about finding your true north within the belonging, and letting that inner compass guide you through any storm. Grandmother Nessa smiled, her sea-glass eyes crinkling at the corners. She placed a weathered hand over his on the compass. "The Tide Watcher's heart beats strong in you, Eris," she said softly, her voice blending with the sigh of the waves below. "You found the current. You listened. You remembered." Eris looked out over the vast, sparkling expanse of the sea, breathing in the clean, salty air. He felt the weight of the moonstone, cool and comforting, and the quiet presence of the silver compass. He felt the invisible threads connecting him to Maris, to Nessa, to every soul in Seabrook, and to the timeless rhythm of the ocean itself. The ancient legacy wasn't lost. It was alive, resonating within him, a gentle, guiding light, as constant and reassuring as the lighthouse beam sweeping across the calm, morning water. A deep peace settled over him, warm as the hearth and vast as the sea, promising that wherever life's currents might take him, he would always know the way home, not just to a place, but to himself. The sun warmed his face, the gulls called their familiar cries, and the world felt perfectly, peacefully whole. Story 18. The 3 moons of Glimmerfall cast long, rainbow shadows across the frost-kissed meadow where the escape pod had crash-landed. Inside, amidst the groaning metal and the acrid scent of burnt wiring, 2 figures stirred, beings as different as starlight and stone. Zephyr, a small, furry biped from the arid dunes of Xylos, uncurled from the crash webbing. His large, dark eyes blinked rapidly, adjusting to the dim emergency lighting. His fur, normally a vibrant russet, was dusted with ash. Across the cramped space, nestled within a cocoon of shimmering energy, was Solara. She wasn't made of flesh and fur, but of intricate, interlocking crystals that pulsed with a soft, internal light. From her homeworld, the crystalline caverns of Veridia, she perceived the universe not through sight or sound, but through subtle shifts in energy fields and resonant frequencies. Zephyr whimpered, a high-pitched chirp of fear and confusion. Cold, so cold. He instinctively fluffed his fur, seeking warmth that wasn't there. To Solara, the sound wasn't a whimper. It was a sudden, jarring spike in the ambient sonic field, a painful dissonance that fractured her internal harmony. Her crystalline form flickered erratically, a visible sign of distress she couldn't vocalize. "Stop." Solara resonated, not with words, but with a wave of pure vibrational energy that washed over Zephyr like an icy wind. He yelped, scrambling backwards, misinterpreting the sensation as aggression. "Why are you attacking?" he squeaked, trembling. He saw her flickering light as hostility, a warning. Solara, reeling from the sonic assault, tried to clarify. She pulsed a complex pattern, a query about environment and well-being, a standard Viridian greeting. To Zephyr, it felt like a series of uncomfortable tingles skittering across his skin. He hissed, baring tiny teeth. "Leave me alone." They huddled at opposite ends of the pod, separated not just by space, but by a chasm of misunderstanding. Zephyr shivered violently, the Glimmerfall cold seeping into his desert-adapted bones. Solara, sensing the plummeting thermal energy around her, dimmed her own internal light in an attempt to conserve warmth, her usual vibrant patterns subdued to a worried, low hum. The shared peril of the crash was overshadowed by their mutual fear and confusion. The pod groaned again, settling deeper into the alien soil. Hours crawled by. The cold deepened, frosting the viewports. Zephyr's shivers became uncontrollable chatters. He noticed Solara's light had grown faint, almost extinguished. A pang of worry pierced his fear. Was she dying? He remembered the flickering when he'd made noise. Carefully moving with exaggerated slowness, he approached her. He didn't speak. Instead, he gently extended a trembling, furred paw and placed it against the cool, smooth surface of her largest crystal facet. Solara felt it immediately not as pressure, but as a localized bloom of warmth, a gentle, rhythmic vibration, Zephyr's racing heartbeat, superimposed on the surrounding cold. It was comforting. A new data point in her understanding. She cautiously brightened her internal light, not a flash, but a slow, warm glow, like a miniature sunrise within the pod. The light didn't just illuminate, it emitted a faint, soothing warmth. Zephyr gasped. The warmth radiating from Solara was weak but unmistakable. He pressed closer, his shivering lessening slightly. Warm, he breathed, the word barely a whisper this time. Solara registered the sound not as pain, but as a soft, low-frequency hum that resonated pleasantly with her own energy. She pulsed gently in acknowledgement, a soft amber light. Their shared survival instinct had forged the first fragile bridge. They were stranded, freezing, and their pod's distress beacon was damaged. They needed to find shelter or signal for help, but venturing outside was terrifying. Glimmerfall's bioluminescent flora pulsed eerily, and strange, melodic calls echoed in the distance. Zephyr, peering out a cracked viewport, spotted a cluster of large, glowing fungi nearby. "Shelter," he suggested softly, pointing. Solara sensed the direction of his gaze and the hopeful tremor in his energy field. She pulsed agreement, a soft, green light. Exiting the pod was a new challenge. The ground was uneven, covered in a soft, spongy moss that felt alien to Zephyr's paws. Solara hovered slightly above it, her crystalline form gliding silently. Zephyr's footsteps, however, crunched faintly on hidden frost. Each step sent another painful sonic ripple through Solara. She winced internally, her light flickering erratically. Zephyr stopped, seeing her distress. "My feet, they make bad noise," he asked, his voice low and contrite. Solara pulsed a complex pattern, not anger, but information. She projected an image into her light patterns, sound waves radiating from his feet, crashing against her form. Understanding dawned on Zephyr. He looked around, then carefully gathered armfuls of the thick, soft moss. He laid it down in a path towards the fungi grove. "Walk here," he offered. Solara floated over the mossy path. The sound was muffled, almost inaudible. A wave of pure gratitude, warm and golden, washed over Zephyr. He felt it deep in his chest, a pleasant, tingling warmth. He chirped happily, a sound he consciously kept soft. Solara resonated a harmonic chime in response, a sound that felt like sunlight to Zephyr. Reaching the fungi grove felt like entering a cathedral. Towering umbrella-like caps glowed with soft blues and purples, casting dappled light. The air was slightly warmer, smelling of damp earth and something sweet, like alien honey. They found a hollow beneath the largest cap, a natural shelter. But safety was fleeting. As night deepened, a new sound filled the air, a low, rumbling growl that vibrated the very ground. Zephyr froze, ears flattened. Solara sensed the seismic disturbance, a powerful, predatory energy signature approaching. A massive six-legged creature, covered in thick, shaggy fur and sporting multiple glowing eyes, lumbered into view at the edge of the grove. It sniffed the air, drawn perhaps by the unfamiliar scents. Panic seized Zephyr. Instinct screamed to run, to hide, to make himself small. But running meant noise that would hurt Solara and likely attract the beast. Solara felt his terror, a chaotic storm in his energy field. She also sensed the creature's primal hunger, a simple, powerful drive. The creature took a heavy step towards their hiding spot. Zephyr squeezed his eyes shut, trembling. Solara acted. Drawing on the ambient energy of the glowing fungi and the planet's own subtle magnetic field, she focused. She didn't attack, she communicated. She pulsed a complex, rhythmic pattern of light and vibration, not a threat, but a projection of profound peace, of stillness, of the quiet beauty of the grove itself. It was a Viridian lullaby, amplified. The beast paused. Its multiple eyes blinked, confused. The aggressive rumble in its chest softened to a curious purr. It tilted its massive head, captivated by the dancing lights and soothing vibrations emanating from Solara. The projected feeling of peace washed over it, momentarily overriding its hunger. It snorted, shook its shaggy head, and with a final, less menacing grumble, turned and ambled away into the deeper shadows. Zephyr slowly opened his eyes, astonished. He looked at Solara, her form pulsing with the soft, calming rhythm she had used. He understood. She hadn't fought, she had understood the beast and offered it something else. "You sang," he whispered in awe. Solara pulsed affirmation, her light shifting to a gentle, relieved blue. "Understanding is stronger than fear," her resonance seemed to say. In the quiet aftermath, huddled together beneath the glowing canopy, the barriers dissolved completely. Zephyr, curled near Solara's warm light, began to tell her about Xylos the Vast, singing sands, the twin suns, the burrows where families shared warmth. He spoke softly, his voice a melody Solara could now appreciate, a counterpoint to her own silent resonance. She in turn painted pictures in light and vibration, the echoing beauty of Viridia's crystal forests, the symphony of planetary resonances, the way her people shared knowledge not through words, but through shared energy patterns. She showed him the concept of friendship not defined by species, but by resonance, by the warmth exchanged, by the space created to understand another's unique song. Zephyr understood. Friendship wasn't about being the same, it was about listening to the other's frequency, even if you heard it with different senses. It was about building moss paths and singing peace to predators. It was about the shared warmth against the cold, the quiet understanding that replaced fear. When rescue finally arrived the next morning, drawn by a beacon Zephyr had meticulously repaired using scrap from the pod, while Solara guided his paws with precise energy pulses, the crew found them not as two terrified refugees, but as companions. Zephyr sat nestled against Solara's warm, pulsing form, his soft chirps harmonizing with her silent, radiant symphony. They shared a cup of synthesized cocoa Zephyr had prepared, its steam curling upwards in the fungal light. The rescuers, a mix of species themselves, exchanged knowing glances. They saw the moss path leading to the pod, the quiet understanding that passed between the furry Xylosian and the crystalline Viridian without a single shared word in the traditional sense. They saw the deep comfort, the unshakable bond forged not in ease, but in shared cold, shared fear, and ultimately, shared warmth and wisdom. As the transport ship ascended through Glimmerfall's atmosphere, leaving the rainbow-hued world behind, Zephyr and Solara watched together from a viewport. Zephyr rested a paw lightly on Solara's smooth surface. She pulsed a gentle, contented gold. Below, the three moons cast their long, peaceful shadows. They didn't need to speak of their journey. The shared memory of the cold pod, the moss path, the singing light that turned away a beast, and the profound warmth of understanding resonated within them both, a silent, everlasting song of friendship discovered in the unlikeliest of stars. And in that resonance, under the watchful gaze of distant suns, they knew they were never truly alone again. The universe felt a little warmer, a little brighter, humming with the quiet, comforting truth that connection transcends form, sound, or light. It lives in the space where understanding blooms. Story 19. In the cozy village of Meadowhaven, nestled between whispering pines and a brook that hummed lullabies over smooth stones, autumn draped the world in cinnamon-scented air. Crisp leaves pirouetted from maple branches, and chimney smoke curled into the twilight like gray ribbons. But lately, a soft unease rustled through the cottages. Small, precious things vanished overnight. Granny Thistle's porcelain thimble, young Benji's favorite acorn whistle, even the copper bell from the village bread oven. Nothing grand or costly, just beloved tokens that left hollow spaces in familiar corners. Most puzzling of all, the village's enchanted cobblestones, which usually glowed with a gentle golden light after sunset, now flickered like weary fireflies. 10-year-old Mira noticed first. With eyes as observant as an owl's and a heart tuned to Meadowhaven's quiet rhythms, she saw how the baker sighed while kneading dough without his bell's cheerful chime. That evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, she bundled into her patchwork cloak and sought Bramblewick, the ancient badger who lived in a burrow beneath the old wisdom tree. Bramblewick's fur was silvered with age, and his den smelled of damp earth and peppermint tea. "Ah, little listener," he rasped as she entered, his voice like stones rubbing together. "You've come about the vanishings." Mira nodded, describing the missing treasures and the faltering cobblestones. Bramblewick stirred honey into his tea, the steam curling around his whiskers. "Magic fades when joy thins, child, but thievery, unlikely. Meadowhaven's magic is woven from kindness. Look deeper, what binds these lost things?" Mira pondered. The thimble had polished Granny's quilts for decades. The whistle echoed Benji's laughter. The bell sang of warm bread. "They hold happiness," she whispered. The badger's eyes gleamed. "Follow the glowworms tonight. They thrive on contentment. Where they gather thickest, truth waits." Outside, night draped Meadowhaven in velvet. Mira treaded softly past cottages with butter-yellow windows, where the cobblestones sputtered weakly underfoot. Soon she noticed it, tiny emerald lights winking near the forest's edge. Glowworms. They clustered not on the path, but along the mossy stones bordering the whispering brook, forming a shimmering trail into the woods. Heart pattering like a rabbit's foot, Mira followed. The brook song grew louder, harmonizing with cricket chirps. Deeper in the forest, the glowworms swarmed around a gnarled hawthorn tree, its roots cradling a hollow veiled by ferns. Peering inside, Mira gasped. There, arranged with tender care, sat all the missing treasures. Granny's thimble crowned a tiny twig throne. Benji's whistle lay beside a pillow of moss. The baker's bell hung from a root like a chandelier. Surrounding them were delicate sculptures, dandelion puffs threaded on spider silk, berry acorn necklaces, and petals pressed into stained glass mosaics. Yet the hollow felt achingly lonely, like an unfinished song. Just then, a sob hiccuped from the shadows. Huddled behind a toadstool was a creature no taller than Mira's hand, with moth-wing ears and eyes like dewdrops. Her skin shimmered faintly, but her light guttered like a dying candle. "I'm sorry," she wept. "I only wanted to keep the warmth." Mira knelt, voice soft as thistledown. "Why?" The creature, named Lumen, wiped her eyes. "I'm a forest spirit. My light feeds on joy, but autumn makes the woods quiet and cold. I heard Meadowhaven's laughter, felt the cobblestones hum, so I borrowed happy things to brighten my home." She gestured sadly at her creations. "I didn't mean to steal, I just forgot. Joy needs sharing." Mira understood. Lumen's loneliness had dimmed her magic, which rippled into the village, weakening the cobblestones. The vanishings weren't theft, but a cry for connection. Gently, Mira lifted Lumen into her palm. "What if your home wasn't just here?" Together they visited Bramblewick, who chuckled into his tea. "Simple wisdom, little ones, light grows when carried." At dawn, Mira gathered the villagers. She returned each treasure, explaining Lumen's longing. Instead of anger, Meadowhaven's heart softened. Granny Thistle stitched a tiny quilt for the hollow. Benji left a new whistle near the brook. The baker hung a second bell, this one honey gold, beside his oven, ringing it twice daily for our forest friend. That evening, as stars embroidered the sky, the village gathered at the hawthorn tree. They placed a smooth river stone in the hollow, etched with the words, "Share your light." Lumen, glowing like a captured sunbeam now, danced above it, her wings scattering prism dust. Instantly the cobblestones blazed a steady, buttery gold, brighter than ever before. From then on, villagers left joy gifts at the stone, a ribbon, a painted pebble, a sprig of thyme, and children whispered secrets to the brook, knowing Lumen would listen. The vanishing ceased, but sometimes on frosty mornings, folks would find a hawthorn berry on their windowsill or their cobblestones gleaming extra warmly. A silent thank you from a spirit who'd learned that borrowed happiness fades, but shared kindling sparks forever. As autumn deepened, Meadowhaven's hearths crackled a little louder, its laughter richer, its cobblestones a golden river guiding wanderers home. And in the heart of the woods, a tiny light now pulsed in time with the village's heartbeat, a reminder that even the quietest loneliness could be soothed by kindness, one small glow at a time. Story 20. Far beyond the seven spiral galaxies, where nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers, drifted the ancient cargo vessel Stardust Weaver. Within its moss-lined hydroponics bay, a small gardener named Kip tended glowing vines. Kip hailed from the cloud forests of Viridia, a species covered in velvety russet fur, with large nocturnal eyes and hands like starfish. They hummed as they worked, their melody vibrating through the humid air like raindrops on broad leaves. Kip cherished quiet routines, the scent of nutrient-rich soil, the whisper of air recyclers, the way moonlight simulators painted silver streaks on dew-kissed petals. One cycle, a new shipment arrived, a crystalline containment pod holding a geological envoy from the mineral world of Xylos. When the pod hissed open, out stepped Torek. Tall and angular, their body resembled interlocking quartz shards that refracted light into prismatic patterns. Communication implants translated Torek's thoughts into clipped galactic standard, ambient humidity unacceptable, adjust atmospheric parameters. Kip flinched, their fur puffing. To Viridians, such directness felt like ice against skin. "The plants need moisture," Kip replied softly, whistling a nervous trill. Torek's facets dimmed, a Xylosian sign of confusion. They'd been sent to study the Weaver's rare mineral deposits, not negotiate with fuzzy biologists. Misunderstandings bloomed like thorn vines. Kip offered Torek a luminous moon peach. Torek scanned it for nutritional inefficiency and set it aside. When Kip sang to soothe a wilting sun blossom, Torek's sensors registered unidentified sonic vibrations and erected a sonic dampener field. "Your frequencies disrupt my mineral resonance scans," Torek stated. Kip retreated to their fern cove, whispering to a sympathetic bromeliad. "They think in graphs, not heartbeats." Torek, meanwhile, logged observations. Life form exhibits illogical attachment to non-sentient organisms, emotional expenditure, wasteful. Everything changed when the Weaver entered an uncharted asteroid belt. Cosmic debris punctured the hull near engineering. Alarms blared, a sound like fractured bells. Gravity fluctuated, hurling Kip against a storage crate. Torek anchored themselves magnetically, facets flashing emergency amber. Structural breach detected, escape pods compromised. Kip trembled, gripping a trailing vine. "The plants, they'll freeze without atmospheric containment." Torek calculated survival odds. Viridians required warmth. Xylosians could endure vacuum, but needed mineral-rich soil to regenerate. "Proposal, we seal the hydroponics bay. Its organic matter may sustain us temporarily." Sealing the doors, they huddled as temperatures plummeted. Frost feathered Kip's fur. Torek's crystalline joints stiffened, creaking like frozen rivers. I can't feel my roots," Kip chattered, curling into a shivering ball. Torek observed the dropping thermals, then did something unprecedented. they reconfigured their internal energy core, emitting a low, resonant warmth. My people harvest geothermal currents. This frequency simulates Xylosian lava tubes. A golden glow radiated from their facets, thawing the air. Kip's breathing eased. It feels like sunrise after snowfall, they murmured. Thorax lights flickered, a Xylosian blush. Efficiency requires shared thermal regulation. Days passed. Oxygen scrubbers faltered, leaving air thin and metallic. Kip noticed thorax facets growing cloudy, a sign of mineral depletion. Remembering Xylosian dietary logs, they gathered iron-rich soil from around the root bulbs. Here, Kip placed the offering near Torek. Your resonance feels frayed. Torek absorbed the minerals, facets brightening. Viridian empathy protocols are unexpectedly precise. Later, when Kip's spirits wilted under endless starlight, Torek projected holographic patterns across the ceiling, swirling nebulae and comet trails based on Kip's earlier descriptions of Viridia's skies. For psychological sustenance, Torek explained stiffly. Kip wept shimmering tears. It's home. Their greatest test came when radiation storms scrambled the distress beacon. Repairs require accessing the external antenna, Torek announced. Kip's ears drooped. The hull is icy, and Viridians were not built for zero-gravity climbs. Torek extended a jointed limb. My magnetic grip is stable, but I lack flexibility to navigate conduit junctions. Kip's eyes widened. I can squeeze through tight spaces, like tending vine nests back home. Together they devised a plan. Torek would anchor them both while Kip, wrapped in thermal webbing, wriggled through maintenance tubes to reach the antenna array. Outside, the void yawned, infinite and silent. Kip focused on Torek's steady hum through their comm link, a sound that had once been disruptive, now a lifeline. Turn left at the fractured conduit, Torek guided, their voice calm as polished stone. Kip's paws slipped on frosted metal. Torek magnetized their harness instantly. I have you. At the antenna, frozen couplings resisted Kip's strength. Use sonic resonance. Kip remembered. Your scans, can you pulse them here? Torek adjusted their frequency, shattering the ice. The beacon flared to life. Rescue arrived in a flurry of repair drones and warm light. As medics tended to them, Kip nestled against Torek's warmth, no longer finding their angles strange. You made void walks feel safe, Kip whistled softly. Torek's facets softened into hues of lavender and gold, colors unseen on Xylos. You taught me that efficiency gains meaning when shared. They exchanged gifts. Kip gave Torek a vial of Viridian star moss for your next rocky garden, while Torek gifted a polished moon geode that pulsed with inner light to brighten your fern cove. Years later, on a shared outpost orbiting a binary star, Kip tended hybrid gardens where crystalline flowers hummed alongside bioluminescent ferns. Torek taught young geologists to listen to mineral seams with patience. Visitors often asked how such different beings forged so deep a bond. Kip would chirp a melody Torek had once called disruptive, now their favorite lullaby. Torek would glow indigo, the shade of gratitude. We learned, they'd say, that friendship isn't about speaking the same language but weathering the same storms. And sometimes, their facets would catch the starlight, scattering rainbows across Kip's fur. The storm is where you find your light. And in the quiet between stars, that light, warm, enduring, and infinitely kind, never faded. Story 21. The old cottage nestled at the edge of Whisperwood Village always felt like a living thing to young Maya. Its timber beams sighed in the wind, and its stone fireplace held the warmth of countless winters. Yet lately a quiet restlessness stirred within her, a feeling that something important lay just beyond her understanding, like a half-remembered melody. Her grandmother, Ilara, noticed the faraway look in Maya's eyes one crisp autumn evening as they sat shelling walnuts by the hearth. "You carry questions in your heart, little leaf," Ilara said softly, the firelight dancing in her wise, crinkled eyes. "Perhaps it's time you saw the attic." Maya had never ventured beyond the creaky ladder leading upward. Dust motes swirled like gold in the lantern's glow as she climbed, revealing a space filled with forgotten things, trunks of yellowed linens, dried herbs hanging from rafters, and the sweet, woody scent of cedar. In the farthest corner, draped in a cloth woven from twilight blue wool, lay a large, oval loom. Its wooden frame was carved with spiraling patterns like unfurling ferns, and resting upon it was an unfinished tapestry. The threads shimmered faintly, as if woven with starlight. Beside it sat a small, leather-bound journal, its pages fragile as moth wings. As Maya traced the tapestry's patterns, forest greens, river blues, and the deep russet of autumn oaks, a warmth spread through her fingertips. The journal, written in her great-grandmother's flowing script, spoke of their family's ancient role, the weavers of memory. For generations, they'd spun threads infused with Avala's stories, tales of courage, kindness, and harmony with nature, into tapestries that hung in every home, binding the community to its roots. But the practice had faded when Maya's great-grandmother passed, her final work left incomplete. The threads remember, the journal whispered in faded ink. They wait for hands that listen. That night Maya dreamed of a silver fox with eyes like polished river stones. It led her through moonlit groves where trees whispered in voices like rustling parchment. "Seek the three gifts," the fox murmured, its breath a cloud of frost. "The loom's heart, the spinner's song, and the weaver's tears, they lie where the past breathes." Guided by the dream, Maya spent her days exploring. In a mossy hollow near the Whispering Creek, she found a smooth, palm-sized stone veined with quartz, the loom's heart. It hummed when she held it, syncing with her own heartbeat. Next, in the village's oldest oak, hollowed by time, hung a tiny silver bell, the spinner's song. Its chime sounded like raindrops on petals, and when she rang it, the unfinished tapestry's threads glowed brighter. The final gift, the weaver's tears, proved elusive until Maya sat by her grandmother's knee, tears welling as she confessed her fear of failing her heritage. Ilara cupped Maya's cheek, a single tear catching the firelight. "Oh, my dear," she whispered, "these are the tears that water wisdom." As it fell onto the tapestry, the threads bloomed with soft light, weaving themselves into a new pattern, a girl and a fox beneath a crescent moon. With the three gifts united, Maya returned to the attic. She placed the loom's heart against the loom's frame, rang the spinner's song, and let her own quiet tears, of joy not sorrow, blend with her great-grandmother's legacy. The tapestry awakened. Images emerged not as static pictures, but living moments. Her ancestors tending gardens where butterflies danced with children, mending fences with neighbors after storms, singing ballads that calmed frightened lambs. Each scene carried a gentle lesson, that kindness builds bridges, patience deepens roots, and every ending holds the seed of a new beginning. As Maya wove the final thread, a strand of her own chestnut hair, the tapestry shimmered, completing a scene of the village's harvest festival. Children laughed under lantern-lit trees, elders shared stories, and at the center Maya saw herself, holding hands with her grandmother and the silver fox. A profound warmth settled in her chest, like sunlight after rain. She hadn't just uncovered a tradition, she'd found her place within a river of love that flowed from the past into the present. On the first night of winter, Maya and Ilara hung the tapestry in the cottage's main room. Villagers gathered, their breath making clouds in the frosty air as they marveled at the glowing threads. Maya shared the stories woven within, her voice soft as falling snow. "Our legacy isn't in things," she said, touching the tapestry where the fox smiled knowingly. It's in how we carry each other through storms, how we listen to the wind, and how we weave new beauty from old threads. That night, as the fire crackled and the tapestry cast dancing shadows, Maya felt the valley's ancient heartbeat sync with her own, a timeless rhythm of belonging. She drifted to sleep in her grandmother's arms, the scent of cedar and wool wrapping around her like a promise kept, while outside, snow began to blanket the world in peaceful, silent white. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. The fire crackled softly, its warm light dancing on the walls like shy sprites. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the sleeping world. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to the heart of Greenwood Hollow, a village nestled in a valley where the air smelled perpetually of damp earth and wild thyme, and where the gardens held whispers of magic. In this village lived a young gardener named Silas. Silas had hands that knew the language of the soil, fingers that could coax the shyest seedling from the earth with infinite patience. His garden, tucked behind a cottage with a mossy roof, was a tapestry of vibrant blooms and lush greenery, each plant thriving under his gentle, predictable care. Silas loved the rhythm of his days, the cool dawn mist settling on petals, the warm afternoon sun coaxing fragrance into the air, the quiet evenings spent listening to the rustle of leaves. Change, however, even the gentle shift of seasons, filled his heart with a quiet unease. He preferred the familiar hum of bees to the unpredictable flutter of a new butterfly. One crisp autumn morning, Silas discovered a peculiar sight. Nestled amongst his prize-winning moon petals, known for their cool, silver luminescence at dusk, was a plant he had never sown. It was a fern, but unlike any ordinary fern. Its fronds were a deep, velvety green that seemed to drink the light, and at their very tips, tiny, gem-like buds glowed with a soft, internal warmth, a deep, shifting rose gold. Silas felt a prickle of anxiety. This unknown beauty felt like an intrusion on his carefully ordered world. He tentatively named it the blushing fern, for the buds reminded him of a shy maiden's cheeks. Yet as days turned into weeks, the fern became Silas's secret worry. Despite his meticulous care, the exact amount of water, the perfect dappled shade, the rich compost he made himself, the fern seemed restless. Its fronds would tremble faintly when he approached, a soft sighing sound rustling through them. The rose-gold buds remained tightly closed, their light dimming. Silas felt a pang of failure, a familiar knot tightening in his chest whenever he looked at it. He felt like he was failing this strange, magical guest. His unease didn't go unnoticed. Silas often sought solace and advice from Mistress Willow, the village's oldest gardener, whose own cottage was practically swallowed by an astonishing jungle of plants. Her eyes, the color of moss after rain, held centuries of green wisdom. One afternoon, as Silas confided his worries over steaming mugs of chamomile tea, the fragrant steam curling around them like friendly ghosts, Mistress Willow listened patiently. "Ah, the blushing fern," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. "A rare visitor indeed, a mirror fern, some call it. It doesn't just grow in the garden, young Silas. It grows with the gardener." "What does that mean?" Silas asked, perplexed, tracing the rim of his warm mug. "It reflects," Mistress Willow explained gently, "the inner state of the one who tends it most closely. Its restlessness, its reluctance to bloom, it speaks of a heart holding tightly to the banks of a stream, afraid of the current." She reached out a gnarled hand and patted his arm. "Change isn't a storm to be weathered, Silas. It's the soil turning, making way for new roots." Silas pondered her words, finding them both comforting and unsettling. He also found support in his cheerful friend, Briar. Briar, who ran the village bakery, was all laughter and flour-dusted aprons, embracing each new recipe and mishap with equal gusto. Stuck, are you? Briar chuckled one day, handing Silas a warm honey oat roll that smelled like sunshine. Remember when I tried to make those star-shaped pastries? Looked more like grumpy badgers, but you know what? Some folks love the grumpy badgers. Maybe your fern just wants to be a grumpy badger for a while, or maybe, Briar added, his eyes twinkling, it just needs to know it's okay to be something different. Silas carried Briar's words and Mistress Willow's wisdom back to his garden. He sat beside the blushing fern, not just to tend, but to listen. He felt the familiar knot of resistance in his own chest, the fear of disrupting his peaceful routine, the anxiety of the unknown. He realized the fern's trembling fronds mirrored his own nervous energy. Its closed buds reflected his own reluctance to open to possibilities beyond his carefully controlled world. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate lace on the cobwebs, Silas noticed the fern looked particularly sad. Its fronds drooped, the rose-gold light within the buds barely a flicker. Mistress Willow's words echoed, "It grows with the gardener." He knew what he had to do, though the thought sent a tremor through him more chilling than the frost. The fern needed pruning. Some of the oldest, outermost fronds, though still green, were overshadowing the heart of the plant, stifling the potential of the central buds. Pruning meant cutting away the familiar, the established, to make room for new growth. It meant embracing change, trusting that beauty could emerge from loss. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, Silas selected his sharpest, cleanest shears. His hands shook slightly. Each snip felt like a tiny leap into the unknown. As he carefully removed the older fronds, a remarkable thing happened. The remaining fronds seemed to sigh, not in sorrow, but in profound relief. They lifted, stretching towards the fading light. And the rose-gold buds, they pulsed. A soft, warm light emanated from them, bathing the surrounding moon petals in a gentle, rosy glow. Silas felt a corresponding shift within himself. The knot of anxiety loosened, replaced by a warm, expanding sensation like the first unfurling of a new leaf. It wasn't reckless abandon, but a quiet courage, a trust in the natural cycle of growth and release. He hadn't destroyed his garden, he had helped it breathe. Winter settled over Greenwood Hollow, a blanket of quiet transformation. Silas continued his routines, but with a new awareness. He noticed the subtle shifts in light, the way the snow insulated the sleeping earth, protecting the promise beneath. He found himself experimenting, slightly planting a few early snowdrop bulbs in a sunnier spot, trying a new blend of compost. The blushing fern thrived. Its remaining fronds grew stronger, a deeper, richer green. The rose-gold buds swelled, their internal light growing steadier, warmer, casting a cozy aura in the winter-dim greenhouse Silas had built. One late winter afternoon, when the sun hung low and golden, Silas was tidying the greenhouse. Mistress Willow and Briar had come to share spiced cider. As they admired the fern, bathed in the golden sunlight streaming through the glass, it happened. With a soft, almost musical chime, the largest rose-gold bud began to unfurl. Layer after delicate layer peeled back, not to reveal a flower, but a cascade of pure, shimmering light. It wasn't harsh or blinding, but a warm, liquid radiance that flowed downwards, touching the soil around the fern's base. Where the light touched the earth, impossible things happened. Tiny crystalline frost flowers bloomed instantly, sparkling like captured starlight. A patch of dormant moss turned a vibrant, glowing emerald green. Even the moon petals nearby, usually dormant in winter, perked up, their silver edges catching the rosy light and reflecting it in soft rainbows on the greenhouse walls. Silas gasped, tears pricking his eyes, not tears of sadness, but of awe and profound understanding. Mistress Willow smiled, a knowing glint in her mossy eyes. Briar clapped his hands softly. Well, would you look at that, told you grumpy badgers have their charm. The magical light pulsed gently, a visible manifestation of the transformation both Sela's and the fern had undergone. It wasn't about becoming something entirely different, but about embracing the fullness of potential within. The fern hadn't changed its nature, it had simply been allowed to express its true, radiant self. Silas hadn't abandoned his love for peace and care. He had deepened it by learning that true growth sometimes requires the courage to let go, to trust the unseen roots, and to welcome the light that comes after the pruning. As the last embers in the fireplace settled into a bed of warm ash, the tale of Silas and the blushing fern comes to a close. The garden in Greenwood Hollow still blooms with quiet magic, tended by hands that understand both the comfort of the known and the gentle necessity of change. The blushing fern continues to glow with its rose-gold light, a quiet beacon reminding all who see it that the most beautiful transformations often begin with a single brave step into the unknown, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the quiet courage to let your own inner light unfurl. Remember, dear listener, as you drift towards dreams, that your own heart holds seeds of wonder, waiting for the right moment, the right care, to blossom into something uniquely, beautifully yours. Sleep peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of growth and the quiet magic of becoming. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds, and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket. It's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box. Its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end. They bloom inside you forever. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Lumen, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the storykeeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Deep in the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the Lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great Heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The Heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little Fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the Heartwood song, it's fading, the balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The Heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, Grandfather, to the great Heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little Fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the Heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great Heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the mosskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered mosskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint, silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the moskins sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits, glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. The whispering woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against the spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing, "the veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. "Come, we must consult the council of root and crown." Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-key dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. "Without the heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels." Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one. A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the spring vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in Earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. Find warmth without fire, it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As Sorrel poured the mixture over the heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the whispering woods. The evening mist curled around the village of Willowbrook like a silvery blanket, tucking the thatched roofs and cobblestone lanes into twilight's embrace. In a cottage near the ancient woods, young Leo traced frost patterns on his window pane, feeling as invisible as the breath fogging the glass. While other children chased fireflies, Leo preferred quiet corners, his heart attuned to the rustling leaves and distant owl calls drifting from the whispering woods, a forest rumored to speak secrets to those who listened. No one ever noticed Leo listening. One crisp autumn afternoon, while gathering acorns near the tree line, Leo stumbled over a gnarled root. As he brushed damp earth from his knees, a soft, amber glow pulsed beneath a carpet of crimson ferns. He pushed the fronds aside, revealing a stone the size of his palm, warm as fresh bread and humming with a gentle vibration. Its surface swirled with veins of liquid gold, casting dappled light on the moss. When Leo tucked it into his pocket, the stone nestled against him like a contented heartbeat. That night beneath his quilt, the stone's glow intensified, painting his ceiling with dancing constellations. A whisper, featherlight yet clear, brushed his mind. "Come, finder, the woods await," heart drumming, Leo slipped outside. Moonlight silvered the path as the stone flared brighter near a colossal oak. Its trunk shimmered, revealing a hidden archway woven from ivy and starlight. Holding the stone aloft, Leo stepped through. Air, sweet with jasmine and damp soil, washed over him. He stood in Lumina, a hidden realm where trees bore lantern-like fruits, casting pools of violet and emerald light. Mushrooms glowed like scattered coins, and streams flowed with liquid sapphire. Yet beneath the beauty, a sorrow lingered. Flowers drooped, their light dimming, the air hummed with a weary sigh. Before Leo could marvel further, a creature scurried from behind a toadstool. No taller than his forearm, it had bark-like skin, eyes like dewdrops and twiggy fingers. It chirped, a sound like wind chimes. "I'm Twig," it said, voice rustling like autumn leaves. "You bear the heartstone fragment, Lumina fades without it." Twig explained that the great crystal, source of all magic, lay fractured in a distant cavern. Without its light, Lumina and the whispering woods beyond would wither into eternal shadow. The stone Leo found was a missing shard. "But the way is perilous," Twig warned, pointing a slender finger toward mist-shrouded mountains. "And the guardian of shadows blocks the crystal's heart." Their journey began at dawn's first glow. Lumina's wonders unfolded, bridges spun from spider silk, groves where butterflies sang in harmonies, and pools reflecting dreams instead of faces. Yet decay crept at the edges, patches of gray moss devouring color, streams running sluggish and silent. Leo shared his bread with Twig, who nibbled it delicately. "Why help me?" Leo asked. Twig's eyes softened. The stone chose you, and kindness is a language even shadows understand. Their first trial came in the Canyon of Echoes. Towering cliffs amplified every whisper into a cacophony. Turn back, you're too small, the shadows will swallow you. The voices twisted Leo's doubts into paralyzing fear. Clutching the warm stone, he closed his eyes. Listen deeper, it seemed to murmur. Beneath the chaos, he heard Twig's steady breath and the stone's soft hum. Follow my voice, Leo called, cutting through the noise. Step by step, they navigated the labyrinth, Leo realizing true direction came from within. Days later, they faced the river of reflections. Its waters showed not their faces, but their fears. Leo saw himself ignored in a bustling village square, his words dissolving unheard. Twig saw Lumina crumbling to dust. I'm nobody special, Leo whispered, tears pricking his eyes. Twig clasped his hand, Twig's surprisingly strong. You crossed worlds with courage, you see what others overlook. That is your magic. Wading through the icy water, Leo faced his reflection. I am enough, he declared. The river stilled, clearing like glass. Exhausted but resolute, they entered the grove of whispers. Ancient trees murmured temptations. Leave the stone, its light is a burden, doubt coiled around Leo's heart. Twig shivered beside him. They feed on loneliness, the creature murmured. Leo knelt, placing the glowing stone on a root. We carry our light together, he said firmly. The whispers faded, replaced by a single warm breeze carrying the scent of blooming night blooms. Friendship, they learned, was armor against despair. At last, they reached the crystal cavern. Inside, the fractured great crystal pulsed weakly, its light choked by swirling tendrils of darkness. Before it stood the guardian, a towering figure of shifting shadows, its form echoing with hollow whispers of a lone forgotten. Twig trembled, but Leo stepped forward, heartstone blazing. We don't want to fight you, he called, voice steady. We want to help. The shadow recoiled, hissing. Light burns, light abandons. Understanding dawned on Leo. This wasn't a monster, it was loneliness made manifest. He recalled his own invisibility, the ache of being unseen. I know what it's like to feel forgotten, he said softly, extending the stone not as a weapon but an offering. But you're not alone now. Lumina needs you. We need you. The shadows wavered. Twig added, be the guardian, not the gloom. Slowly the darkness dissolved, revealing a being of starlight and smoke, with eyes like captured moonlight. It bowed, melting into the cavern walls as a protective silhouette. Leo placed the heartstone fragment into the crystal's core. Light erupted, a silent, radiant explosion that flooded the cavern, then surged through Lumina. Flowers straightened, blazing with color, rivers sang, the very air sparkled with renewed magic. The guardian solidified into a luminous sentinel, nodding gratefully to Leo and Twig. Returning through the shimmering archway, Leo found Willowbrook unchanged. Yet he carried Lumina within him, the stone now a warm pendant around his neck, its glow hidden beneath his shirt. Days later, when the village council debated clearing the wood's edge for a new pasture, Leo stood. The Whispering Woods protects us, he said, voice clear and sure. Its roots hold the hills steady, its whispers warn of storms. Silence fell. For the first time they truly saw Leo, not invisible but insightful. The woods remained untouched. Now, as dusk settles over Willowbrook, Leo often sits beneath the great oak. Sometimes a small figure with dewdrop eyes emerges, sharing stories of Lumina's restored glades. Leo smiles, tracing his pendant. He tends a hidden garden where Lumina's glowing seeds bloom softly, a bridge between worlds. And when villagers ask why the woods seem brighter, why the winds carry melodies instead of howls, Leo simply says, some magic thrives when we listen. He knows now that every heart holds a hidden world, every kindness a fragment of light, and that friendship, whether with a twig-limbed guide or a lonely shadow, can mend even the deepest fractures. As stars pepper the sky, Leo whispers his gratitude to the woods, its rustling leaves a lullaby of secrets kept and wonders shared, promising that no one who carries light is ever truly alone. And in that certainty, wrapped in the forest's gentle sigh, he finds peace deeper than any dream. Once upon a starlit night, a young girl named Lily stood by her bedroom window, gazing wistfully at the velvety sky. Though only 9 years old, she felt a yearning for something more, a pull towards the great unknown that echoed in her restless heart. In the small village where Lily lived, changes came rarely, and life followed the steady rhythm of the seasons. But Lily's curious spirit longed to spread its wings and explore the vast world that lay beyond the rolling hills and ancient forests surrounding her home. Little did she know, a magical journey awaited her, one that would teach her the true meaning of growth and transformation. One evening, as Lily wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon an enchanting sight, a glittering pool nestled among the towering oaks. Mesmerized by its ethereal beauty, she knelt beside the water's edge, and that's when she saw it, a tiny glowing speck dancing upon the surface. With a delicate touch, Lily cupped the speck in her hands, and it unfurled into a dazzling sprite, no bigger than her thumb. The sprite's gossamer wings shimmered like crystal, and its eyes twinkled with ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young one," spoke the sprite in a voice as soft as moonbeams. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and I sense the yearning in your heart." Lily gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "How is this possible? Are you magic?" Zephyr chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Magic exists all around us, dear child, if only we open our eyes to its wonders." From that moment on, Zephyr became Lily's guide, introducing her to the hidden magical realms that coexisted with the world she knew. Together they explored enchanted glades where pixies danced among the wildflowers, and ancient trees whispered secrets of bygone eras. Yet as wondrous as these experiences were, Lily's true transformation unfolded within her heart and mind. Zephyr's gentle teachings helped Lily understand that growth was not merely a physical change, but a journey of the spirit. With each new adventure, Lily learned valuable lessons: patience from the steady trickle of a stream, resilience from the oak that weathered storms, and courage from the brave little sparrow that took flight. And just as the natural world around her shifted with the seasons, so too did Lily's perspectives and dreams evolve. Lily's dearest friend, a kind-hearted boy named Ethan, bore witness to her remarkable journey. Though he could not see the magical beings, he supported Lily's explorations, offering a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on when the path grew challenging. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to fire and the air grew crisp, Zephyr appeared with a somber expression. "My time in these woods is nearing its end," the sprite said, her voice tinged with melancholy. "But fear not, little one, for the true magic lies within you now." Lily's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she nodded, understanding that all things must change and grow. With a tender smile, Zephyr continued, "The seeds of wisdom I have planted in your heart will blossom into something extraordinary. Embrace the uncertainties of life, for they are windows to new discoveries and personal growth." As the sprite faded into the dappled sunlight, Lily felt a warmth blossoming in her chest, a newfound confidence and appreciation for the journey that lay ahead. In the years that followed, Lily's thirst for knowledge and experience only deepened. She pursued her dreams with unwavering determination, yet always remained grounded in the lessons Zephyr had imparted: to embrace change with grace, to find beauty in the smallest wonders, and to nurture the magic within her own heart. And though the enchanted realms faded from her sight, the magic lived on in Lily's open mind, her compassionate spirit, and her unwavering belief in the transformative power of growth and self-discovery. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. Today, Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony. The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. Long ago, Fendrel continued, the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. The floorboards in the old house creaked a familiar lullaby, but Liam couldn't sleep. A strange, soft light, like captured moonlight, flickered at the edge of his window. Curiosity, a tiny, persistent spark, nudged him out of bed. Peering out, he saw not the familiar moonlit garden, but a shimmering path winding into the woods behind his home, a path he'd never noticed before. It pulsed gently, invitingly. Pulling on his warmest sweater, Liam slipped outside, the cool night air carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed wildflowers. The path wasn't made of dirt or stone, but of woven light, cool and soft beneath his bare feet. It led him deeper into the woods than he'd ever ventured. Ancient trees, their bark etched with silver swirls, leaned in, their leaves whispering secrets in a language of rustles and sighs. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Liam had seen, darted like living emeralds and sapphires through the air, leaving trails of sparkling dust. He followed the glowing path until the trees parted, revealing a sight that stole his breath. He stood on the edge of Moonpetal Glade. The ground was carpeted in velvety moss that glowed with a soft, blue-green luminescence. Scattered throughout were enormous flowers, their petals like spun moonlight, unfurling to reveal centers that pulsed with gentle, golden light. A shallow stream meandered through the glade, its water not clear, but shimmering like liquid starlight, reflecting the glowing flora above. The air hummed softly, a harmonious blend of cricket song and the gentle chime of unseen bells. It felt like stepping into a dream woven from starlight and dew. Liam's first encounter was with the mosskin. Tiny creatures, no taller than his hand, emerged from beneath glowing toadstools. They resembled bundles of soft moss given life, with eyes like polished obsidian and twig-like limbs. On their heads they wore caps fashioned from acorn cups or tiny, luminous petals. They didn't speak but communicated through soft clicks, whistles, and gestures. One brave mosskin approached, holding out a tiny, perfectly round pebble that glowed faintly purple. Liam knelt, accepting the gift with a smile. The pebble felt warm and smooth in his palm. The mosskin chittered happily and gestured for him to follow. They led him towards the singing stream. As he neared, he saw the water wasn't just shimmering. It was filled with tiny, darting shapes like living pieces of rainbow glass shimmerlings. They leaped from the water, not splashing, but creating perfect, momentary rings of iridescent light that floated upwards before dissolving. One particularly bold shimmerling leaped high, arcing over Liam's head and leaving a trail of rainbow mist that smelled faintly of rainbows and peppermint. The mosskin chittered encouragingly, pointing towards a bridge made of smooth, white stones that arched over the stream. The bridge, however, presented Liam's first gentle challenge. As he stepped onto the first stone, it began to softly sing a low, resonant hum. The next stone joined in a higher note, and the next higher still. The bridge wasn't just a crossing, it was an instrument. The stones only remained stable and quiet if stepped on with perfect balance and gentle, unhurried movements. If he rushed or stepped heavily, the stones would wobble and sing loudly out of tune, sending shivers through the structure. Liam took a deep breath, remembering his mother's words about patience. He focused, placing each foot carefully, finding his center of gravity. He moved slowly, deliberately, listening to the harmonious melody. His careful steps created a gentle lullaby of stone. The mosskin watched, their obsidian eyes wide with approval, and the shimmerlings danced below, reflecting the bridge song in their colorful leaps. On the other side of the bridge, the air grew cooler, and the glowing moss gave way to patches of soft, dark earth. Here, Liam encountered the will-o'-wisps. They weren't creatures of flesh, but gentle spirits of light, shaped like softly glowing orbs with trailing, wispy tendrils. They floated silently among the weeping branches of ancient willow trees, whose leaves dripped liquid silver light. The wisps moved in slow, graceful patterns, weaving intricate, temporary constellations in the air. one wisp drifted closer, its light pulsing softly. It didn't speak words, but a feeling washed over Liam, a gentle inquiry, a touch of melancholy. He felt the wisp was lost, separated from its constellation. Looking around, Liam noticed patterns etched faintly in the bark of the willows, patterns that mirrored the constellations the wisps were trying to form. The challenge wasn't physical strength, but observation and gentle guidance. Remembering the patterns he'd seen the wisps attempt, Liam carefully pointed towards a willow whose bark swirled in a particular spiral pattern. He moved slowly, deliberately, mimicking the slow drift of the wisp. He didn't grab or push, he simply guided its attention. The wisp pulsed brighter, then drifted towards the tree he indicated. Its light seemed to resonate with the pattern on the bark. Other wisps noticed, drifting closer. Slowly, patiently, Liam helped guide several wisps to their corresponding trees. As each wisp found its pattern, its light flared warmly, and the tendrils of light wove together with the silver drips from the willow leaves, forming a breathtaking, stable constellation that hung in the air, filling the space with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The melancholy feeling lifted, replaced by a warm hum of contentment that vibrated through the clearing. The wisps pulsed in unison, a silent thank you that Liam felt deep in his bones. He continued through the glade, guided now by a sense of serene wonder rather than the path. He encountered a grove where the wind played melodies on crystal leaves, and shy, furry creatures with eyes like molten amber peeked from hollow logs, offering him berries that tasted like sunshine. Each encounter required a little courage, the courage to approach the unknown, to be patient, to observe carefully, and to offer kindness without expectation. He learned that bravery here wasn't about roaring or fighting, but about quiet curiosity, gentle steps, and listening with his heart. Finally, the glowing path led him to the heart of Moonpetal Glade, a small, crystal-clear pool reflecting the star-strewn sky above and the glowing glade below. Sitting serenely on a mossy stone beside it was the oldest, wisest-looking mosskin Liam had seen yet. Its moss was silvery gray, and its eyes held the depth of the night sky. In its twiggy hands it held a single, perfect moonpetal bloom, its light pure and steady. It gestured for Liam to sit. No words were spoken, but understanding flowed between them, as clear as the starlight on the water. The elder mosskin conveyed the gentle truth of the glade. It revealed itself only to those with open hearts and quiet courage. The challenges weren't tests, but invitations to discover the strength already within the strength of patience, observation, kindness, and the simple bravery to explore the unknown. The moonpetal bloom wasn't just a flower, it was a reminder. As the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, turning the liquid starlight stream to molten silver, Liam knew it was time to return. The elder mosskin placed the glowing moonpetal gently into his hands. It felt cool and comforting, radiating a soft, steady light. The shimmering path reappeared, leading back the way he came. The mosskin chittered a soft farewell, the shimmerlings leaped in a final, dazzling display, and the will-o-wisps pulsed their constellation light in a gentle rhythm that felt like a lullaby. Walking back along the woven light path, the woods transformed back into their familiar daytime shapes. The glowing moss faded, the singing stones fell silent, and the air lost its sweet, magical hum. Liam emerged from the trees just as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds. He stood in his own garden, the ordinary grass cool under his feet, the familiar scent of roses in the air. In his hand, the moonpetal bloom still glowed softly, a tangible piece of enchantment. He slipped back inside, the house still quiet. Placing the glowing flower in a small jar of water by his window, he climbed back into bed. The tiny, steady light pulsed gently, casting soft shadows on the wall. As Liam drifted off to sleep, the creaking floorboards sounded like the singing bridge, the rustling leaves outside like the whispering trees of the glade. He felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the blankets, but from a quiet, newfound understanding. The world was vast and full of wonders, seen and unseen. True courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity, even when the path glowed mysteriously in the moonlight. He had ventured into the unknown, faced gentle challenges not with force, but with patience and a listening heart, and returned carrying not just a glowing flower, but the comforting knowledge that bravery, friendship, and wonder could be found in the quietest steps and the softest glows. The gentle pulse of the moon petal was the last thing he saw before sleep claimed him, a lullaby of light assuring him that magic and courage were always closer than he dreamed. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the canopy, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here the breeze carried secrets on its breath, and the roots of the world hummed with old magic. Among the hollows and fern-carpeted clearings, a young squirrel named Pip scampered. His fur was the russet brown of autumn leaves, and his eyes held the restless spark of perpetual curiosity. One crisp morning, as Pip chased a spiraling maple seed, he noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, which usually sang a merry tune over polished stones, ran sluggish and murky. Silverfish darted erratically instead of their graceful dances, and the luminous moon petals by the water's edge had wilted overnight. A chill hung in the air, unnatural for late spring, when warmth should have kissed the forest floor. Pip's nose twitched at the sour tang of decay beneath the usual perfume of pine and wild honeysuckle. Guided by worry, Pip sought out elder thistle, a tortoise whose shell bore intricate patterns like a map of constellations. Thistle resided beneath the grand willow, whose branches wept shimmering strands of silver moss. The air here thrummed with the willow's low, soothing hum, and the ground felt soft as velvet beneath Pip's paws. "Grandfather," Pip whispered, nuzzling Thistle's weathered neck, "the brook is sick, and the cold bites like winter's ghost." Thistle's eyes, deep as forest pools, grew solemn. "Ah, little one, you sense the season not." He explained how the whispering woods thrived on balance, guarded by the heartstone, a gem hidden in the oldest oak, pulsing with the rhythm of the seasons. When harmony falters, the stone's magic phrase, cold seeps where warmth belongs, life withers where it should bloom. Long ago, Thistle recounted, the forest creatures learned to tend the heartstone together. Fireflies polished its surface with dewlight at dawn, earthworms loosened the soil around its roots, and songbirds fed it melodies to strengthen its pulse. But lately the northern winds had grown fierce, scattering the fireflies and silencing the birds. Without their rituals, the stone's energy dimmed. Determined to help, Pip gathered his dearest friends, Luna, a moth with wings like frosted starlight, and Bramble, a badger whose gentle strength could move mountains. Under Thistle's guidance, they embarked on a quest to mend the season knot. Their journey wove through landscapes alive with magic, fields where bluebells chimed like tiny bells when touched, caves where glowworms painted constellations on damp walls, and meadows where dandelion seeds rode thermal winds like golden chariots. As they traveled, Pip noticed subtle wonders, the way spiderwebs glittered with captured rainbows after a shower, the earthy scent of truffles rising from Bramble's careful digging, the velvet brush of Luna's wings against his ear as she navigated moonlit paths. Each sensory detail was a thread in the forest's living tapestry. Their first challenge came at the Misty Falls. Here the water usually cascaded in liquid diamond sheets, but now it oozed thick and silent. "The falls are clogged with sorrow moss," Luna observed, her antennae drooping. "It feeds on imbalance." Bramble used his powerful claws to clear the rocks, while Pip and Luna gathered bundles of sun-kissed thistledown, a natural remedy Thistle had taught them. As they laid the down upon the moss, it dissolved like sugar in tea, and the falls sighed back into music. Next they faced the silent glade, where the songbirds had ceased their chorus. A bitter frost coated the wild roses, stealing their scent. Luna fluttered to the highest branch, her wings dusting the air with iridescent powder that melted the ice. Pip scampered up, offering acorns filled with nectar from the last blooming honeysuckle. One by one, robins and wrens emerged, their voices tentative at first, then swelling into a symphony that shook dew from the leaves. Finally they reached the elder tree, its trunk wide as a hill, roots cradling the heartstone. The gem, usually ablaze with shifting colors, spring grain, summer gold, autumn amber, winter blue, now flickered weakly. Frost crept up its sides. "The wind spirits are distressed," Thistle murmured. "They feel unheard." Pip remembered his grandmother's tales. Wind spirits danced to the laughter of young creatures. So he did something bold. He scurried to the highest twig and spun in dizzying circles, tail whirling like a pinwheel, chittering a playful tune. Luna joined, looping figure eights in the air, while Bramble drummed a joyful rhythm on a hollow log. Their mirth rang like bells. From the north, a single breeze spiraled down, tentative at first, then whirling into a gale of giggles. More winds gathered, weaving through the trees in ribbons of cool air that smelled of distant snowmelt and alpine flowers. As they danced, the frost on the heartstone melted. The stone blazed anew, pulsing warmth through the roots and into the soil. By the time they returned to the crystal brook, life had returned. Water chuckled over stones, clear as spun glass. Moon petals glowed like captured moons, and silverfish traced liquid silver spirals in the current. The air hummed with the thrum of cicadas and the perfume of awakened earth. Under the grand willow, Thistle smiled. Well done, little guardians, remember this, the forest breathes as one. Every wing beat, every root's reach, every note sung or silence kept, it all weaves the balance. Pip curled beside Luna and Bramble, watching fireflies paint the dusk. He felt the wood sigh in contentment, the rustle of leaves like a lullaby, the damp moss cool beneath him, the taste of wild strawberries sweet on his tongue. Above, the first star blinked awake, reflected in the now steady brook. And as the creatures drifted to sleep, the whispering woods cradled them, whispering ancient truths on the breeze. That harmony lives in listening, magic in kindness, and strength in the gentle bonds that tie root to rain, wing to wind, heart to heart. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light-years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kaelin, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kaelin recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kaelin, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kaelin pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kaelin mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great Ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelin's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kaelin trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelin's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kaelin's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kaelin attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kaelin sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kaelin focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kaelin, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kaelin's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kaelin responded with a constellation-patterned glow, "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kaelin's prismatic recollections of Shard's singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kaelin gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kaelin treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They're winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Licia. Licia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Licia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Licia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Licia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Licia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Licia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Licia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Licia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Licia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Licia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Licia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Licia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Licia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Licia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. The evening mist curled around the cottage like a contented cat, silvering the cobblestone path and muffling the distant chime of the village clock. Inside, young Clara traced the frost feathers on her window pane, her breath fogging the glass. 10 years old, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes holding the quiet depth of a forest pool, she felt a familiar restlessness stir. Her world, nestled between the whispering pines of Eldergrove Forest and the sleepy village of Willowbrook, felt too small, too known. She longed for the rustle of unseen leaves, the scent of unfamiliar earth. Beneath her bed, tucked inside a worn wooden box beside a smooth river stone and a robin's blue eggshell, lay her most precious secret, the Whisperwood acorn. It wasn't like any other acorn. Larger than her fist, its cap was etched with swirling silver patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight, and the nut itself pulsed with a deep, warm amber light like captured sunset. She'd found it months ago beneath the oldest oak in Elder Grove, its glow drawing her through a thicket she'd never dared enter before. Since then, its gentle thrum against her palm was a constant, silent companion, a promise of something more. That night, unable to sleep, the acorn's pulse felt stronger, almost urgent. Slipping on her softest woolen cloak, she crept downstairs, past the snoring form of her grandfather in his armchair by the dying embers. The front door opened with a sigh, releasing her into the cool, pine-scented embrace of the night. The full moon hung low, a luminous pearl bathing the world in silvery light. Instinctively, Clara drew the Whisperwood acorn from her pocket. As moonlight touched its silver-etched cap, the swirling patterns ignited. They spun faster, glowing brighter, casting dancing shadows on the mossy ground. Then, with a soft chime like distant wind bells, a beam of pure amber light shot from the acorn's tip, striking the gnarled trunk of the ancient oak. Where the light touched, the bark shimmered and dissolved, revealing not wood, but an archway woven from living moonlight and tangled roots, leading into profound, inviting darkness. Hesitation flickered, then dissolved under the acorn's warm pulse and the archway's silent call. Clara stepped through. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, laden with the perfume of 1,000 unknown blossoms and the rich, damp scent of ancient soil. Moonlight here wasn't silver, but liquid gold, filtering through a canopy of leaves shaped like stars and teardrops. Giant luminous mushrooms, glowing softly in blues and violets, lined a path of velvety moss. She stood in the Whisperwood, a hidden world nestled within the heart of Elder Grove, revealed only by the key she held. Awed, Clara walked the glowing path. Fireflies larger than sparrows and shimmering with opalescent light drifted past. Trees whispered secrets in rustling tongues, and unseen creatures chirped melodies that felt like laughter. The peace was profound, yet beneath it, Clara sensed a tremor, a faint, discordant note. The golden light seemed thinner in places, the vibrant colors of the giant flowers slightly faded. The joyful chirping held an undercurrent of worry. Rounding a bend where luminous vines cascaded like waterfalls, Clara stumbled upon a sight that made her gasp. A large, grumpy-looking badger, his coarse fur striped silver and obsidian in the moonlight, was wrestling with a tangled mass of shimmering, thorny vines that seemed intent on engulfing a cluster of tiny, trembling star blooms. He huffed and grumbled, snapping at the vines with surprising ferocity, but his paws were clumsy against the stubborn growth. Blasted bindweed, he muttered, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. Always snatching the prettiest things. Hold on, little sparks, thorns got you, oof. A thorny tendril whipped back, catching his snout. Maybe I can help. Clara's voice was soft, hesitant. The badger thorn spun around, eyes wide with shock, then narrowed with suspicion. A sproutling. Here. How did you? His gaze fell on the whisperwood acorn still glowing warmly in her hand. Ah, the key-bearer. Didn't expect one so small. He sniffed, then winced as another vine tightened around his hind leg. Well, don't just stand there gawping, sproutling. These star blooms need light, and this infernal bindweed thrives on shadow. It's choking the joy right out of them. Clara stepped forward, the acorn's light flaring brighter as if responding to the threat. She noticed the bindweed recoiled slightly from its amber glow. It doesn't like the light, she asked, moving closer, holding the acorn near the thickest tangle near the badger's leg. Course it doesn't. Thorn snapped, but his tone held less bite as the vine loosened its grip under the acorn's radiance. Darkness is its home, but mere light won't stop it for long. Needs cleverness, it does, and paws or hands that can work the knots. Working together, an unlikely alliance formed. Thorn, despite his grumbling, had surprising knowledge of the whisperwood's plants. He directed Clara where to shine the acorn's light most effectively, weakening the bindweed's grasp. Clara, with her nimble fingers, carefully untangled the complex knots the vines had formed around the star bloom's delicate stems, using the acorn's light as a guide and shield. Thorn used his strong claws and teeth on the tougher roots. It was slow, careful work. Clara learned the bindweed wasn't inherently evil. It was just growing wild, unchecked, drawn to the fading light of the blooms. Thorn learned the sproutling wasn't useless. Her patience and dexterity were invaluable. Finally, the last vine fell away. The star blooms trembled, then unfurled fully, releasing a shower of sparkling golden pollen that filled the air with the scent of honey and sunshine. Their light strengthened, pushing back the lingering shadows. Thorn sat back, panting, wiping a paw across his snout. He looked at Clara, then the rescued blooms, then back at Clara. A gruff sound, almost like a purr, rumbled in his chest. HMPH not bad for a sproutling, name's Thorn, keeper of the glimmer glade or what's left of it. His voice held a deep sorrow now, replacing the grumpiness. What's wrong? Clara asked, sensing the tremor in the world again, stronger now. The light, it feels thin. Thorn nodded heavily. Aye, it's fading, the heart of the whisperwood, it's gone missing. He gestured towards the heart of the forest, where the golden light seemed dimmest. Deep within the crystal caverns, a great crystal, warm as summer sun, bright as 1,000 fireflies, it's the source of all light and life here, without it. He looked at the struggling bindweed they just pushed back, already sending out tentative feelers again. Without it, the whisperwood dims, the bindweed spreads, the songs grow sad. Winter will come, a winter with no end. A cold dread washed over Clara. Gone missing, how, who would take it? Don't know, Thorn admitted, his shoulders slumping. Happened under the last dark moon. No creature of the whisperwood would harm the heart, it sustains us all. He looked at the whisperwood acorn glowing in Clara's hand. The keybearer always appears when the whisperwood is in peril. Legend says they bring hope. He fixed her with his dark, intelligent eyes. Will you help me find it, keybearer? Help me save my home. Clara's restlessness transformed into a fierce, warm resolve. She looked at the fading star blooms, listened to the worried chirps in the trees, felt the acorn's steady pulse against her skin, a pulse that echoed the missing heart. Yes, Thorn, I will. Their journey began under the watchful gaze of the golden moon. The whisperwood acorn was their compass and guide. As they ventured deeper, the signs of decay grew clearer. Luminous mosses turned gray and brittle. Flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air grew colder, the joyful sounds replaced by an anxious silence. The path led them through groves of singing reeds, their melodies now mournful dirges, across bridges woven from living willow branches, which creaked ominously, and past pools where water sprites usually danced, now huddled together, their light dim. The acorn's light was crucial. It revealed hidden paths etched in faint silver on the moss, paths Thorn admitted he hadn't known existed. It calmed agitated creatures, like a family of luminescent hedgehogs whose quills flashed erratically with fear. One night, as a creeping chill mist threatened to swallow them, the acorn's glow flared, burning the mist away like sunlight on frost. They weren't alone for long. Their first companion joined them near the sighing falls. A young stag, his coat the color of twilight, his eyes wide and fearful, emerged from the gloom. He was trembling, barely more than a fawn. "The shadows," he whispered, his voice like rustling leaves. "They grow teeth in the dark places, they chased me. My herd I got lost." His name was Fern. Thorn grumbled about skittish saplings, but Clara knelt, offering a reassuring touch and sharing a piece of sweet root from her pocket. The whisperwood acorn's light seemed to soothe Fern's terror. He knew the lay of the land near the crystal caverns, and his keen senses could detect subtle shifts in the air and earth. He joined them, finding paths through dense thickets where Thorn's sturdy form would have struggled. Later, navigating a treacherous slope of loose, glowing shale near the cavern's entrance, they encountered the Flicker clan. These weren't ordinary fireflies. They were tiny, winged sprites woven from living light, barely larger than Clara's thumb. Normally playful, they now darted in erratic, panicked patterns. Their elder, a sprite named Glimmer with wings like stained glass, explained in a voice like tinkling bells, "The heart's song is gone, our light weakens. We saw something huge moving towards the deep dark." Clara held the whisperwood acorn high. Its warm, steady amber light seemed to resonate with the sprite's own flickering forms, calming their frantic dance. "We're going to find the heart," Clara promised. "Can you show us the way you saw the huge thing go?" Glimmer's light brightened. "Yes, Keybearer, we remember. We will light your path." The Flicker clan became their living lanterns, zipping ahead, illuminating crevices and pitfalls within the vast, echoing entrance of the crystal caverns. Their collective light, guided by the acorn's steady pulse, pushed back the oppressive darkness that seemed to press in from all sides. The crystal caverns were breathtakingly beautiful and deeply unsettling. Geodes taller than houses pulsed with faint internal light amethyst, citrine, aquamarine, but their glow was sickly, intermittent. Stalactites and stalagmites, usually gleaming like polished ivory, were dull and streaked with gray. The air was cold and still, heavy with the scent of damp stone and an underlying tang of sorrow. The path Glimmer showed them led downwards, deeper into the mountain, away from the faint moonlight filtering through high crevices, into a realm of near-total darkness only held at bay by the Flicker clan and the whisperwood acorn. Strange, echoing drips replaced the forest sounds. The weight of the mountain pressed down. They followed signs only Fern could fully decipher, deep, heavy footprints sunk into patches of softer sediment, enormous scratch marks on the crystalline walls, and a lingering scent, Thorn confirmed, of stone, loneliness, and damp wool. The deeper they went, the colder it became, and the more the Flicker clan's lights dimmed, huddling closer to the comforting warmth of Clara's acorn. Finally, they entered a vast, low-ceilinged chamber deep within the earth. It was utterly dark except for a faint, sickly green phosphorescence emanating from patches of lichen on the walls. The chamber felt desolate, hollow. And there, in the very center, hunched on a floor of cold, dark stone, sat the source of the footprints. It was a giant. Not a monster from a scary tale, but a being of living rock and moss. He was easily 3 times Thorn's height when sitting, his body craggy and uneven, like a small hill given life. Patches of grayish lichen grew on his stony shoulders. His head, resting on massive knees, was formed from rough-hewn granite, and his eyes, when he slowly lifted his head at their approach, were 2 deep, dark pools reflecting the faint light from the acorn and sprites. They held an ocean of sadness. In his enormous, stone-knuckled hands, he cradled something that pulsed with a weak, struggling light, the heart of the whisperwood. It was a large, multifaceted crystal, its usual vibrant gold now a dim, flickering amber, its light barely illuminating the giant's sorrowful face. Thorn bristled, a low growl starting in his chest. You stole the heart, you're killing the whisperwood." Fern trembled behind Clara, and the Flicker clan dimmed their lights fearfully. The giant flinched at Thorn's accusation, his stony features crumpling further. He didn't speak, but a deep, resonant sound emanated from him, like boulders grinding together under immense pressure. It wasn't words, but Clara felt its meaning resonate in her bones. Loneliness, cold, darkness, wanting light. Clara's anger at the fading forest melted away, replaced by a wave of profound understanding. She stepped forward, placing a hand on Thorn's head, calming his growl. She held the whisperwood acorn high, its light steady and warm. "Hello," she said softly, her voice echoing gently in the vast chamber. "My name is Clara. This is Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan. We came from the whisperwood." The giant's dark eyes fixed on her, then on the acorn. He made the grinding sound again, softer this time. "Lost. Cold. Found light. Took it. Didn't know." His massive finger, rough as uncut stone, gently touched the fading heart in his hands. "You didn't know it needed to stay in its place?" Clara asked gently, moving closer. The giant shook his massive head slowly. "Dark here. Always dark. Light, warm. Wanted it close." Clara understood. He wasn't a thief driven by malice, but a lonely soul trapped in the deepest dark, drawn to the only warmth and light he'd ever encountered. He hadn't understood the consequences. "The light from the heart," she explained, her voice filled with compassion, "it needs to be free. It needs to shine for everyone in the whisperwood, the trees, the flowers, the badgers, the deer, the firefly sprites. Even the bindweed needs a little light, though not too much." She offered a small smile. "When it's trapped down here, it fades. The whole forest is growing cold and dark. The creatures are scared." The giant looked down at the heart in his hands, its weak pulse reflecting in his deep eyes. He made a sound like a sighing mountain. "Hurting. I hurt them." Genuine anguish filled the resonant sound. He looked at the struggling light, then at Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the flickering sprites. He saw their determination, their fear, and Clara's unwavering kindness. Slowly, ponderously, the giant rose to his full height, making the chamber seem smaller. He looked from the fading heart to Clara, then to the dark passage leading upwards. He made a questioning rumble, pointing a massive finger towards the surface. "Yes," Clara said, relief washing over her like warm sunlight. "It needs to go back to the crystal caverns, to its proper place. Then its light will be strong again for everyone." The giant nodded, a slow, heavy movement. He cradled the heart carefully against his stony chest. Then, with surprising gentleness, he extended his other enormous hand, palm open and flat, towards Clara and her companions. "Come." Hesitantly, Clara stepped onto the giant's palm. Thorn, after moments grumbling about undignified transport, climbed on beside her, followed by Fern, who nuzzled Clara reassuringly. The Flicker clan settled on their shoulders and heads like living jewels. The giant's hand was surprisingly warm, not cold stone, but warmed by the faint pulse of the heart he held. With careful, earth-shaking steps that echoed through the tunnels, he carried them back the way they had come, retracing their path through the oppressive darkness that now felt less threatening. The Whisperwood Acorn's light, combined with the giant's presence and the heart's weak pulse, pushed back the gloom. The journey upwards felt quicker. As they neared the upper caverns, the giant's steps grew lighter, less burdened. Hope was a tangible thing in the air. Finally, they reached the heart's rightful chamber, a vast, cathedral-like space near the cavern entrance, bathed in the strengthening moonlight filtering from above. A natural pedestal of pure white crystal stood in the center, waiting. The giant approached the pedestal. He looked at the heart, then at Clara and her friends on his palm. His deep eyes held a complex mix of sorrow, understanding, and dawning hope. With infinite care, as if placing the most fragile bird's egg, he lowered the Whisperwood heart onto the crystal pedestal. For a breathless moment, nothing happened. The heart lay there, its light still faint and flickering. Then a single pure note rang out, like a crystal bell struck deep within the earth. The heart flared. Not weakly, but with a sudden, blinding burst of pure, golden light that filled the cavern, washing over the walls, igniting the geodes within. Amethyst burned violet, citrine shone like captured sun, aquamarine glowed with the depth of tropical seas. The light pulsed outwards, a wave of warmth and energy that flowed through the caverns, down the tunnels, and out into the Whisperwood beyond. On the giant's palm, Clara, Thorn, Fern, and the Flicker clan felt it wash over them, a wave of pure, revitalizing joy. Outside, they knew without seeing, the gray moss turned emerald and luminous, the star blooms burst forth in radiant showers of gold, the bindweed shrank back, seeking only the dappled shade it preferred. The trees sighed with relief, their rustling now a chorus of pure delight. The songs of unseen creatures rose, not in worry, but in exultant harmony. The giant stood bathed in the heart's restored golden light. He looked different. The patches of gray lichen on his shoulders seemed greener, more vibrant. The deep sorrow in his eyes hadn't vanished, but it was softened, overlaid with wonder and a profound sense of peace. He carefully lowered his hand, allowing his passengers to step off onto the warm, glowing floor of the cavern. The Flicker clan zipped joyfully around the chamber, their lights now blazing like tiny stars. He looked at Clara, then pointed towards the Whisperwood beyond the cavern entrance, bathed in the restored golden moonlight. He made a soft, questioning rumble. "Go back." Clara understood. "The Whisperwood is your home too now," she said gently. "The light is for everyone, you belong here." The giant looked around the cavern, now alive with light and color, then back at the vibrant forest visible through the archway. He made a sound like distant, contented thunder. Home. He slowly settled himself near the pedestal, his massive form seeming less like a lonely hill and more like a protective mountain basking in the sun. He would watch over the heart, not take it, but share in its light. Clara felt a profound shift within herself. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a deep, warm contentment. She had journeyed into the unknown, faced fear and misunderstanding, and found wisdom and friendship in the most unexpected places. She had learned that light, to be truly strong, needed to be shared, not hoarded. That kindness could unlock even the hardest heart. That home wasn't just a place, but a feeling of belonging, woven from connection. Thorn nudged her hand with his snout. "Well, Keybearer," he said, his gruff voice thick with an emotion Clara had never heard in it before gratitude. "Seems you found more than the heart. You found a friend for the Whisperwood and quieted an old badger's fears." Fern nuzzled her shoulder and the Flicker clan settled on her head, their light warm against her hair. It was time to go home. The Whisperwood acorn pulsed warmly in her hand, no longer urgent but content. It had guided her, illuminated her path, and now it felt like a promise kept. They walked back through the whisperwood, transformed. The golden light was stronger, richer than even when Clara first arrived. The air hummed with life and song. Creatures peeked from blossoms and branches, their eyes bright and curious, waving tiny limbs or rustling leaves in thanks. Emerging through the moonlit archway, woven by the Acorn back into Eldergrove, felt like stepping from a vivid dream into a familiar, yet subtly changed reality. The ordinary forest seemed imbued with a deeper magic, a quieter song. She could now hear the rustle of leaves holding secrets, the scent of pine carrying whispers, the moonlight feeling like a gentle embrace. The archway shimmered and faded back into the solid bark of the ancient oak, leaving only the scent of honey and starlight lingering in the cool air. Clara slipped back into the quiet cottage. The embers in the fireplace glowed warmly. Her grandfather still snored softly in his armchair. Everything was as she left it, yet nothing was the same. She placed the whisperwood acorn back in its wooden box beneath her bed. Its pulse was slow, steady, peaceful. It had done its work. Climbing into her own bed, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Clara looked out at the moonlit forest. She no longer felt the ache of the too small world. She knew the vastness within it, the hidden light, the unexpected friendships. She knew the giant, Borin, for that was the name that resonated in her heart for him, was watching over the heart, sharing its warmth. She knew Thorn was patrolling his glimmer glade, grumbling contentedly. Fern was safe with his herd. The Flicker clan danced in the restored light. She closed her eyes, the scent of star blooms and warm earth faint in her memory. The echoes of the whisperwoods song a gentle lullaby. The world was vast, beautiful, and full of hidden light waiting to be shared. And she, Clara, with a heart full of wonder and a small, glowing acorn beneath her bed, belonged to it all. Sleep came swiftly, deep and peaceful, carrying her into dreams woven with golden light and the gentle rumble of a mountain finding its home. Outside, the first true dawn of the restored whisperwood began to blush on the horizon, promising a day filled with the quiet, enduring magic of connection. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the Enchanted Forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers, she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. Ah, the willow, he said, nodding. Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets. I am ready, Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. I believe the willow will guide me. With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Do not be discouraged, Pip chirped, sensing her unease. Every journey worth taking has its trials. Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. You have the heart of a true adventurer, he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. I see now, she said softly. The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way. With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic. Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery. For in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. "Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories." Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear, his den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. Wake, Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. The long dark, she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply. Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. Well done, little thorn, Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. You wove many threads into one tapestry. As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. Balance isn't stillness, Fern murmured to all, but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales. Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The Heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood like wise, wrinkled sentinels and the air hummed with secrets older than time, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as cobwebs glistening with dew. Here, the rustle of leaves wasn't just the wind, but the murmured conversations of moss weavers. The patter of rain wasn't merely water, but the tapping rhythm of the rain singer's song. Life thrummed in every sunbeam that pierced the emerald canopy, every root that snaked through the rich, dark earth. Among the towering roots of grandmother oak lived Thistlefoot, a squirrel whose fur held the silvery sheen of moonlight and whose eyes sparkled with the deep wisdom of countless remembered seasons. He wasn't the swiftest climber anymore, his movements deliberate and thoughtful, but his knowledge of the whisperwood's intricate dance was unparalleled. He often sat on his favorite moss-covered branch, overlooking the sunbeam glade, where fireflies performed their twilight ballet and shy, velvet-nosed deer came to sip from the crystal spring. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Thistlefoot sensed a discordant note in the forest's symphony. The air, usually carrying the sweet scent of decaying leaves and ripe berries, held a faint, sharp tang like burnt sugar. The vibrant tapestry of reds, golds, and oranges seemed muted, the leaves falling too soon and too listlessly. More troubling was the silence. The cheerful chirping of the sparrow sisters was absent. The industrious hum of the bark borer beetles had ceased. Even the crystal spring seemed to murmur less joyfully. Young Pip, a bright-eyed rabbit with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts, bounded up, his nose twitching anxiously. "Thistlefoot, have you seen the sparrow sisters, and the spring it tastes, strange, flat like old water?" His large ears drooped. Thistlefoot closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Past the burnt tang he detected something else, a brittle dryness, a lack of the deep, loamy richness that usually underpinned the forest scent. "The balance is tilting, young Pip," he murmured, his voice a soft rasp like dry leaves. "The heartwood sap, the lifeblood that flows beneath us all, feels thin. The autumn weaving is troubled." The autumn weaving was the ancient magic that guided the seasonal shift. It was performed deep within the forest's heart by the moss weavers, tiny, shy creatures woven from lichen and twilight. They spun threads of golden light and russet shadow, orchestrating the graceful fall of leaves and the gentle preparation of the earth for winter's sleep. Their magic was tied intrinsically to the health of the forest, drawing strength from the heartwood sap and the collective harmony of its inhabitants. Thistlefoot gathered the worried forest folk near the crystal spring. Fern, a deer with eyes like deep forest pools, lowered her head to touch the water. "It lacks its usual sparkle," she sighed, the scent of damp earth and crushed ferns rising from her coat. Pip shivered, the cool, damp air suddenly feeling oppressive rather than refreshing. Even the fireflies, usually shyly hidden by day, hovered anxiously, their tiny lights casting nervous, fleeting glows on the worried faces. "The moss weavers are fading," Thistlefoot explained, his gaze sweeping over his friends. "Their magic weakens because the heartwood sap is stressed. Something disrupts the deep roots, the quiet flow beneath our feet." He described the subtle signs, the brittle leaves falling without their final burst of color, the unnerving silence replacing the forest's chorus, the spring's diminished vitality that tasted like dust on the tongue. "The autumn weaving is incomplete. Without it, winter's sleep will be harsh and unforgiving. The deep cold might bite too deep, the snows might smother the seeds waiting beneath." "But what can we do?" piped up a tiny voice. It was Willow, a young field mouse barely bigger than an acorn, peeking from beneath a large, heart-shaped leaf. "We're not magic." Thistlefoot's eyes softened. Ah, but the greatest magic, little one, often lies not in grand spells, but in tending the roots of harmony. The moss weavers draw strength from the forest's wholeness. Our fear and worry drain them further. Our neglect of the small things weakens the sap. He recalled stories passed down from his own grandmother, tales of droughts and blights overcome not by force, but by collective care and restored connection. We must remind the forest and ourselves of the balance. And so, under Thistlefoot's gentle guidance, the creatures of the Whisperwood embarked on a quiet mission of restoration. Fern and her kin walked the dear paths, their hooves pressing fallen leaves gently into the earth, their breath warm mist in the cool air, releasing calming scents of pine and wild mint. Pip and his rabbit kin sought out hidden patches of late-blooming clover and tender bark shavings, leaving them as offerings near the roots of the oldest trees, their sweet, green fragrance mingling with the damp earth. Willow and the other mice gathered the strongest, most resilient fallen acorns and nuts, carefully burying them in soft, protected spots, ensuring the promise of spring was securely tucked away, the rich scent of disturbed soil rising around them. The Sparrow Sisters, once they cautiously returned, sang their sweetest, clearest songs from the highest branches, their melodies weaving through the trees like threads of liquid silver, countering the brittle silence. Thistlefoot himself visited the moss weaver's hidden grove. He didn't enter their sacred space, woven from living moss and dappled sunlight, but sat patiently outside. He hummed an old, grounding tune, a sound like deep roots growing and stones settling. He spoke softly to the ancient oaks, sharing stories of resilience, of winters past endured and springs faithfully returned. He breathed deeply, focusing on the scent of rich earth, the feel of cool, velvety moss beneath his paws, the sound of water trickling somewhere deep below the essence of the Whisperwood's enduring life. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the discord began to soften. The sharp, burnt tang in the air faded, replaced by the familiar, comforting perfume of damp leaves and wood smoke carried on a gentle breeze. The crystal spring's murmur grew stronger, sweeter, tasting once more of cold stone and hidden minerals. One evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in hues of apricot and lavender, Pip noticed something miraculous. High in the canopy, where only Thistlefoot usually ventured, a single leaf detached. But instead of falling listlessly, it drifted down in a slow, graceful spiral, catching the light and blazing with the purest, deepest crimson Pip had ever seen. It landed softly on the moss at Thistlefoot's feet. A collective sigh, soft as the wind through pine needles, seemed to ripple through the forest. The Sparrow Sisters' song gained new strength. The fireflies emerged in greater numbers, their golden lights bobbing confidently like tiny, joyful lanterns. The air felt crisp and clean, filled with the comforting scent of woodlands preparing for rest. That night, under a sky dusted with 1,000,000 diamond stars, the autumn weaving reached its crescendo. The moss weavers, their tiny forms glowing with renewed emerald and amber light, spun their threads with vigor. A gentle rain began to fall, not the heavy downpour of summer, but the soft, steady, life-giving rain of true autumn. It carried the clean, sharp scent of petrichor, the perfume of earth welcoming water. It drummed a soothing rhythm on leaves, rocks, and the thatched roof of Thistlefoot's den. The crystal spring swelled, singing a clear, bright song that mingled with the rain's gentle percussion. Pip, Fern, Willow, and the others gathered near Grandmother Oak, sheltered by her vast canopy. They watched the rain fall, washing away the last traces of dryness and worry. The fireflies danced in the raindrops, creating shimmering arcs of gold and silver light. The air was cool and damp, filled with the soothing sounds of water and the deep, rich smell of the forest breathing easily again. Thistlefoot joined them, his silvery fur glistening with droplets. He didn't need to speak. The restored harmony spoke for itself in the steady drumming of the rain, the vibrant scent of wet earth and renewed life, the comforting darkness lit by gentle, dancing lights, and the deep, peaceful silence that now felt full, not empty, a silence of contentment, not absence. The greatest strength, Thistlefoot finally murmured, his voice blending with the rain song, lies not in resisting the storm, but in tending the roots so the tree stands firm. The deepest magic is woven not by solitary power, but by countless small acts of care passed down like precious seeds from generation to generation. Remember this, little ones, when the seasons turn. Tend your roots, sing your songs, offer your kindness, for in harmony we find our enduring warmth, even in the deepest winter's sleep. As the gentle rain continued to fall, washing the whisperwood in silver moonlight and liquid starlight, the creatures nestled closer. The scent of wet fur, damp moss, and the faint, sweet aroma of unseen night-blooming flowers wrapped around them. The rhythmic lullaby of the rain and the soft, contented sighs of the forest wove a blanket of profound peace. The autumn weaving was complete. Balance was restored. And nestled deep within the ancient, magical whisperwood, surrounded by the quiet symphony of nature's harmony and the gentle glow of fireflies, a deep, restorative sleep settled over all, warm and safe as a promise kept. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late-afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look," he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Lila said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind. Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become. Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistledown and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glow-cap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. The forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smooth stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehogs sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind, so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathed together. Elder Fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. "The seasons are knotted," he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone whispered moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. Cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. "They didn't know," she said softly. "The stone's song is fading." Thistle nodded. "Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal." He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. "Ah," she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. "The stone remembers warmth. It needs summer's breath to thaw." She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. "But they wilt by twilight, you must move as one." Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms, warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, bramble and moss began a low, humming song, joined by the fox's hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. "Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers." The foxes bowed their heads. "We'll protect the balanced stone," promised the russet one, "and teach others its song." Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while bramble and moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glowcaps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth, the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain. The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. Very well, it said finally. I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination. Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. Thank you, she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends. The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. You have found what you sought, young wanderer, the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always. With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there, the ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. "We need to cross, Lady Rill," Ben said politely, holding up the button. The finder's button leads us across. Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important. Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. Something lost, something cold, she sighed dramatically. Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash. She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. Listen. Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up. Vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. We need to be still, he said softly to Thistle. We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath. Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. We need to find something, Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. It's important, the button led us here. The starling hopped closer. Finder's button points to what needs finding, clever thing, the mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm, makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast. The badger harumphed. The path through the mist isn't a path you see, the starling continued. It's a path you feel, follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses, deep in its heart. Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist, it was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. Follow me, Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. "This is it," Ben breathed. "This is what needed finding." He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. "Friendship is warm," Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heartstone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment miles away seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin high in the shadowed attic held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions. Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs. Twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends! Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic. ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. The whispering locket and the moonlit grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. "The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows. Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Lila hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to live." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakeries frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger, but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm perfect for a journey into dreamland. So snuggle down, little one, and let me tell you a tale woven from moonlight, moss, and the quiet courage found in unlikely places. It begins with a child named Finn, whose footsteps were often as soft as falling snow. Finn lived on the very edge of the village of Oakhaven, where the neat cobbled streets and friendly chatter gradually gave way to wild hedgerows and the deep, ancient silence of the Whispering Woods. Most villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, telling tales of shifting paths and voices on the wind. Finn, however, felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths. While other children raced and shouted in the village square, Finn would sit beneath the old hawthorn tree at the forest's edge, listening. Not just to the birdsong or the rustle of leaves, but to something deeper, older, a quiet hum beneath the surface of the world. Finn was known for being quiet, perhaps too quiet for some. Words often tangled on their tongue, fears felt too big to voice, and the bustling energy of the village could feel overwhelming. But in the presence of the ancient trees, Finn felt a different kind of understanding, a calm that settled the restless flutters inside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light slanted through the turning leaves, Finn felt the pull stronger than ever. A shimmer like sunlight catching on dew-laden spiderwebs seemed to beckon from just beyond the first line of towering oaks. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Finn stepped off the familiar path and into the embrace of the Whispering Woods. The change was immediate. The village sounds vanished, replaced by the deep hush of the forest floor, muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating motes dancing in the air. The air smelled richly of decaying wood, damp moss, and something sweet and wild, perhaps hidden berries. Finn walked slowly, fingertips brushing rough bark, ears straining. And then they heard it. Not a whisper, but a soft, rhythmic thrumming, like a tiny heartbeat echoing from the roots of a colossal ancient willow tree whose branches wept silvery green tears down to the forest floor. Drawn by the sound, Finn crept closer. Beneath a curtain of trailing willow fronds, nestled amongst velvety mosses green as emeralds, lay a stone. But this was no ordinary river pebble. It was smooth and cool to the touch, about the size of Finn's palm, and seemed to be made of swirling, translucent blues and grays, like captured storm clouds or deep ocean water. And it pulsed with a soft, internal light, synchronized with the gentle thrumming sound. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and picked it up. The stone felt alive in their hand, warm and vibrating faintly. The thrumming intensified slightly, and then, clear as a belt chime in the silence, Finn heard a sound within their own mind. Not words exactly, but a feeling, a sensation, lost, alone, afraid. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the stone. It wasn't speaking, it was feeling, and projecting that feeling directly into Finn's awareness. The stone radiated a profound, aching loneliness mixed with a deep-seated fear. Finn clutched it gently, instinctively wanting to soothe it. "It's all right," Finn murmured aloud, their own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. "You're not alone now." The stone's pulse seemed to steady, the blue light softening from a stormy gray to a calmer, twilight hue. The feeling of fear lessened, replaced by a tentative flicker of hope. "Help," the feeling seemed to ask. Finn knew they couldn't leave the stone. Its sadness was too palpable. But what could they do? Where did it belong? As they pondered, holding the warm, pulsing stone, a gruff voice broke the silence. HMPH found the murmuring stone, have you? Finn whirled around. Standing just outside the willow's curtain, silhouetted against the dappled light, was a creature unlike any Finn had seen up close. It was a badger, but enormous, standing nearly as tall as Finn's waist. His fur was thick and grizzled, black and white stripes bowled across his powerful shoulders and face. His eyes, however, were deep brown and surprisingly intelligent, though currently narrowed in a skeptical glare. He held himself with a weary dignity, one paw slightly raised as if ready to retreat. Finn froze, heart pounding. Badgers were known to be reclusive and fiercely territorial. This one looked formidable. The stone in Finn's hand pulsed a brief flare of alarm. The badger sniffed the air. "Put it back," he rumbled, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "Trouble follows that stone, always has." Finn found their voice, small but steady. It feels lost and scared. I couldn't leave it." The badger tilted his head, his dark eyes studying Finn intently. "Lost, scared, probably, been missing near a moon cycle. Caused quite a stir, its absence did. Threw the deep glade off balance." He took a cautious step closer. "Name's Thorn, keeper of the Tanglewood Warrens. And who might you be, venturing so deep and finding what season trackers couldn't?" "Finn," came the quiet reply. I live near the edge. I just listened." "Listened." Thorn huffed, a sound that might have been a chuckle. Rare skill that these days, especially amongst humans. He eyed the stone again. "Well, Finn who listens, you've found it, but finding is only the start. The murmuring stone belongs in the heart of the deep glade, cradled in the roots of the elder tree. Only there can its song be truly heard, the balance restored, and only there will its fear be soothed." He shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. "Problem is, the way to the deep glade isn't exactly straightforward, especially now. Paths have shifted since the stone went missing. Things are restless." Finn looked from the sad, pulsing stone in their hand to the gruff badger. Thorn seemed weary, burdened. "You know the way?" Finn asked softly. Thorn scratched behind his ear with a powerful hind leg. "Bits of it used to, but the woods are different without the stone's steady hum. The whispering gets confused, misleading." He sighed, a deep rumble from his chest. "Truth be told, young listener, I could use an extra pair of ears. Sharp ones. Mine aren't what they used to be. In the woods, they whisper tricks sometimes." He looked almost embarrassed to admit it. "And that stone, it seems to trust you. Might behave better for you than it would for a grumpy old badger." An unexpected warmth bloomed in Finn's chest. This gruff, intimidating creature was asking for their help. Because Finn listened. It was the first time their quiet nature felt like a strength, not a shortcoming. Finn looked down at the murmuring stone. It pulsed a soft, steady blue, the feeling of fear replaced by a quiet thrum of curiosity directed at Thorn. "Friend?" it seemed to ask Finn. Finn nodded, meeting Thorn's gaze. "I'll help. We'll take it home." Thorn gave a curt nod, a flicker of relief in his deep eyes. "Right then, stay close, step where I step, and listen, Finn. Listen with more than your ears. The woods will try to guide us, but they speak in riddles and rustles. The stone might help too if it senses the true path." He turned, his powerful body moving with surprising quietness. "This way, towards the Singing Creek, or where it should be." Their journey began under the shifting canopy. Thorn moved with the sure-footed grace of the forest-born, pausing often to sniff the air, taste the wind, and press a paw to the mossy ground, feeling for vibrations Finn couldn't perceive. Finn followed, the murmuring stone held securely but not tightly, a warm, comforting weight. They tried to do as Thorn asked, listening. Not just to the obvious sounds, the chirp of crickets, the distant call of a wood pigeon, the sigh of the wind in the treetops, but to the subtler layers. The way the leaves rustled differently over a hidden burrow. The almost imperceptible hum of insects deep in the bark of an ancient beech. The faint trickle of water that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At one point, Thorn stopped abruptly at a fork in the barely visible trail. One path sloped gently downwards, dappled with inviting sunlight. The other wound upwards into deeper, shadowed ferns. Thorn sniffed both paths, his brow furrowed. Sunny path smells sweet, too sweet, like honeysuckle out of season. The shadowed path, damp earth, stone, more likely towards the creek bed. He sounded unsure. Finn closed their eyes, focusing. The sunny path did smell sweet, cloyingly so. But beneath it, Finn caught a faint, acrid tang, like something decaying. The shadowed path smelled cool and clean, like wet stone and ferns. And then, the murmuring stone pulsed gently. A soft image formed in Finn's mind, not a picture, but a sensation. Cool, clear water running over smooth pebbles, accompanied by a feeling of rightness associated with the shadowed path. The shadowed path, Finn whispered, opening their eyes. The stone, it feels the water, the cool, clean water. Thorn looked sharply at Finn, then at the stone, then back at the shadowed path. He took a deep sniff, concentrating. HMPH, you might be right, listener. My nose is full of that blasted false sweetness. Clever trick. He grunted, a sound that held a hint of newfound respect. Lead on then, but carefully. The shadowed path was indeed damp and cool, winding between moss-covered boulders and giant ferns that brushed their shoulders. The air grew heavier, filled with the scent of damp earth and rich decay. Soon the sound of water grew clearer, not the gentle singing Thorn expected, but a frantic, gurgling rush. They emerged onto the bank of the singing creek, but it was a creek transformed. Instead of its usual clear, chuckling flow, the water was choked with fallen branches, leaves, and thick, choking weeds. It surged angrily against the blockage, its song distorted into a frustrated roar. On the opposite bank, watching the chaos with large, mournful eyes, stood a young roe deer, her flanks heaving as if she'd been trying to cross. Great roots and burrows, Thorn muttered. No wonder the woods are restless, the creek's song is strangled. He surveyed the blockage, a tangle of storm-felled branches and dense water reeds. This wasn't here before, must have happened during the last big wind when the stone was missing. Its balance keeps the flows true, even the water flows. The young deer spotted them and let out a soft, distressed bleat. She needed to cross to reach her family, Finn realized, sensing her anxiety as clearly as they sensed the stone's emotions. We need to clear it, Finn said, the urgency cutting through their usual hesitation. Thorn assessed the situation. Dangerous, current strong, one slip. But he saw the deer's distress, saw the choked water, and knew it affected the whole wood. Right you, he pointed a claw at Finn, stay on the bank, find me a strong, long branch, sturdy as you can. I'll work from that flat rock midstream. Badgers are better swimmers than we look. He waded cautiously into the edge of the current, testing his footing. Finn scrambled along the bank, searching. They found a fallen ash branch, long and thick, but not too heavy. They dragged it to the water's edge near Thorn. The badger grabbed it with surprising strength. Now listen carefully. When I shove against the main tangle, you pull on that smaller branch poking out upstream. We need to loosen the whole mess, let the water do the rest. Ready? Finn nodded, gripping the smaller, slippery branch. Thorn braced his powerful body against the rock, took a deep breath, and pushed the thick ash branch with all his might against the central knot of debris. Finn pulled with all their strength on the upstream branch. For a moment, nothing happened. The water roared defiance. Finn's arms burned. Thorn grunted with effort. The murmuring stone pulsed warm against Finn's chest, not with fear now, but with fierce encouragement. Push. Pull. Suddenly, with a groan and a splintering crack, the central mass shifted. The upstream branch fin was pulling on snapped free, sending them stumbling backwards. But the shift was enough. The pent-up water surged through the new gap with tremendous force, tearing at the rest of the blockage. Branches snapped, weeds ripped free, and the tangled mass began to unravel, carried downstream in a churning rush. The roar of frustration subsided into the creek's familiar, joyous singing as clear water bubbled freely over the stones once more. Thorn hauled himself back onto the bank, dripping and panting, but his eyes gleamed. Well done, Finn, you've got a strong pull in you. He shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying. The young deer didn't hesitate. With a graceful leap, she bounded across the newly cleared creek, pausing on the far bank to dip her head towards Finn and Thorn in clear thanks before disappearing into the ferns. A sense of profound relief washed over the little clearing. The air felt lighter, cleaner. Even the sunlight seemed brighter. The murmuring stone pulsed a warm, golden light, radiating pure, wordless gratitude. As they continued, the forest seemed to breathe easier around them. The whispering woods felt less confused, more welcoming. Birdsong seemed clearer, the rustling leaves more melodic. Thorn navigated with more confidence, occasionally pointing out landmarks Finn would never have noticed: a lightning-struck oak shaped like a pointing finger, a ring of unusually red toadstools, a mossy boulder carved with faint, ancient spirals only visible at a certain angle. The murmuring stone became their guide in subtle ways. When paths diverged, Finn would close their eyes, feel the stone's gentle pulse, and sense a direction not through sight, but through a feeling of resonance, like a quiet chime growing stronger. This way feels deeper, older, calmer. They learn to interpret its gentle glows, blue for calm, gold for warmth or rightness, a soft green for growing things, and a very faint, quick purple flicker when Thorn was about to stumble over a hidden root, allowing Finn to call out a warning just in time. Thorn, in turn, shared his deep knowledge of the woods, which berries were safe, how to find the sweetest underground springs, the stories whispered by different types of bark. He spoke of the deep glade as a place of ancient peace, where the oldest trees held counsel, and the murmuring stone's song harmonized with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Their friendship grew with each mile, an unspoken bond forged in shared purpose and quiet understanding. Thorn's gruffness softened into a dry wit and a protective presence. Finn found their voice more often, asking questions, sharing observations, their initial timidity replaced by a quiet confidence born of being truly heard and trusted. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and apricot, the woods changed again. The trees grew even taller, their trunks wider than cottages, draped in curtains of silvery gray lichen that glowed faintly in the dimming light. The air hummed with a deeper, more resonant energy. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Finn had seen, blinked like tiny, wandering stars amongst the ferns. The ground felt springy and alive beneath their feet. "We're close," Thorn murmured, his voice filled with awe. "The whispering is clearer here. It welcomes the stone back." He paused before a wall of dense, intertwined holly bushes, their dark green leaves glossy and sharp. "The entrance is here, but it only opens for those who belong, or those bearing what belongs." Finn stepped forward, the murmuring stone held out before them. It pulsed with a strong, steady light, no longer blue or gold, but a pure, brilliant white. As the light touched the holly wall, the branches seemed to shimmer. They didn't move aside, but became less solid. Finn could see through them into a space beyond that glowed with its own soft, ethereal light. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked forward. The holly branches offered no resistance, passing through Finn and Thorn like insubstantial mist. They stepped into the deep glade. It took Finn's breath away. They stood in a vast, circular clearing carpeted with moss so thick and soft it looked like green velvet. Towering trees formed a living wall around the glade, ancient oaks with bark like dragon scales, silver beeches that seemed to hold moonlight within their pale trunks, and massive yews radiating profound stillness. Their canopy was open to the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to prick through the deep blue. In the very center of the glade stood the elder tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was by far the oldest, its trunk vast and gnarled, roots spreading out like the limbs of a slumbering giant, cradling a hollow at its base that glowed with a soft, inviting light. The air vibrated with a deep, harmonious hum, the combined song of the ancient trees. But beneath it, Finn could feel a discordant note, a thread of sadness and incompleteness. It was the missing song of the stone. All around the edges of the clearing, watching them with quiet, luminous eyes, were the creatures of the deep glade. Finn saw foxes with coats like spun moonlight, owls with eyes like liquid amber, stoats as white as snow, and rabbits whose fur shimmered with a faint iridescence. There were others too, shapes glimpsed in the dappled shadows, near the giant roots perhaps the shy tree spirits Thorn had mentioned in passing. They watched, silent and expectant. Thorn dipped his head in a deep, respectful bow. Finn felt suddenly small, but the warm pulse of the stone in their hand gave them courage. They walked slowly, reverently, across the mossy floor towards the elder tree. The discordant note in the glade's song grew stronger, a palpable yearning. As Finn approached the root hollow, the murmuring stone began to vibrate, its white light flaring brilliantly. It wasn't afraid, it was yearning. Finn knelt before the hollow. The space within the roots was lined with luminous moss and smooth, water-worn stones. It felt like a cradle waiting. Gently, Finn placed the murmuring stone into the heart of the hollow. The moment the stone touched the luminous moss, a profound change swept through the deep glade. The stone's pure white light flared, then softened, merging seamlessly with the glow of the elder tree's roots. The discordant note vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord that vibrated up through the soles of Finn's feet and into their very bones. The harmonious hum of the glade swelled, richer, fuller, more profoundly peaceful than before. It was like the forest itself was sighing in deep relief. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling a joyful chorus. The fireflies danced in intricate, celebratory patterns. The watching creatures bowed their heads, a soft murmur of welcome rippling through them. The murmuring stone pulsed once, a wave of pure, radiant contentment washing over Finn. Home. Safe. Thank you. The feeling was overwhelming, a wave of pure, unadulterated peace and belonging. Its loneliness and fear were gone, replaced by the deep, abiding connection to the ancient heart of the woods. Finn sat back on their heels, tears pricking their eyes, not of sadness, but of awe and shared joy. Thorn padded up beside them, placing a heavy, comforting paw on Finn's shoulder. "You did it, young listener," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought the heart song home." They sat in silence for a long while, bathed in the combined glow of the elder tree and the stone, listening to the restored harmony of the deep glade. Finn felt a profound sense of peace settle over them, deeper than any they had ever known. The fluttering fears that often plagued them felt quiet, soothed by the ancient song. Eventually, Thorn nudged Finn gently. "The woods know the way back now. The paths will be clear. But you'll always be welcome here, Finn. The deep glade remembers kindness." He looked at Finn, his dark eyes warm. And remember, listening, truly listening, is a magic all its own. Stronger than noise, deeper than fear. The journey back through the whispering woods felt like moving through a familiar dream. The paths were clear and wide, bathed in bright moonlight that filtered through the leaves. the forest felt benevolent, protective. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur words of thanks and safe passage. Thorn walked beside Finn, his presence a solid comfort. The murmuring stone's song, now part of the forest's own heartbeat, seemed to follow them, a gentle hum beneath their feet. As they reached the edge of the woods, near Finn's hawthorn tree, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Thorn stopped. "This is your path now, young listener. Mine lies deeper." He nudged Finn's hand with his nose. "Don't be a stranger to the wood's edge, and don't forget to listen. The world speaks in many ways." Finn knelt and, on an impulse born of deep gratitude, wrapped their arms gently around Thorn's thick neck. The badger stiffened for a second, then relaxed, giving a soft, rumbling purr deep in his chest. "Take care, Thorn, thank you." "Thank you, Finn," Thorn replied gruffly, but his eyes shone. "For listening, for helping an old badger remember the way." With a final nod, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the whispering woods, leaving Finn standing alone at the forest's edge. The village of Oakhaven was just beginning to stir. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant sound of a rooster crowed. Finn took a deep breath. The world looked the same, yet utterly different. The fluttering fears hadn't vanished entirely, but they felt smaller, manageable. Finn carried within them the deep peace of the deep glade, the echo of the murmuring stone's song, and the warm memory of Thorn's gruff friendship. They still preferred quiet, but now they understood its power. It wasn't about being small, it was about being open, receptive. It was a way of hearing the world's heart song, of finding hidden paths and forging bonds that defied expectation. Finn walked back towards the village, not with hurried steps, but with a quiet confidence. They paused beneath their hawthorn tree, listening. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying the distant song of the now clear creek, the chirp of waking birds, and beneath it all, faint but unmistakable, the deep, harmonious hum of the forest, whole once more. Finn smiled, a quiet, contented smile. They had ventured into the whispering unknown, helped heal a hidden heart, and found their own quiet strength reflected in the eyes of a gruff badger and the glow of a magical stone. The world was full of wonders, waiting for those willing to truly listen. And as the first rays of the sun warmed their face, Finn knew that bedtime stories weren't just tales. They were echoes of the magic that hummed just beneath the surface of the quiet world, waiting for a listening heart. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a gentle echo of the elder tree's glow, and the last embers pulsed like a contented heart, lulling you towards peaceful dreams filled with mossy glades, steadfast friends, and the comforting hum of a world restored. Sleep well, little listener. Sleep well. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The view screen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with a bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." "Thank you," Kip said, flashing the gold again. "Big thank you, friend." "Friend," Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. "Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy." They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryoblooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. "Borvan, come see," Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. "Warm," he rumbled appreciatively. "Good." He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryoblooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced whispers atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling star base. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship," Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might light. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected garden's friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the metal. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. "Lonely ticker, eh?" Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. "Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose." He pecked gently at the watch chain. "Follow me." Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. "Hold it there," Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. "Here, here," Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. "Just quiet," Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here." Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? That, Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk? Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull, lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. They're here. Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen. Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. What is that slime? Theo whispered, pointing. And that smell, it's wrong. Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. Ah, Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. That, Theo, is bogrot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light, Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast. Silas smiled gently. Bogrot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music, especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source. Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, warty stone. Then he remembered something. Silas, the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower. It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here? Silas's smile widened. An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note. Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. "The whisper reeds," Silas exclaimed. "Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds, aimed right at the sludge." The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. "Now, Theo." Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bogrot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic." Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Silas, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Silas, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection, connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung heavy in the air as Finn shuffled along the familiar path behind the old mill. 10 years old, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful expression, Finn often felt like a misplaced pebble in the bustling stream of Millhaven village. While other children chased frogs in the reeds or played raucous games of tag, Finn preferred the quiet company of the whispering woods. They possessed a peculiar knack, a quiet noticing the intricate pattern on a moth's wing, the precise moment a dewdrop fell from a fern, the subtle shift in a badger's path. It wasn't magic anyone else saw, just Finn's way of being in the world. One crisp autumn day, driven by a restlessness he couldn't name, Finn ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The usual chirps and rustles seemed hushed, expectant. Then Finn noticed something unusual, a cluster of impossibly vibrant blue mushrooms, glowing faintly, circling the base of a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Finn placed a small hand against the cool, rough bark. Instead of solid wood, Finn's hand sank in, as if dipping into cool, clear water. A gasp escaped him. He pulled back, heart pounding, but the bark remained solid. He touched it again, pressing gently. The same yielding sensation. Taking a deep breath, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn pushed forward. He stumbled not into darkness, but into a breathtaking twilight glade. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very plants. Giant luminous flowers pulsed gently like slow hearts. Trees with silver bark and leaves like spun moonlight swayed soundlessly. A carpet of velvety moss, softer than any blanket, cushioned Finn's feet. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted on unseen currents. This was Whisperwood, Finn realized with a surge of wonder, a world folded within the world, hidden from ordinary sight. In the center of the glade, near a pool of water reflecting the luminous canopy above, sat something. Finn froze. It wasn't frightening, but utterly unexpected. Roughly Finn's height, it appeared sculpted from moss, lichen, and smooth river stones. Twigs formed its limbs, capped with acorns for knuckles. Bright green moss covered its torso, dotted with tiny white star-like flowers. Its face was a smooth, polished gray stone, featureless except for two deep, calm pools of darkness where eyes should be. It radiated a profound sense of stillness and ancient patience. "Hello," Finn whispered, voice barely audible in the profound quiet. The moss being turned its stone face slowly towards Finn. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating deep in Finn's chest. It wasn't speech, but a feeling curiosity, a gentle welcome. An image bloomed in Finn's mind, sunlight filtering through green leaves, the slow drip of water onto stone. Peace. I'm Finn, he offered, stepping closer. I touch the tree. The being hummed again, a warmer tone this time. An image of Finn's hand touching the ancient oak filled his mind, followed by a sense of recognition, like finding a familiar path. It gestured slowly with a mossy limb towards the pool. Finn peered in. The water wasn't just reflecting the luminous plants. It seemed to hold shifting scenes within its depths, a glimpse of Millhaven's bridge, a flash of the sun on the river, a close-up of a dragonfly's iridescent wing. It was like looking into the forest's own memory. Over the next few days, Finn returned whenever he could, drawn by the quiet magic and the strange companionship. He learned the being's name wasn't a sound, but a feeling thrum. Thrum communicated through resonant hums and vivid, wordless images projected directly into Finn's mind. Finn would talk, sharing stories of the village, his quiet observations, his feeling of being different. Thrum would respond with images of interconnected roots beneath the forest floor, the slow turning of seasons, the vital dance of sunlight and rain. Thrum embodied the deep, patient wisdom of the earth itself. Their unlikely friendship blossomed. Finn showed Thrum the smooth, skipping stones he collected by the riverbank. Thrum, in turn, guided Finn to hidden springs where the water tasted sweeter than honey, and groves where luminous berries grew, filling Finn with a gentle warmth. Thrum taught Finn to listen differently, not just with ears, but with his whole being. Finn learned to feel the faint tremor in the ground signaling a distant deer, to sense the subtle shift in the wind before rain, to understand the silent language of the plants. His quiet noticing deepened into a profound connection. One afternoon, as Finn sat beside the memory pool, sharing a story about Old Man Hemlock's grumpy cat, the water rippled violently. The serene images shattered, replaced by swirling darkness. A foul, acrid smell, utterly alien to the glade's sweetness, momentarily filled Finn's nostrils. Then the water cleared, showing a distressing scene. The Millhaven River, the village's lifeblood, looked sickly. Its usual clear, sparkling flow was sluggish, murky, and tinged with an unnatural, oily green. Dead fish floated belly up near the banks. The vibrant reeds were wilting, turning brown at the edges. Thrum emitted a low, distressed hum that vibrated through the mossy floor. Images flooded Finn's mind, tangled roots choked with thick sludge, fish gasping for clean water, flowers drooping with poison petals. A wave of profound sorrow emanated from Thrum, mixed with a deep, rumbling anger that felt like the earth groaning. The poison was spreading, Thrum conveyed, seeping into the hidden streams that fed Whisperwood itself. If it reached the heartspring, the luminous pool before them, the source of the glade's magic, Whisperwood would wither and die. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Finn's wonder. What's causing it? How do we stop it? Thrum projected an image of the river upstream, beyond the village boundaries, near the old, abandoned quarry. Then came images of thick, viscous liquid oozing from cracked barrels half buried in the earth, seeping relentlessly into the soil and groundwater. Human carelessness. Poison. The source needed to be found and cleansed, but Thrum's form, rooted in the slow rhythms of the earth, was ill-suited for navigating the human world quickly. Thrum could sense the sickness, understand the flows, perhaps even heal the land, but finding the precise source amidst the tangled human landscape required a different kind of sight. Finn understood. His quiet noticing, his ability to see the small things others missed, wasn't a weakness here. It was a key. I can find it, he said, determination hardening his voice. I know the woods around the quarry. I can find where the poison is coming from. Thrum hummed, a complex sound carrying both worry and immense trust. It reached out a mossy hand. In its palm rested a single, perfect acorn. But this acorn shimmered with an inner light, swirling with colors like captured sunlight and deep earth. Take this, the image came. It holds a piece of Whisperwood's heart. When you find the source, hold it to the earth. It will show me the way to mend. Finn carefully took the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly against his palm, a tangible link to Thrum and the glade. He tucked it safely into his deepest pocket. I'll find it, he promised. The journey back through the oak felt different. The vibrant magic of Whisperwood clung to him like cobwebs, but the weight of the task settled heavily on his small shoulders. The familiar woods now seemed charged with urgency. He noticed things he might have overlooked before: a patch of unusually wilted ferns near a deer trail, a faint, unpleasant tang beneath the usual forest scents carried by a breeze from the quarry direction. His quiet noticing became a focused search. Reaching the outskirts of the quarry was jarring. The lush forest gave way to scarred earth, steep gravel slopes, and the skeletal remains of old machinery. The river here was a narrow stream choked with debris, its banks stained with unnatural colors. The acorn in Finn's pocket pulsed warmly. He followed its subtle pull, scrambling over loose rocks, his eyes scanning the ground, the waterline, the crumbling quarry walls. He noticed a cluster of flies buzzing persistently near a crevice at the base of the quarry wall, ignoring the decaying rubbish nearby. Focusing, he saw a faint, dark stain on the rocks below the crevice, almost hidden by loose gravel. Kneeling, he brushed the gravel aside. Beneath it, the earth was dark and slick, smelling sharply of chemicals. Peering into the crevice, he saw the glint of corroded metal, the corner of a rusted barrel, wedged deep within the rock. Thick, greenish-black sludge oozed slowly from a split seam, dripping relentlessly onto the poisoned ground and trickling towards the stream. "This is it," Finn whispered, his heart pounding. He pulled the glowing acorn from his pocket. Its light intensified, casting warm, dancing patterns on the grim surroundings. Remembering Thrum's instruction, Finn pressed the acorn firmly against the poisoned earth right where the sludge dripped. The effect was immediate. The acorn pulsed like a tiny star, its light pouring into the ground. The dark stain seemed to recoil from the radiance. Finn felt a powerful vibration travel up his arm, not from the acorn, but through it, deep into the earth itself. It was Thrum's presence, vast and ancient, reaching across the hidden pathways of the world, guided by the acorn's beacon. He saw in his mind's eye Thrum in the glade, mossy hands plunged deep into the soil beside the heartspring, channeling Whisperwood's pure, life-giving energy along the invisible root lines and water veins straight to this poisoned source. Above Finn, the earth rumbled softly. Tiny cracks appeared in the quarry wall around the crevice. Not destructive cracks, but like the earth stretching. Roots thick and strong and glowing faintly with the same light as the acorn, snaked out from the surrounding soil. They moved with deliberate purpose, not like plants, but like intelligent tendrils. They pushed into the crevice, wrapping around the leaking barrel with surprising gentleness but immense strength. Finn watched, awestruck, as the roots seemed to absorb the oozing sludge, drawing the poison into themselves. The thick, toxic flow slowed, then stopped entirely. The dark stain on the ground beneath the acorn began to lighten, the foul smell dissipating, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth. The roots retracted, pulling the crushed, now inert barrel remnants deeper into the earth, burying the evidence of the poison far below. The cracks in the rock sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace. The acorn's light dimmed, returning to its gentle pulse. Finn felt the deep vibration fade, replaced by a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a surge of pure, clean energy washing over him from the cleansed ground. It was done. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn made his way back to the ancient oak. He touched the bark, felt the familiar yielding coolness, and stepped back into Whisperwood. Thrum was waiting by the heartspring, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. The distress in the glade had lifted, the air hummed with pure, vibrant life. Thrum's stone face seemed to radiate warmth. A deep, resonant hum of pure gratitude and joy filled the glade, shaking the luminous petals of the giant flowers. Images flooded Finn's mind, clear water rushing through the Millhaven River, fish darting silver flashes through the reeds, wildflowers blooming brightly on the banks. The village saved. Whisperwood safe. The connection between their worlds strengthened. Thank you, Seeker, the feeling resonated. Your seeing eyes found the wound. Your courage brought the cure. Finn sat beside Thrum, the glowing acorn resting in his palm. He didn't feel like a misplaced pebble anymore. He felt like a bridge, a vital connection between the bustling world above and this hidden, whispering world below. He had used his quiet gift not just to observe, but to act, to heal. He had found friendship in the most unexpected form and discovered his own place in the vast, interconnected web of life. The following days in Millhaven were filled with relieved chatter. The river cleared miraculously overnight, the fish returned, and the wilting reeds sprang back with astonishing vitality. Old Man Hemlock declared it a blessing, while the village elders scratched their heads, mystified. Finn listened, a small, secret smile playing on his lips. He noticed the cleaner scent of the water, the brighter song of the birds, the renewed vigor in the plants along the bank. He noticed the way the ancient oak by the mill path seemed to stand just a little taller, its leaves a deeper green. He visited Thrum often, sharing stories of the village's recovery. Thrum shared the deeper healing, how the poison streams beneath the earth were slowly clearing, how the heartspring pulsed with strong, clean energy. Their friendship deepened, a silent understanding passing between the boy who saw the small things and the ancient spirit who understood the vast flow of life. One crisp evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky above Millhaven, Finn stood on the bridge, watching the river flow clear and strong beneath him. He felt a familiar warmth in his pocket. He pulled out the glowing acorn. Its light was soft, steady, a tiny piece of Whisperwood's heart beating in rhythm with his own. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the deep, quiet hum of connection. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the seeker, the bridge, the quiet guardian of the hidden glade. He looked up at the dark silhouette of the woods, knowing Thrum was there, a sentinel of moss and stone, watching over the deep magic. The world felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more connected than it ever had before. He took a deep breath of the cool, clean air, scented with wood smoke from the village chimneys and the damp earth of the riverbank. A profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and comforting as a blanket by the fire. The adventure was over, but the friendship, the connection, and the quiet magic would endure, a secret strength tucked away in his heart, and in the gentle glow of an acorn, forever linking his world to the whispering heart of the woods. The river murmured its constant song below, a lullaby of renewal as Finn turned for home, the path lit by the first silver rays of the moon and the quiet, enduring light within.